This is All Fired Up by Lili Valente, read by Teddy Hamilton and Lili Valente. Chapter 1. Naomi. Who says you can't go home again? I'm home, back in Bliss River, Georgia, the sweetest little town either side of the Mississippi, and loving every minute of it. Bliss River is exactly the same as it was when I was a kid, and with every passing day, I can feel the misery of the past year falling away, revealing a happier, healthier me. It's the best. Well, almost the best. I can think of one thing that would make it a teensy bit better, and all it's going to cost me is $1,000 and my pride. Are you sure you know what you're doing? My younger sister, Maddie, pauses outside the Methodist Fellowship Hall, rubbing her red hands together to warm them. Before moving home a few months ago, Maddie was living in the Caribbean. This is her first winter back in a place where it occasionally snows, and she's completely unprepared. This time last week, I was in Miami, so I can empathize. We made a quick trip to Atlanta to buy coats and hats, taking a day to celebrate, closing on the location for icing, the bakery we're opening together. But we forgot to get scarves and mittens. Yesterday, that wasn't a big deal. But tonight, the temperature hovers around 30 degrees. After the 6-block walk from the car, I can't feel my face. But that's probably a good thing. Hopefully my frozen face will keep my nerves from showing. Seriously, Maddie hisses. Are you sure you're ready for this? So ready. I loop my arm through hers with a nod, determined to fake it until I make it. I've never been more ready for anything in my life. You're bluffing, she says, her sigh forming a crystalline fog in the air. I deflate, my shoulders slumping. How can you tell? I have the best bullshit detector in 3 states, she says, before adding in a slightly sour voice. Except when it comes to my ex, of course. Maddie and her ex-husband Serge, a Croatian hottie she met in Paris while studying to be a pastry chef, split up 6 months ago. Serge broke down and confessed to Maddie that he's gay. He said he would always love her as a friend, but that he had to move on and live authentically, no matter what his homophobic father or anyone else thought about it. 2 days later, he started divorce proceedings and moved to San Francisco to start a new life with Craig, one of the lifeguards at the resort where he and Maddie both worked. She pretends she isn't devastated. But I know better. I might not have the best bullshit detector in 3 states, or even in 1 if my own relationship history is anything to judge by, but I know my baby sister. Something inside Maddie is broken. Her blue eyes don't sparkle the way they used to, and even her smile looks sad around the edges. Hey, I whisper, suddenly wondering if tonight is too much too soon for my fragile sis. If you don't want to be here, we can leave. It's no big deal. She shakes her head, sending her dark chocolate curls tumbling around her shoulders. They're the same shade mine were before I streaked my hair with caramel highlights yesterday, in an effort to perk up my outsides along with my insides. No way. She lifts her chin a little higher. It's important that you patch things up with Jake. At the mention of his name, a shiver runs across my skin that has nothing to do with the chill in the winter air. I'm not sure this is the best way to do it, Maddie continues. But you've got money in your purse, and I'm here to help you spend it. I nudge her shoulder with mine. Does that mean you're going to let me buy one for you? I brought extra cash, just in case. Maddie snorts. You're crazy. I'm not going to be able to watch this without giggling like a 10-year-old on a sugar high, let alone bid on a beefcake of my very own. I bite back a grin. I know, but I can't wait. Thank God for Methodists. Amen, she says, laughing as we head for the entrance, joining the throngs of women surging into the fellowship hall. Only the Methodists would allow the firefighters to hold a hunk-for-a-month charity auction in their large basement. The Baptists across the street are undoubtedly scandalized by the idea of half-naked men in a house of worship. The Baptists aren't a fan of dancing, let alone oiled-up firefighters strutting down a makeshift catwalk, while local women hoot and holler and bid on the man they want to be their date for the next month of Fridays. I, however, am not scandalized. I am determined. determined to use the $1,500 burning a hole in my red leather purse to buy a chance at a fresh start with Jake Hansen. Jake Hansen. Another shiver of foreboding shimmies across my skin. I'm a nervous wreck. But all the anxiety will be worth it for a chance to make things right with Jake. He's so much more than my high school sweetheart. He's the person who taught me how to love. When I was older and ready to settle down, it was my relationship with Jake that I looked to as a model for how to make happily ever after work. I did my very best with all that, but turns out my former fiancé wasn't ready to settle down. He made that abundantly clear 8 months ago when tragedy struck and I hit rock bottom. Instead of being there to catch me the way a man like Jake would have been, Caleb packed his things, said goodbye, and left me alone in the dark. I cried for 2 days straight. By the time my family arrived to help me pull myself together for the trip to the cemetery, I'd lost 5 pounds, and my eyes were nearly swollen shut. The only bright spot was that I was able to keep my pregnancy and the baby's premature delivery from the press. My sister, brother, and parents were the only other people at the gravesite. Caleb didn't come. He didn't even send flowers for our daughter. Even now, 8 months and a lot of therapy later, the memory of that tiny coffin and my ex refusing to help mourn our baby is still enough to make my throat lock up and my heart shrivel. I clench my jaw against the wave of emotion. No, not tonight. I'm not going there tonight. Tonight is for the future, for nurturing new beginnings, not licking old wounds. I take a deep breath, force a smile, and lift an arm to wave at old school friends near the coat check. I'm home now. Home, where pain can't eat me alive. Home, where I might finally have the chance to make things right with the best man I've ever known. Or make a complete fool of yourself. Again, the inner voice warns. But I ignore it. The only good thing about going through hell? It makes the little things, like making a complete fool of yourself in front of half your hometown, seem little indeed. Chapter 2. Naomi. Inside the basement, the air smells vaguely of tater tots, chili, and other standard-issue fellowship meal fare. But the bright fluorescents have been shut off, and a catwalk, decorated with fire hoses, is illuminated with sultry red spotlights. The 30 or so round tables surrounding the catwalk are already filling up. Maddie and I have to hustle to find 2 seats together near the back of the room, at a table of gray-haired ladies with flushed cheeks and mischief in their eyes. Mrs. Watson? I laugh at the sight of my 70-something 6th-grade teacher twirling her auction card, a cutout of a red firefighter's cap with a number in the center glued to a wooden dowel, between 2 fingers. Naomi, you look amazing, sugar. Mrs. Watson leverages her considerable bulk from her chair and envelops me in a cushy hug that feels as great as it did when I was 12. We're so glad to have you back here where you belong, baby girl. And Maddie, too. Ah, thanks. It's so good to see you, I say with a happy sigh. Though I confess I can't believe you're here. Of course I'm here. Mrs. Watson winks as she releases me from her embrace. Where else would I be? It's not every day you get to see 14 brave men in the prime of their lives without their shirts on. Men, indeed. Those boys are young enough to be your sons, Mimi Watson. Or grandsons, for that matter. Gretchen March pipes up from across the table, her lips pruning with disapproval. Gretchen is our business partner Aria's grandmother, and never shy about sharing her opinions. If you ask me, this monkey shine shouldn't be allowed in church, even if it is only the church basement. Oh, hush, Gretchen. Mrs. Watson laughs as she reclaims her seat. I don't remember twisting your arm to get you in the car tonight. Gretchen lifts her nose into the air. Well, someone has to keep an eye on the rest of you. Make sure you don't spend your grocery money on some shirtless hoodlum. She glances furtively over her shoulder before leaning in to add in a loud whisper, I heard one of them was going to be wearing a bathing suit, like Italian men wear at the beach. Oh, I hope so, Mrs. Watson says, clapping her hands. Maddie and I settle into our seats amidst a wave of giggles from the rest of the table. I pluck my auction card from the tiny vase of flowers next to my slice of chocolate cake and clench it in my slowly thawing fingers. Lucky number 58. At least I hope it'll be lucky. And that I brought enough cash to secure Jake as my date for the month. I can't imagine anyone else will be willing to bid above $1,500. The proceeds from this fundraiser are going to a great cause, a badly needed new firehouse. But most women in Bliss River aren't CEOs of multi-million-dollar companies. Down Home with Naomi is in syndication on 2 different cable networks, and my line of gourmet staples, the Fancy Pantry, is making a mint. It's doing so well that I'm adding a line of cookware this spring. I have more money than I know what to do with, especially considering I'm currently living in my parents' house, and Maddie refuses to let me pay more than 1/3 of the startup costs for the bakery we're opening downtown. I tried to convince her and our business partner Aria that it's absolutely no big deal for me to foot the bill for the renovation, as well as the first year's expenses, but they wouldn't hear of it. I'm not sure either one of them believed me when I said I didn't care if the bakery failed and I lost every dime. But then I've been financially flush for years now. I know firsthand that money truly can't buy anything close to happiness. And real wealth isn't something you can invest in the stock market. Aria, with her sexy, devoted husband, adorable little girl, and a new baby due next year, is richer than I am in every way that matters. No, money can't buy happiness. But maybe it can buy me a foot in the door to forgiveness. If I'm going to build my forever home in Bliss River, I have to make peace with Jake. Since arriving in town, I've only seen him once, for just a few minutes, but that was long enough to make it clear that he hates my face. Or my soul. Maybe my face and my soul. All I know is that when I spotted him in the frozen food aisle at the grocery store yesterday, my stomach flipped and my heart leapt. I was so happy, sad to see him. I'd barely known what to do with myself. Happy because he looked just the same. Broader and stronger, but with that same grounded, thoughtful expression. And sad because I hated that we'd lost touch so completely. No, things hadn't ended well with us, but before we were lovers, we'd been best friends. And it's sad to lose someone so special. Really sad. But it didn't have to stay sad, I realized, standing there, watching him debate ice cream flavors. Maybe we could start over, or just start being friends again. But this time as grown-ups who understand that young love is complicated, and we're not the same people we were as teenagers. I headed his way, with every intention of making some sort of dorky icebreaker joke and confessing how much I'd love to be his friend again. But before I'd made it past the frozen pizzas, Jake's nose lifted and his head jerked my way, almost as if he could smell me coming. Our eyes met, and I smiled like an idiot. In response, he shot a skin-melting glare my way, spun on his heel, and walked out of the store without a backward glance. And without any ice cream, which I happen to know he loves. I was left to pick up the pieces of my shattered grin and pretend it didn't hurt to lose Jake all over again. That's what it had felt like, losing him, though of course he isn't mine, and hasn't been for a very, very long time. I went home and pondered the interaction, examining it from every angle, the way I do any problem in my business or personal life. I'm a problem solver. It's what I do, and one of the reasons I'm able to juggle so many different career balls without dropping them all on the floor. After prolonged contemplation, I admitted that Jake has every right to hate my face, and my soul, if that's what feels authentic for him. But I also realized there's no way I could stay out of his way. Bliss River is roughly the size of a collector's edition postage stamp. Even if I wanted to spend my life skulking around, avoiding my ex, it would be impossible for me to stay completely out of Jake's way. And I don't want to skulk or avoid. I want to live my life with my heart and my arms wide open. That will be a lot easier if Jake and I can find a way to harmoniously coexist. And really, harmony is better for both of us. Hating people is a miserable waste of energy. I wasted enough time hating my ex to know that for a fact. I've moved past the actively hating Caleb stage to the avoiding touching those memories like a bad bruise stage. When I happen to brush up against a Caleb recollection, it still hurts, but it doesn't make me perpetually depressed or angry and bitter, the way I was in those early days after the separation. And I'm grateful for that. Angry and bitter feels horrible. I don't want to feel that way anymore. And I don't want Jake to feel that way either, especially if a little extra effort on my part can help him put his anger behind him. Are you going to eat your cake? Maddie whispers, as the lights dim and Mitzi Chambers, the city councilwoman sponsoring the fundraiser, walks down the catwalk, a microphone in one tiny hand. No, you take it. I'm too nervous to eat. I push the cake toward my sister. I can hear my mom's voice in my head, fretting about our family history of diabetes, but I'm not about to get between Maddie and a second dessert. After being left for a lifeguard named Craig, she has the right to eat her feelings for at least a year. We can both start making healthier choices once we have the bakery up and running. I want to start my new life here off on the right foot in every way. Hopefully, I can get started on that tonight. Welcome, ladies, Mitzi says, lifting a hand in the air as she's greeted with a cheer that's definitely more nightclub than church basement. First of all, let me tell y'all how glad I am to see you here tonight. Our hardworking firefighters have been in desperate need of a new firehouse for so long, it's shameful. And since the last ballot initiative failed to pass, we've decided to take things into our own hands. With your help, we're hoping to make Hunk for a Month the biggest fundraiser Bliss River has ever seen, and break ground on the new firehouse this spring. Her words are met with a hearty round of applause. I slap my hands together too, but my nerve endings have gone numb with anxiety. I can hear my palms connecting, but I swear I can't feel a thing. I'm sure y'all are ready for the main event, Mitzi says, laughing as the room echoes with more cheers and a few squeals of excitement. But before we get started, I want to make sure everyone understands how this works. She motions toward an image projected onto the wall to her left. The welcome slide is exchanged for a list of the month's upcoming events. A holiday fair, a dinner and silent auction, a hayride, and last, but certainly not least, a holiday ball. Balls aren't a regular occurrence in Bliss River. Line dancing at the local bar is about as fancy as we usually get. And every woman I know is dying to get dressed up and play princess for a night. This evening you'll be bidding on a date to all 4 of our fundraising events, Mitzi explains. Each Friday, you and your escort will enjoy the fun, family-friendly festivities we have planned, culminating in the Fireman's Ball, where you'll get to be our guests of honor. We hope the entire town will turn out to support these events, and we know seeing our brave men and woman, a feminine voice calls out from behind the curtains, separating the backstage from the catwalk, eliciting a wave of laughter from the audience. Mitzi bares her teeth in a whoops, I forgot smile. Oh yes, and woman, I hope you ladies brought some money to bid on behalf of your sons and grandsons, because we also have one lovely lady firefighter up for auction tonight. She's a girl, anyway. Not sure about the lady part, a male voice from behind the curtain calls out, getting an even bigger response from the crowd. Mitzi giggles. Well, it seems the natives are getting restless. Without further ado, I invite you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Let our brave firefighters entertain you, and get ready to start bidding. As Mitzi descends the steps to the catwalk, pulsing club music begins to throb from the speakers, and disco lights spin across the stage. A moment later, the curtain at the back of the catwalk parts, and an olive-skinned hunk struts out. He's wearing skin-tight jeans and a fireman's jacket open at the front to reveal his washboard abs. He pauses to do a slow turn at the center of the catwalk, and my stomach threatens to toss up every bit of the fancy grilled cheese I made for dinner. Because I know this hunk. I know him far too well. Nearly as well as I know his brother. Chapter 3. Naomi. No. No, no, no. Not Jameson. What the hell is he doing here? I swallow hard, ignoring the way my pulse beats frantically in my throat, as Jameson Hansen, Jake's little brother, works the catwalk like an extra from Magic Mike. His cocky grin remains firmly in place as he slides his coat off his shoulders, revealing the to-die-for body beneath. My stomach takes another swooping dive, and my head reels. What is happening? Jameson Hansen doesn't live in Bliss River anymore. I have it on good authority, a friend of a friend who's working her way through the police force after dating half the firemen in town, that Jameson left 2 years ago to work for a fire department in Atlanta. He isn't supposed to be here. This could ruin everything. I lean over to whisper in Maddie's ear, "I thought Jameson moved." Maddie presses a hand to her mouth, but she's giggling too hard to stop. Her eyes are glued to Jameson with a mix of horror, appreciation, and embarrassment that would have made me laugh if I wasn't trying so hard not to toss my cookies. Forget it. We'll talk later. I settle back in my chair, nibbling on my lip as Jameson reaches the end of the catwalk and does a booty-shaking dance that is ridiculous enough to be funny, but still sexy enough to have all the ladies making noise. Jameson is the perfect first man out. Gorgeous and friendly, but silly and outrageous enough to put everyone at ease. Everyone except me. As Mitzi starts the bidding, and women shout dollar amounts from different corners of the room, I slide lower and lower in my seat. The chances that Jameson will see me from 50 feet away are slim, but I'm not willing to risk it. In fact, I plan to make my escape from this table of frisky old ladies as soon as Jameson disappears behind the curtains. This was a dumb idea. I'd be better off writing Jake a "let's be friends" or politely ignore each other letter, sending him a singing telegram, or maybe having a fruit basket and a month's worth of venison steak delivered to the Hansen family compound as a peace offering. Or maybe, if I put my mind to it, I can manage to avoid seeing him in person ever again. Considering the firehouse is directly across the street from Icing, our new bakery, that could be difficult. But I'm a resourceful woman. I run multiple wings of a successful business empire, for God's sake. I can certainly avoid 1 or 2 small-town firefighters. I was ready to tackle Jake, but Jake and Jameson are a different kettle of fish. I seriously doubt Jameson told Jake what happened my last night in Bliss River. Jameson would have been in hot water too. But it doesn't matter if Jake knows. I know, and Jameson knows, and that's enough embarrassing knowing to create problems. We were all so young, and so much time has passed since then. But my gut tells me this particular secret isn't the kind of thing that ages well. It's the kind of thing that's best never spoken of. Not even to my mom or sisters. Mitzi ends the bidding, awarding Jameson to a gorgeous blonde at a table near the front, who shelled out $800 for the privilege, and I lean close to Maddie again. "I'm not feeling well all of a sudden," I whisper, as Jameson struts off the stage to thunderous applause. "I'll wait in the car. Come out whenever you're ready. No rush." "No, you can't leave!" Maddie gasps for breath as she grabs my wrist and holds on tight, her eyes filled with tears from laughing so hard. "I'm sorry. I couldn't answer before. I was spazzing out." "Oh my God, that was funny. Yes, Jameson moved back home a few months ago." "You didn't tell me," I say, keeping my tone light. I've never told Maddie what happened with Jameson, so I can't very well fault my sister for not keeping me up to date on all the youngest Hansen brother gossip. Maddie wipes her eyes. "Sorry, I'll catch you up later, but you have to stay. This is so much fun. Stay, have fun with me." I hesitate. I haven't seen Maddie enjoying herself this much in ages. A part of me wants to stay and giggle with my sister. But the part of me that's reeling from seeing Jameson again needs out of here. ASAP. I'm about to order Maddie to have fun without me and make a run for the exit when the curtain parts again and I lose the ability to form words, or move, or drag my gaze from the stage. There, wearing nothing but black jeans and a black Bliss River Fire Department baseball cap, is the man I came for. My breath catches, and a horrible, excited yet also miserable feeling swells in my chest. It's the same feeling from when Jake turned and walked away from me at the store yesterday. But this time, he doesn't know I'm watching. This time, I can let my gaze linger, taking in every inch of the stunning man my high school sweetheart has become. Jake doesn't strut down the catwalk like his little brother. He owns the stage, like the captain of a ship, like a Roman commander leading his half-naked army into battle. With his tanned skin, broad shoulders, chiseled chest, and deliciously narrow hips, Jake is every bit the beefcake Jameson is. But that isn't what makes this crowd suck in its collective breath and appreciation as he reaches the end of the catwalk and takes off his hat, his tousled brown hair flopping over one eye as he bows to the ladies on either side of the stage. No, it isn't his muscles, the strong planes of his face, or those clever, dark brown eyes that make it impossible for me to look away. It's the way he holds himself, the way he moves, like a creature completely at home in his own skin. Jake is a man who walks, talks, and prowls the catwalk with innate confidence. He knows who he is and where he's going. He's a man who works hard and loves harder, who believes in the value of a man's word, and never gives a woman a second chance to make a bad impression. He is never going to let me apologize, let alone forgive me. Jake isn't that kind of man. He only lets his guard down for a select few. Once his trust is betrayed, even if it was years ago by an 18-year-old girl who wasn't grown up enough to know who she was, let alone who she wanted to be with for the rest of her life, an impenetrable wall goes up, and it's impossible to get through to him. I might as well try begging a block of ice to give me a second chance to be friends. The only shot I have is to appeal to his sense of honor. If I purchase him fair and square, he'll feel obligated to spend the next 4 Fridays by my side. He'll be forced to remain in my presence long enough for my pleas to have at least a shot of slipping through his defenses. I have to do this. I simply must. Even though my logical brain insists that having Jameson in the picture will doom the plan from the start. But it doesn't matter. There's no turning back now. Gulping in a breath, I thrust my auction card into the air. And then I do my best to memorize Jake's smile as he squints my way, trying to see who the card belongs to, just in case I never get to see it again. I may not know much, but I know he's not going to be happy when he sees who's bid on him. Not happy. At all.
Chapter 4. Jake. Holy hell, this is the worst. The very fucking worst. But I clench my jaw and keep my smile firmly in place as Mitzi opens the bidding for my month of Fridays at $200. It's mortifying to be strutting around shirtless in front of a bunch of giggling women, half of whom are my former teachers, peers from school, or members of my extended family. But Bliss River needs a new firehouse yesterday, the day before yesterday. Every toilet in the station backs up on a regular basis. The roof is leaking so badly no patch job stands a chance, and the break room is a pitiful beige nightmare that practically invites men to get into fistfights to liven up the joint. Mitzi Chambers is a force of nature and has a gift for raising money. If she believes this month-long investment of my time will raise the funds for a new firehouse, then I'll do my best to fetch a decent auction price. I have no illusions about selling for as much as Jameson. My baby brother has a way with the ladies and not a shy bone in his attention-whore body. But I don't think I'll embarrass the department. "Go on, Jake," Mitzi says after asking the room for a $500 bid. "Show these ladies the strong arm they'll be holding on to for the next 4 Fridays. Fighting the urge to cringe, I flex my bicep only to lose my shit when Mrs. Mulligan, an old friend of the family sitting by the stage, starts laughing so hard she falls out of her chair. I'm laughing too and about to jump off the stage to help her up when an eerily familiar voice calls out, $1,500. The shouts and laughter filling the room give way to swiftly indrawn breaths and shocked murmurs. I lift my gaze, homing in on the owner of the voice. There, at the back of the room, with an auction card raised high above her head, her honey-streaked brown hair tumbling around her shoulders, and her blue eyes round in her gorgeous face, stands Naomi Whitehouse. Naomi, the only girl who has ever broken my heart. The girl who told me my love wasn't enough. I wasn't enough, and ran off to date half the world. On television, no less. Naomi is almost as famous as her string of high-profile boyfriends, as she is her cooking show, Down Home with Naomi, and her line of gourmet products. And now she's back in Bliss River, playing house with her sister and brother, while her parents snowbird in Florida, thinking she can breeze back into my town, my life, and act like we're long-lost friends. Once upon a time, I loved the woman meeting my eyes across the crowded room more than my own family. There was a time when I would have done anything for her, moved to the ends of the earth to be by her side, given my last dime for her comfort, laid down my life for her happiness. Now, I don't want to give her the time of day. "Do I hear 1,600? Mitzi asks, a strain in her voice that makes me acutely aware of the uncomfortable silence that's fallen over the room. Most of these women know that Naomi and I were high school sweethearts before she went on to bigger things, and I wised up and married a woman worthy of my devotion. A sweet, wonderful, loving woman who was taken from me too soon, before we could move into the house we were building or start the family we'd dreamed of. Jenny died almost 2 years ago. And I'm ashamed to say I'm starting to forget the sound of her laughter. Sometimes I have to glance at her picture on the dresser to remember where the dimples popped on her cheeks. I'm forgetting what she smelled like fresh from the shower, when she used to crawl in bed beside me and tuck her cold toes beneath my legs. I'm forgetting the little things about my wife of 3 years, even as my stupid subconscious clings to old memories of Naomi that I wish to God I could make disappear. But I can't seem to forget her. I still remember the way she cried when I told her I loved her for the first time, and if I close my eyes and draw in a deep breath of winter air, I can pull up every detail of the last time we made love in the treehouse behind my dad's place, from the glow of Naomi's skin in the moonlight to the hitch of her voice when she promised never to let me go. But she did let me go. She left Bliss River a week later, leaving nothing behind but a Dear John letter. It was a decent Dear John letter, I guess, swearing I was her favorite person and she loved me so much, but that she just wasn't ready to settle down at 18. But her excuses hadn't done a thing to ease my broken heart. I thought we were so much more than boyfriend and girlfriend. I thought we were best friends, soulmates, and honest with each other in a way the other angsty teen couples we knew never could or would be. My Naomi, the one I thought I'd known, could never have broken up with me in a note. She wouldn't have broken up with me at all. She would have stayed and found a way to make things work, or at the very least asked me to go with her. That was the worst part, how stupid and gullible and foolish I'd felt. I'd been so certain, so sure of her. But I was just another dumbass Dear John, walking around with his head up his ass, thinking everything was fine, while the girl I loved was drafting her goodbye. After she bailed, I locked up every tender emotion I possessed and threw away the key until nearly a decade later, when my friend Jenny from the gym slowly became something more. But it had taken years for me to forget Naomi and let another woman in. Maybe someday, years from now, when the loneliness gets to be too much, I might find the strength to lower my defenses again, but it sure as hell won't be for Naomi Whitehouse, no matter how much of her Hollywood money she throws down. Some things can't be bought, and forgiveness is one of them. I hold her gaze, hoping she'll see the futility of this stunt and back down while she has the chance. But Naomi only takes a deep breath and stands up straighter, meeting my challenging gaze with a determined one. 1,600? Mitzi squeaks again, but the room remains as silent as a honky-tonk on a Sunday afternoon. All right then, 1,500 going once, going twice, and Jake Hansen is sold to number 58. With one final glare in Naomi's direction, I turn on my heel and stalk back down the catwalk, barely able to hear the polite applause or the throbbing bass line of the music over the roar of my blood rushing in my ears. I haven't been this angry in... Hell, I can't remember the last time I was this angry. But I won't be forgetting this, and when I pick up my date on Friday, I'll make sure Naomi suffers for every second my heart spends lodged in my throat. Chapter 5. Jake. By the time I escape through the curtain to the backstage area, my hands are balled so tight my knuckles are cracking. I want to hit something, to slam my fists into the punching bag at the station weight room until my hands are bruised. Instead, I shrug on my t-shirt and sweater and prowl over to the snack table, pouring myself a cup of soda and doing my best not to squeeze the red Solo cup into plastic splinters as I take a drink. "You all right?" Jameson asks as he cautiously approaches, his tone leaving no doubt he knows exactly who purchased me for the month. Fine. I crunch a piece of ice viciously between my teeth. "Who was that woman? Do I need to scare her off for you?" Faith asks, coming to stand on my other side, propping her hands on her hips in a way that makes it clear that if I give the word, she's ready to rumble. Faith is the lone female member of the Bliss River Fire Department, and like a little sister to me. Her uncle and my dad worked together for years, and both our families boast 3 consecutive generations of firefighters. Faith grew up at the firehouse and lifted weights with the new recruits while she was in high school. But that didn't stop some of the guys from giving her shit when she first joined the department. I stood up for her from day one, earning her undying loyalty in the process. I don't really deserve it. I only did what every other man in the department should have done. But there's no doubt in my mind that she's absolutely serious about putting the fear of God into Naomi if I give the word. Too bad this isn't a situation either of us can solve with threats. I know Naomi. Once she has her mind made up, she won't be scared away, not by me or Faith or a pack of rabid, chef-eating werewolves. "No, it's fine," I say, ignoring the skeptical look Jameson shoots my way. "I can handle Naomi." "Are you sure? Because I will spook her for you, Jay. I have no problem with that." Faith narrows her brown eyes, managing to look convincingly menacing, despite the fact she has the kind of face commonly seen in ads peddling cottage cheese, strawberries, and wholesome country living. "Anyone responsible for making another stupid cooking show for my mom to make me watch on Sundays deserves to be roughed up. I mean, come on. It's like torture. How many of those damn things does the world need?" This time, my smile isn't forced. I've never watched her show. "Good, because it's stupid." Faith grabs a handful of corn chips from the bowl on the table. "Are you sure you should eat those?" Jameson teases. "You have to go look sexy in a few minutes, sugar britches. Wouldn't want to get chip belly." Faith turns her glare on Jameson. "I don't get chip belly." She shoves the chips in her mouth, crunching as she speaks. "But even if I did, I'd still be a 5-alarm hot lady firefighter, salty britches. I'll probably go for more money than you did." Jameson arches a dark brow. "Oh yeah? You want to bet on that?" "Yeah, I do." Faith wipes her hands on her jeans as she backs away from the table. "But I told your daddy I wouldn't encourage your gambling problems, so..." She shrugs and tightens the plaid shirt knotted below her ribs before lifting her hands into the air. "I don't have a gambling..." Jameson breaks off with a laugh as Faith sticks out her tongue and turns her back on him, sliding into line behind Brandon, a newbie to the department who looks like he's about to vomit. Normally I'd go over and try to put the kid at ease, but at the moment I have no ease to spare. The reality of being forced to spend several hours in Naomi Whitehouse's company every Friday for the next month is settling around my neck like a boa constrictor determined to squeeze the life out of me. "You could tell Mitzi you can't do it," Jameson says. My little brother can always tell what I'm thinking, even with my walls firmly in place. I shake my head. We need the money. We don't need it that bad, he counters. The other fundraisers should make up the difference for your auction price. I mean, things are hard enough for you this time of year, don't you think? I clench my jaw. It is a hard time of year, but Naomi doesn't know that. I've made damn sure to keep my private life private. I don't have a single social media account or much of an online presence at all, and none of my old friends talk to Naomi's old friends. I'm betting she doesn't know anything about my life since she left, or my recent, painful history. But maybe if she did, she could be convinced to leave me alone. The thought makes the boa constrictor around my neck ease up for a second. All I'd have to do is lower my defenses long enough to tell her I'm not emotionally fit to be friends, or make nice, or whatever it is she wants from me. Naomi is stubborn as hell and has enough determination for 3 women, but she isn't cruel. Not even close. If I let her see how messed up I am by her sudden return so close to the anniversary of my wife's death, I could convince her to leave me alone. A few minutes of vulnerability is all it would take to spare myself the misery of escorting my ex-girlfriend to a month of high-profile fundraisers. So what do you think? Jameson asks, studying the soda bottle he's arranging in a long, even line at the edge of the snack table. Want me to talk to Mitzi? She's got a soft spot for me. I bet I can sweet-talk her into telling Naomi you're off the market. Nah. I crunch another chunk of ice. It's no big deal. She just surprised me. It'll be fine. Screw vulnerability. I'd rather suffer a year of Fridays in Naomi's company than let her in my head again for a split second. I'll just have to grin and bear it and hope she gets tired of playing small-town pastry chef and splits before the fireman's ball. Dating Naomi I can suffer through, but dancing with her would be torture. Just the thought of her in my arms, her body warm and soft against mine, and her head on my shoulder, is enough to make me ache. I might hate Naomi, but I also want to touch her. Always have, and probably always will. All right, man. Whatever you want. Jameson heaves a heavy sigh, his gaze still fixed on the soda bottles. What I want right now is a beer. I set my empty cup down on the table. Soda definitely isn't going to cut it tonight. Want to head to the Horse and Rider after this? Jameson shakes his head. Sorry, man, I've got to head into work tomorrow. Catch up on the hours I missed tonight. So do I say. Never stopped us before. Jameson's smile flickers, but doesn't stick around for long. I can't, bro. I'm beat. The schedule change for this month of dates thing has me all messed up. I need to make it an early night, especially if we're going to be up late at the holiday fair tomorrow. The fair tomorrow. Come tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, I will be in full-on hell, forced to make civil conversation with a person I wish would vanish from the face of the earth and take all of my memories of her along for the ride. The thought makes me want a beer more than ever, but I don't drink alone. Not since Jenny died, and I realized my 1 or 2 beers after work had turned into 9 or 10. It was too easy to lose control and give in to the urge to get numb when I was by myself, so I stopped keeping alcohol in the house. I'd rather do without my 5 o'clock beer than risk losing control. $900. Faith bounds back through the curtain out of breath and laughing as she holds up a hand for me to high-five. Good job. I slap her palm with mine and force a smile. Want to cut out of here early and let me buy you a beer to celebrate? Sure. Faith turns to Jameson, punching him none too gently on the arm. What about you, loser? Want to come with? I'll buy you a beer to make you feel better for selling for less than a girl with chip belly. Jameson rolls his eyes. At least I sold to a hot blonde. Who'd you go to? Mrs. Watson's grandson with the pimples? Faith crosses her arms. No. As a matter of fact, I sold to Teresa Simpson's son, the one who works at the bank and has biceps the size of your head. Jameson snorts. Well, good for you. Maybe you'll finally find a guy you can't beat at arm wrestling. Doubt it. Faith grins and punches Jameson again. Come on, come drink with us. We haven't been for a beer in forever, and I'm too hyped to go to sleep. I can't, Jameson says, surprising me. For all their teasing, Jameson and Faith are tight. Jameson is the one Faith calls when her mom breaks up with her latest deadbeat stepdad, and Faith needs help convincing the guy to move out of her mom's place. Jameson says it's because he's scarier looking than I am, but I know that isn't the reason. Even when it comes to friends, I have a hard time letting people in. Faith feels closer to Jameson because he's let our surrogate little sister get closer to him than I have. Another thing to thank Naomi for. I'm headed for home as soon as this is over, Jameson continues, grabbing a handful of chips. But you and Jake take off. I'll say your goodbyes for you.
All right.
Faith shrugs and turns to me. You ready to hit it? Past ready. I wrap an arm around her shoulders, giving her a squeeze. Let's get while the getting's good. We grab our coats and sneak out through the fellowship hall's kitchen, out the back door into the alley between the Methodist church and the massive bank building behind it. I walked here after work, so I can't drive, Faith says, her shoulders hunching closer to her ears as we emerge into the cold winter air. Where are you parked? Down in the public lot, I say, leading the way. I wanted to leave the closer spots for the ladies coming to bid. Always the knight in shining armor, Faith says with a laugh as she crosses her arms and shivers hard. Brr, it's freezing out here. You need a better coat. I put my arm around her shoulders again, sharing the warmth from my down-filled jacket. But this one is cute, Faith says, making me snort. What? I can't be a girl sometimes? You can be a girl anytime, I say. I encourage it, in fact. You can't stay single forever. Faith snorts back at me. I absolutely can. I need a man like I need untreatable cancer. Ouch, I wince. That's pretty harsh. I don't think... I trail off as my gaze settles on a silver BMW parked a few spots away from my truck, and the woman hunched behind the wheel. Even with only the top of her head and her blue eyes showing above the dashboard, I know it's Naomi. I have Naomi Whitehouse dar. I can sense her in my vicinity, like an enemy sub, cruising in for an attack. Well, life is pretty harsh. Faith huddles closer to my side, oblivious to the fact that my ex-girlfriend is checking her out with a crestfallen expression that makes me wonder exactly what Naomi was thinking when she bid on me tonight. Surely she can't think there's a chance for the two of us to be anything more than friends. Hell, even friends would be stretching things. Naomi violated my trust and hurt me in a way no one ever has, before or since. I don't want to breathe the same air she breathes, let alone be her friend. Part of me wants to stroll over right now and tell her as much, but I don't. I don't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing how much she still gets to me, or that I've noticed her watching us. I help Faith into the truck and circle around to the driver's side, dropping my gaze to the ground and pretending not to see Naomi. But I can feel her eyes on me every step of the way, making my skin prickle, and a part of me sit up and take notice in a way I haven't noticed a woman's attention in a damn long time. The irony that the woman is Naomi Whitehouse makes my mouth fill with a bitter taste I know beer will do nothing to chase away.
Chapter 6. Naomi. I need those cookies. Now. Put them in my mouth. Aria March, our third business partner, freezes just inside the door to Icing's future home, a wild gleam in her green eyes that makes me laugh. No, seriously, she continues. I need all of those cookies, right now. Are they ready, Maddie? I stand with a groan, my back killing me after an hour on my hands and knees, chipping away the cracked black and white tile that presently covers half the floor. I could use a cookie break, too. Behind the hideous blue laminate counter we all agree has to be replaced, no matter what the cost. Maddie slides fresh salted caramel and dark chocolate oatmeal cookies onto a cooling rack. Just let them cool for a few minutes so you won't burn your mouths. And you can each have 2. No, all for me, Aria says, with a mock glare in my direction as she unwinds the scarf from her long auburn hair and sheds her coat to reveal her adorable baby bump. The black turtleneck maternity dress she's wearing minimizes the roundness of her tummy, but she's definitely starting to show. Aria and Maddie were friends in high school and attended the same pastry school in Paris, and Maddie and I meet up with her almost every time we're in town to visit our parents. But I haven't seen her in a while. I didn't know she was expecting. The first time we met up, after I returned to Bliss River, I'd experienced that soul-deep pang of full-body sadness that hits me every time I see a pregnant woman. But this time, the twinge only flashes through me for a moment before it fades away. I will always mourn Grace, the little girl I lost. But I'm increasingly hopeful that there will come a day when I'll be able to look at expectant women again with nothing but shared joy. Just last Monday, I signed up with an adoption agency out of Atlanta. By this time next year, I might have a child of my own. I know my chances of carrying a baby to term are slim. Every doctor I visited said it would only be possible with close monitoring and lots of bed rest. And there certainly aren't any prospective husbands on my horizon. And I see no reason to wait for one. I'm 33, financially secure, and past ready to become a mom. So I've decided to let go of my dreams of marriage before children and giving birth to my baby myself. I know there are children out there waiting for me. Children I'll love every bit as much as the biological babies I'm apparently not destined to have. But I thought you told me not to let you eat all the anything, Maddie says, shooting Aria a sideways glance as she sets the pan on the counter behind her. You only want to gain 40 pounds this time, right? Or 50 or 60. Aria sniffs the air, her lashes fluttering as she inhales the heady scent of melted caramel and chocolate. I don't know how I'm supposed to resist sweets with you around, Mad. I swear, Lark is going to fire me as soon as she gets a taste of anything you've baked. Your sister won't fire you, I say, crossing the room to settle onto a stool across the counter from Maddie. That's crazy talk. Aria sinks onto the stool next to mine with a sigh. I don't know. I think Lark's a little miffed that I'm starting a new business only months before we'll both be going on maternity leave from Ever After. Ever After Catering, Aria's sister's business, is the most successful wedding caterer in Georgia, outside Atlanta, and primed to give the bigger companies in the city a run for their money. She has a great replacement staff in place, Aria continues, but I can tell she's nervous about having two of us out of the rotation for at least 6 weeks. Maybe more if she gets put on bed rest at the end. She's having twins, right? Maddie asks, fetching me a fresh cup of coffee with just a touch of cream without being asked. But then Maddie knows I barely slept last night. Maddie was there at 1 a.m, sipping grappa with me at our parents' dining room table, while I Googled Jake 6 ways to Sunday, trying to find out if he and the young-looking blonde he'd left the auction with were an item. Not that I care one way or the other, of course. I only want to be friends with Jake. But it would be nice to know if I need to watch my back during this month of dates. This fundraiser might be for charity, but in my experience, most women aren't very charitable about their boyfriends squiring other women around town. As far as the blonde goes, my web trolling turned up a whole lot of nothing. Her name is Faith, and she works for the Bliss River Fire Department. That's the extent of the juicy info. For a girl so young, Faith has a shockingly non-existent social media presence. Jake's anti-social media too, but digging into the local newspaper's archives revealed a slew of insights I almost wish I hadn't uncovered. Like that Jake was married, and that his wife died not quite 2 years ago. Jenny Hansen was a former cheerleader turned personal trainer who volunteered at the senior center, ran marathons with a group of old college friends called Blondes Have More Run, and sounded absolutely lovely in every way. She was carrying Christmas presents to her car at the local mall when a drunk driver careened across the lot in an SUV and hit her from behind. She died instantly. The newspaper article had shared every horrible detail, including a picture of Jenny's presents scattered across the asphalt that broke my heart. It was so horribly sad, I knew I would have cried reading it, even if I hadn't been tipsy by the time I unearthed the story. Poor Jake. God, I feel so bad for him. Losing his sweet, happy, lovely wife, just as they were about to finish their dream house and start a family. Or so the article said. I can only imagine how her death must have devastated him. pain like that doesn't vanish overnight. Even if he and the pretty firefighter are an item, there's a chance Jake is still in mourning. Which means I feel obligated to give him an out. As soon as I gather up the courage, I'm going to trot myself across the street to the firehouse and tell him it's fine to call off our month of dates, if that's what he wants. I crave his forgiveness in a way that's probably not rational or healthy, but I don't want to be a pain in his ass so close to the 2nd anniversary of his wife's death. Now, all I have to do is gather up my courage. Hopefully, salted caramel cookies will help. I snag one from the cooling tray and listen with half an ear as Arya and Maddie discuss due dates and baby showers. I'm halfway through my 2nd cookie and considering getting back to work on the insufferable tile when my little brother Mick bursts through the swinging doors leading into the kitchen. "Are you eating cookies without me while I bust my ass on the cabinets?" Mick asks, a scowl on his handsome face. In my absence, my little brother has grown into a giant with dark black curls and devilish blue eyes. Gone is the runt who was shorter than all his classmates, male or female, even at 17. In his place are 5 feet 11 inches of thickly muscled man. Mick's shoulders are so wide, he can barely fit through a door without turning sideways, and his forearms look like something out of a Mr. Clean commercial. And from what Maddie tells me, our little bro no longer has any problems in the girl department. He broke up with his college girlfriend before moving home to work as a handyman while he sorts out what he wants to do next. But he's been out with 3 different girls in the last 2 weeks alone. At this rate, he's going to have made his way through all the single 20-somethings in Bliss River by spring break. "There are still plenty of cookies for you." Maddie casts a fond smile his way. Maddie and Mick are only 6 years apart, compared to the 10 between Mick and me, and have a closeness that I sometimes envy. My brother and I adore each other, but he's not going to tell me all his secrets over beers. Or cookies. "And you can have as many as you like," Maddie continues, fetching another coffee cup for Mick, "since you are being such a sweetheart and working for free." He's not working for free. I shoot a mock glare at Mick over the rim of my cup. I'm paying for his groceries, and he eats like a pack animal. I think I could feed a pair of mules for less. I can't help it. I'm a growing boy. Mick grins as he snatches a cookie and shoves it into his mouth in one big bite. He might have graduated from college, but he still eats like a frat boy with a Sunday morning hangover. "Manners, please," Maddie says, slapping his hand when he reaches for another cookie. "Swallow first, and take at least 2 bites. I worry you're going to choke to death when you eat them in one gulp." "I wish I could eat a cookie in one gulp," Arya says, taking a bite of her own treat. "I swear I'm so hungry lately I just want to unhinge my jaw and shovel all the food in." "Like this?" Mick asks, opening his mouth so wide I can see the ridged tunnel at the back of his throat, as well as the cookie still stuck in his teeth. "Ew, close your mouth." I take my turn slapping his meaty shoulder. "What's wrong with you? Were you raised in a barn? Thank God Mom's in Florida. She would be flipping out if she knew what a bore you've become." "A bore, am I?" Mick asks, in a fairly decent imitation of an English accent, for a guy who majored in computer programming. "My, aren't you the fancy one, Miss Naomi?" I narrow my eyes his way. "I'm going to fancy you in a minute. Gulp your cookies down and get back to work, kid. Make me cabinets. I want to be able to start organizing the kitchen by next week." Speaking of organizing kitchens, Arya licks melted chocolate off her fingertips before turning to dig through her purse. I brought a copy of Ever After's monthly supply budget. I know icing won't be doing any main courses, but I thought it would at least give us a starting point so we can figure out how much we need to budget for our first quarter. "Numbers," Maddie moans. "My head hurts already." "Mine too," Arya says, patting Maddie on the arm. "But it has to happen." "No, it doesn't. I can make all that number pain go away, ladies," I say breezily, as I slide off my stool and wander over to the picture window overlooking Main Street. "Just say the words, and Naomi Whitehouse Industries will supply that pesky startup budget and a bookkeeper to boot." "Don't tempt me," Maddie sighs. Arya says something too, but I don't quite catch it. I'm too busy catching my breath. Across the street, Jake Hansen is unpacking a sack lunch at a picnic table on a patch of grass to one side of the firehouse. With his dark sunglasses and brown hair hanging messily over his forehead, He looks like a movie star hiding from the paparazzi. I ought to know. I've dated my share of movie stars. For a small-town girl with more curves than any starlet working in Hollywood, I've been coupled up with a decent number of the Hollywood elite, proving my theory that real men like curves, and women who can cook the hell out of a coq au vin. I had fun jet-setting to movie premieres and club openings with my celebrity heartthrobs, but when it came time to settle down, I chose a perfectly ordinary real estate investor. If you consider owning half the state of Florida ordinary. Caleb Marino wasn't famous, but he was the only man I'd wanted to keep around since ending things with Jake a week after getting my GED. He felt real, the way Jake had felt real, and that way I hadn't understood was so rare when I was 18. By the time my 30th birthday had come and gone, I'd been ready to settle down for a while. But none of the guys I dated had staying power. They were all too flimsy and changeable, and plain silly to be trusted with my heart, let alone the children I hope to have one day. Before I met Caleb, I'd begun to think I'd never find Mr. Right. But then my ex had walked onto the set of a television special I was filming at one of his historic Florida mansions, and I'd been hooked. With his polished good looks, no-nonsense business acumen, and sharp sense of humor, Caleb had checked a good number of my forever man boxes. We dated for a year before becoming engaged, and not long after, pregnant. I was over the moon. At first, Caleb pretended to be excited about the baby, but within weeks of hearing the news, he started working late. First it was 3 nights a week, then 5, and then I could never seem to get him on the phone after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I resorted to texting his assistant to find out if I should even bother setting a place for him at the supper table. I'd been so thrilled about the baby that I'd chalked Caleb's absence up to a resurgence in the real estate market. But looking back, the signs that he was on his way out were so clear. Caleb loved glitz and glamour and shiny new things. I'd fulfilled those needs a lot longer than most of his girlfriends, but in the end, he'd been relieved to escape without a child to complicate our breakup. He made that obvious when he elected to skip Grace's funeral. I take a deep breath, pushing those thoughts away, reminding myself that I don't dwell on those things anymore. I'm done with destructive patterns. Which means this is the perfect chance to have that one-on-one chat with Jake. After a quick glance in my mirrored compact to check for caramel stuck to my teeth, I smooth on a coat of lipstick, run my fingers through my hair, and head for the exit, calling out, "Be right back." I push through the door, pretending I don't hear Maddie asking me where I'm going. Outside, the winter air is crisp and clean-smelling, but not nearly as cold as it was last night. The cool wind nips at my cheeks, but isn't unpleasant. In fact, with the sun shining and tinsel-covered garland glittering above Main Street, the day is gorgeous. The kind of early December afternoon that makes the new year and new beginnings feel just around the corner. I hold tight to the thought as I hurry across the quiet street and aim myself at Jake. Chapter 7. Naomi. I move quickly, with the determination of a woman on a mission of goodwill. But I'm still a good 10 feet away when Jake looks up. Once again, he seems to sense me coming. Maybe we still have that old psychic connection. Or maybe he smells me coming, the way bees and dogs smell fear. I can't see his eyes through his dark sunglasses, but there's no doubt he's spotted me. It's clear in the way his shoulders stiffen, his jaw clenches around his last bite of sandwich, and his big hand crushes his brown paper lunch bag into a ball. I can feel his attention on me, making my pulse speed and my mouth go dry. His focus doesn't waver, not even when he hurls the wadded-up bag toward the trash can at the end of the table, acing the shot on the first try. 2 points, I say, thrusting my arms into the air, committing to the joke before I think better of it. But screw it. I'm too nervous to play it cool. That sky before a lightning storm energy that leapt between us last night at the auction, singeing everyone unlucky enough to be in its path, sizzles in the air, making the hair at the back of my neck stand on end. Clearly, Jake isn't any happier to see me today than he was yesterday, or the day before. I half expect him to bolt before I reach the picnic table, but he stays put as I hop the curb and pad through the crunchy brown grass. Hey, I pull in a breath and force a smile. How are you? He just sits there, chewing his last bite, watching me from behind his dark lenses. I suck air again, my throat tighter than it was before. Okay, so you obviously weren't happy that I bit on you last night. And I get that, I totally do. I'm sure it was a surprise. An unpleasant surprise. I chew my bottom lip, fighting the urge to turn tail and run. The weight of his silent attention is an anvil tied around my ankle, dragging me to the bottom of the ocean. This is even worse than I thought it would be. But I force myself to keep going. I've made it this far, and I'm not a quitter. I just wanted to let you know it's okay if you want to call it off, I say. I swallow. I didn't mean to pry, but you know how small towns are. I wave a hand in the air, including all of Bliss River in the nervous gesture, ignoring the fact that my heart is slam dancing in my throat. So, I did some Googling last night and I curl my fingers into fists at my sides and will myself to calm down, pull myself together, and just speak from the heart. I know about your wife, about what happened. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jake. I thread my fingers together and squeeze tight, wishing I could give him something more comforting than the same words we always offer up in times of grief and loss. But I've spent the past several months searching for those words and still haven't found them, or heard them from anyone else. I know this must be a really hard time of year for you, I continue. I totally understand if you want to back out. I'm still happy to donate the money to— Did Jameson put you up to this? Jake asks, his voice deeper and even more compelling than I remember. It's the kind of voice that could sell luxury cars, $100 chocolate bars, and gazillion thread count sheets. The rich vibration brushes over my skin, making my raw nerves prickle with awareness. No, not at all, I stammer. No one put me up to anything. I wanted you to know how sorry I am. Jake smiles, a hard smile that makes the afternoon feel colder. Honestly, Naomi, I couldn't care less what you're sorry about. I blink, too shocked to respond. That was just so rude. Jake's never rude. Jake never says an unkind word to anyone, ever. But maybe he's changed. Or maybe he knows more than I assumed. He did mention Jameson's name. What if Jameson told him? What if Jake knows that not only was I a coward who didn't have the guts to end our 3-year relationship face to face, but that I spent my last night in town in bed with his brother? Nothing happened. Jameson and I never had those kind of feelings for each other. But we'd both been so drunk that night, neither of us could really remember how we ended up in bed together. But when I woke up the next morning and stumbled into the bathroom, all my clothes were on and my lipstick was still in place. I'd asked Jameson what he remembered, and he'd sworn nothing had happened. Still, he'd clearly felt weird about it. So had I. Even though nothing about the night had been premeditated. I'd only asked Jameson to meet me at the Hansons' hunting cabin so I could give him the goodbye letter I'd written Jake. When he realized what it was, and that I was planning to leave without telling Jake goodbye in person, we'd fought. Fighting morphed into bitching about how much we both wanted out of Bliss River. Jameson was even more rabid to blow town than I was, which led to tossing back shots of cheap vodka. Not long after, everything got fuzzy. I was barely 18, Jameson was 16. We'd been young and restless and drunk and dumb. When we woke up the next morning, heads pounding and mouths full of cotton, we'd both been horrified that we'd spent the night together, even though evidently all we'd done was sleep. Still, we both agreed it was best not to tell Jake. Never, no matter what. We both loved him too much to hurt him like that. And he would have been hurt. Jake's got a possessive streak, and a jealous one. But maybe sometime in the past 15 years, Jameson changed his mind about keeping his mouth shut. 15 years. It's been 15 years, woman. Even if Jameson spilled his guts, surely Jake wouldn't still be mad about something like that. You were two dumb teenagers, not much more than children. And children do stupid, thoughtless things. You're not that person anymore, and you haven't been for a long time. You're a grown woman who wants what's best for you and Jake. Peace and kindness. Strengthened by my thoughts, I stand up straighter. That's fine, I say, tipping my head respectfully in Jake's direction. You don't have to care. I was hoping that we could be friends, but if we can't, a civil relationship is fine with me. I just want to make peace and leave the past behind us. Sounds good. Jake slides his long legs out from beneath the bench and stands. I'll meet you at the entrance to the fair at 6 o'clock. What? I frown, wondering what I missed. I'll meet you for our date at 6 o'clock. He steps closer, until I'm forced to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Or rather, sunglass contact. Jake's grown since high school. He's taller than he was at 18. Back when I fit under his chin, just right when we hugged. He's broader, too. Even in a cozy navy sweatshirt and jeans, he looks like the kind of guy who runs into burning buildings, while others run out. Who lifts hunks of timber off trapped victims and smashes through walls, saving lives. His presence is so powerful, it makes my bones feel wobbly in the center, and other parts of me tingle in ways I don't want to think about. Ways they haven't tingled in so long. It took time for my body to recover from the early labor, and even when it did, I'd been too focused on healing to think about men in that way. It isn't just my body that's been through hell this past year. My heart and soul have been ravaged too. Truth be told, after Caleb walked out when I needed him the most, I wasn't sure I'd ever be interested in men in that way again. But I most likely will. Time heals all wounds, right? Though at the moment, I'm not thinking about the healing power of time. I'm thinking about how good it would feel to step into Jake's arms, lean my cheek against his solid chest, and inhale the comforting, familiar smell of him. How good it would feel to be held by a man who knows what it's like to lose someone he loves, and to hold him right back. I don't simply want to offer Jake my condolences. I want to wrap him up in my arms and kiss his forehead the way my mother used to do when I was little. I want to promise him that his heart will heal, and that one day the world will be beautiful and magical and full of love again. But then, maybe he already knows that. Maybe I'm the only one who's feeling alone and adrift. The only one who still feels a pull between us, so strong that not touching him is physically painful. Maybe Jake already has someone to tell him everything is going to be okay, and rock him through the night. As if summoned by my thoughts, the door to the aging firehouse squeals open, and the blonde from last night bangs out. She jogs across the uneven paving stones toward the picnic table with a perkiness that makes my nose wrinkle. In a Bliss River Fire Department sweatshirt and jeans, a ponytail, and no makeup, Faith is still gorgeous. And so young and humming with energy that I feel shabby and ancient in comparison. Hey, boss, what's up? Faith asks, not bothering to introduce herself to me or even glance my way. Can we have takeout family meal today? Everyone was told to bring their own lunch today, Jake says. With the schedules thrown off, family meal is too much hassle. Oh, come on. Don't be such a grump. Faith ribs Jake with her elbow, in an easy gesture that reminds me more of a brother and sister than a boyfriend and girlfriend. The observation pleases me way more than it should. It won't be a hassle, Faith continues. We've got money in the till, and I told everyone you and I would grab burritos from the food truck. I'm starving to death, and Kevin's stomach is growling so loud I can't hear myself think. You're always starving to death, he says, the affection in his tone a stark contrast to the cold, brittle voice he used with me. It makes my chest tighten. I miss that Jake voice, the one that warms a girl all over, instead of raising chill bumps on her arms. Faith grins. That's because I'm the only one who actually does my entire workout every day, instead of skipping cardio. She nudges him again. So come on, let me buy you a burrito. Thanks, but I already ate. He tugs his cell from his back pocket and glances at the screen. And my 20 minutes are up. Make sure you have your pager, and you can run down to the food truck if you want. I've got it. She lifts the corner of her sweatshirt to reveal a pager clipped onto her jeans pocket. I'll run down now. You sure you don't want anything? No, I'm good. Have to save room for all the fair food tonight. He finally turns back to me, his smile vanishing without a trace. I'll see you at 6. 6 it is, I say. He clearly wants to honor his obligation, and I'm clearly a liar with my pants on fire. If this conversation has proven anything, it's that I want more than peace between Jake and me. I want to care about him. I want my friend back. I want to make him laugh the way I used to help him lighten up and remember to make time to play. As I watch him walk back to the firehouse with solid, dutiful steps, I vow to make it happen. By the end of our month of dates, I'll bring some fun into Jake's life, or die trying. And then maybe, just maybe, he'll see I'm not such a bad friend to have around after all. The thought makes me smile, until Faith turns and says, "Who the hell do you think you are?" I clear my throat. "Excuse me?" I ask innocently, though I heard her loud and clear. But in years of working with often volatile personalities in the entertainment industry, I've learned most people won't repeat an antagonistic remark twice. Given the chance to back down, most will. I said, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Faith repeats slowly, proving she isn't most people, and that Jake hasn't cornered the market on loathing me. "Do you know what he's been through?" she continues, propping her hands on her hips. "Do you have any freaking idea?" "I do, and that's why I came over to speak with him," I say in my most placating tone. "I don't want to start feuding with anyone in Bliss River, especially not someone Jake cares about." After seeing them together today, I don't think Faith and Jake are romantically involved, but they're obviously close. "I learned what happened to his wife after the auction last night," I continue softly, not wanting the words to carry. I realized it was getting close to the day he lost her, and felt terrible that I might be putting stress on him at such a difficult time. I told him it was fine if he wanted to forget the dates, but he wouldn't hear of it. I'm sure you know how stubborn he is. Faith frowns, but when she speaks, her voice is less venomous. "You really said that?" "I did, and I meant it. I don't want to hurt Jake, I promise. I just want to be a friend to him, if he'll let me." Faith's pale brows shoot up. "Are you serious? You think you and Jake are going to be friends?" "I hope so." I smile, hoping it looks more confident than I feel. Jake means a lot to me, and I'll be a good friend to him if he'll let me. She gives an amused snort. "Lady, I get that you're trying to be cool, and I appreciate it and all, but you obviously don't know Jake." "Oh, I know him," I say wryly, "but you don't know me." "No, seriously," she says, a hint of pity in her tone. "If you betray Jake's trust once, that's it. No second chances. He's like the Old Testament God, the one who turned people into pillars of salt for looking back when he told them not to and stuff. I mean, I love him like a brother, don't get me wrong, but forgiveness isn't his strong suit." "I know. That's why I bid on him last night," I say, deciding I like this girl. Anyone who cares this much about Jake is good people in my book. I knew the only way to get him to stick around long enough to even think about accepting my apology is if he feels obligated to remain in my presence. That's pretty hardcore. "I'm pretty hardcore," I admit with a shrug. "But I promise, I'm not going to do anything to hurt Jake. That's not on my agenda." Faith nibbles her bottom lip, seemingly debating whether or not to accept my claims at face value. Finally, she sighs and lifts her hands in grudging surrender. "Okay, we're cool. For now. But I've got my eye on you," she warns, narrowing her gaze as she steps past me onto the sidewalk. I nod. Noted. "I'm gonna go get burritos," she says, as she backs away, jabbing a thumb over her shoulder. "You want one?" "Really?" I ask, touched by the unexpected offer. Faith shrugs. "Yeah, well, I know you guys bought the place across the street. I'm torn between being a friendly neighbor and giving you the cold shoulder out of respect for Jake. Right now, I'm leaning more toward friendly neighbor, but I could switch to cold shoulder at any moment." She adds quickly, obviously wanting to make it clear that a welcome to the neighborhood burrito doesn't mean I'm home free with her. I nod again, fighting a smile. Her bluntness is refreshing, and the more she talks, the more I like her. Understood, I say. I'll skip the burrito. And go ahead and give me the cold shoulder for now if you want. I think Jake would appreciate that. Okay, but no hard feelings, she says. None at all. I'll have my sister bring cookies by the station later to prove it. Faith's eyes light up. Awesome. Thanks. I love cookies. Catch you later. Later. I wave goodbye, watching her go for a moment with a warm feeling blooming in my chest. At least I made headway with one of my critics. Jake will be a much harder sell. But I meant what I said to Faith. I'm hardcore, and I don't give up on the people I care about without a fight. Tonight, I'll start fighting for Jake's friendship in earnest. And with a little luck and holiday magic on my side, I just might win.
Chapter 8. Jake. Arms crossed at my chest, I stand motionless near the entrance to the Bliss River Holiday Fair, determined not to give any outward sign of the storm brewing inside of me. I refuse to show weakness or let anyone see how much I'm dreading this evening, and all the evenings to follow. I had an easy out, but like the stubborn ass I am, I refused to take it. Now I have no choice but to suffer the consequences with a stiff upper lip. Cutting off your nose to spite your face. Real smart, Hanson. I exhale a ragged breath. It's true. I'm an idiot. I should have taken Naomi up on her offer to cancel. If I had, I'd be at home relaxing, watching the game with a plate of buffalo wings. Instead, I'm standing on a street corner trying to keep my poker face in place while my stomach eats my heart. But this afternoon, with Naomi standing there in front of me, her blue eyes filled with compassion and her concern so clear on her face, something inside me had rebelled. I refused to accept anything from my ex, even her compassion. I don't want her pity. I don't want her to worry about me. I don't want her to feel anything for me except the urge to avoid my presence at all costs. In fact, I want Naomi Whitehouse so damned uncomfortable in my general vicinity that she reconsiders her plan to stay in Bliss River. Until she swept back into my life, I was doing just fine. Not great, but not too bad either. I had a routine, a close circle of friends, and a rhythm to my days. Now, I'm grumpy at work, knowing she's right across the damn street. Unsettled any time I'm in a public place where she might show up, and downright miserable when our paths inevitably end up crossing in this too small for the two of us town. She drives me fucking crazy. Crazy is the only word for it. And what's worse, it's not all the rational kind of crazy. When she was babbling outside the station today, as noisy and annoying as ever, but with her heart clearly in the right place, a part of me had wanted to rest a hand on her shoulder and assure her I was going to be fine, no need to worry. Another even more dangerous part had wanted to cup her face in my hand, brush my thumb over her bottom lip and find out if it's still the softest thing I've ever touched. Once, I'd been addicted to her lips. One brush of her mouth against mine was enough to make my blood rush, my spirits lift, and life feel full of wild, wonderful possibilities. Naomi didn't just kiss with her lips, she kissed with her soul. Her kisses took me to places I couldn't have even imagined on my own, creating a world where nothing existed but the two of us, her sweet, addictive touch, and the promises she made every time her body moved against mine. But she'd broken those promises, every single one, or her promises had been lies from the very beginning. Naomi most likely never loved me the way I loved her. If she had, she couldn't have left the way she did, or spent the next 15 years bouncing from one man to the next like she was sampling ice cream and determined to try every flavor. Naomi's 33, and to my knowledge has never come close to settling down. I believe people can grow and change, but she obviously hasn't. She's still the same flighty, reckless person she was back when we were kids, and I have zero interest in being her friend. Because you can't be her friend, not when you still want her as much as you ever did. Maybe even more. I'd love to deny it, to tell the inner voice to shut up and keep its stupid opinions to itself. But at that moment, Naomi appears around the corner. She's wearing a short black coat over a red dress and black boots that skim the bottom of her kneecaps. As she moves toward the park entrance, the last of the sunset light catches the honey-colored streaks in her hair, surrounding her in a golden glow that makes her blue eyes shine, and her pink lips look so tempting I can't tear my eyes away from them. She is breathtaking. Just looking at her is enough to make my entire body go warm and a knot form in my chest. It's the same ache from this afternoon, that longing to reach out, to touch her, to pull her against me, where something primal within me still insists she belongs. When she stops a few feet away looking up at me with a shy smile, I want to drag her into my arms, fist my fingers in her hair, and kiss her until neither one of us can breathe. Instead, I nod and turn toward the entrance without a word. I refuse to succumb to temptation with this woman, not tonight, or any other night. "Well, hello to you too," she says in a teasing tone, clearly determined to ignore my cool reception. "Here, let me pay for the tickets." She rests her hand on mine, stopping me as I reach for my wallet. "I've got it." My voice is as flat as it was this afternoon, hopefully giving no clue that her touch, our first touch in 15 years, still makes my heart beat faster. "Don't be silly, it's for charity. Besides, you're my date. The rules say I pay." Before I can offer further protest, Naomi slips around me, steps up to the booth, and begins quizzing the attendant about the various ticket packages. Beyond the entrance, kids swarm over colorful playground equipment, and couples and families wander among the attractions set up all over the park. There are games, nature exhibits, local artists and crafters selling their wares, and best of all, a cluster of food tents causing delicious smells to waft through the air. I spot a teen boy gnawing on a roasted ear of corn, and my mouth immediately begins to water. As Naomi accepts an obscenely large roll of tickets from the cashier, "It will take us hours to play that many games," my stomach growls, loudly. She smiles over her shoulder. "So, food first, I guess?" she asks with a laugh. I shrug. I could eat. I fight the urge to return her smile. She's always had an infectious grin, but I have been vaccinated against it. I am immune to her charms and refuse to respond to her with anything but civility. Nothing more. "Great," she says with stubborn enthusiasm. "I'm starving. I had cookies for lunch, and they are long gone. So what do you think?" She pauses, studying the vendor signs above the various tents and booths surrounding the soccer field, which is presently packed with picnic tables and feasting locals. "The Southern girl in me says giant turkey leg and cheddar mashed potatoes, but my inner gourmet is curious about the Thai food. When did Bliss River get a Thai restaurant?" I shrug again. Not sure. "Have you ever been?" She presses in that same relentless, perky voice. "Nope," I shoot back, determined not to be drawn in. I will eat whatever she decides we should eat. I will not make this fun for her by spending half an hour discussing the various food options. I know how much she loves shit like that, and I refuse to contribute to her enjoyment. "Okay." She starts walking, foregoing the main path to cut through the grass, taking the shortest route to the soccer field. "Then what are you in the mood for? Tacos? Cheese steak?" "Don't care," I say, falling in behind her. "You don't care," she repeats, irritation creeping into her tone. "Since when do you not care about what you eat?" "I'm just along for the ride, White House," I say. "This is your show." She stops, turning to face me beside a patch of evergreen shrubs taller than both of us. The shrubs block my view of the picnic tables, which is good. If I can't see my friends and neighbors, they can't see me, with Naomi. The last thing I want is for this date to become some kind of sideshow or fodder for the local gossips, though I'm sure the latter will be hard to avoid. Naomi moving back to town is the most exciting and scandalous thing to happen in Bliss River since two guys opened a tattoo parlor on Main Street and one of them nearly killed Melody March. It was by accident. Turns out she had an allergy to the latex in the protective gloves, but the gossip was hot and steamy for weeks afterward. Every over-attentive mother in town warned her kids to stay far away from that shop, and every wannabe rebel over the age of 18 couldn't book an appointment fast enough. Last time I checked, there was a 2-month waiting list for a consultation. "What does that mean?" Naomi asks, propping her hands on her hips. "My show?" "It means you're calling the shots. Pick something and I'll eat it." "What if I don't want to pick something?" She arches a brow. I exhale and shrug yet again. "Then we don't have to eat. Whatever you want." "I want you to stop shrugging," she says with an exasperated huff. "I thought we agreed to be civil." "I am being civil." "No, you're not. You're being a jerk." I force a smile. "I'm not. I'm just not giving you what you want." Her eyes narrow. "And what is that?" I roll my eyes, as if she doesn't know, and study the bushes beside us, wishing I were anywhere but here with anyone but Naomi. I'd take the outback during a heat wave with a cannibal bush guide, for example. "I'm serious." She tugs at the sleeve of my shirt. "What do you think I want?" I glance down at her, willing myself not to notice how pretty she looks with the evening breeze blowing her hair around her shoulders and the winter chill flushing her cheeks pink. "You want to write the script," I murmur, like always. She shakes her head, her brow furrowing. "That's not true, Jake. All I want is to..." "All you want is to breeze back into town and be charming and determined and spunky until you convince me to be your friend." I cut in, taking satisfaction in the little O of surprise her mouth forms in response. "And you're using these dates to force me to stick around and put up with it until you wear me down and get your way." Naomi's shoulders slump. "Faith ratted me out." Of course she did. But I didn't need Faith to tell me that you wouldn't be satisfied with making peace between us, Naomi. You're a people pleaser. You always have been. You want everyone to like you and be your friend and think you're fabulous and fun and a fucking joy to be around. She throws up her hands. So? What's wrong with that? I try hard to be fun and joy-inspiring. I'm not expecting something for nothing. And why can't we be friends? I'm a good friend, Jake, I promise. She lifts a hand and starts ticking off her fingers. I'm an amazing pet sitter or house sitter. I eagerly help out with landscaping and kitchen remodeling, and I deliver homemade casseroles on all sad or semi-sad occasions. If you twist your ankle, boom, you get a casserole. Have a hangover? Casserole. Are bummed your favorite television show got canceled? Not only will I casserole you, but I'll bring over a list of 20 binge-worthy shows to help you get through your time of trial. She props her hands on her hips. See? Not to toot my own horn, but there's a lot of value here. I'm not the same person I used to be, I say, standing firm against her charm and ignoring how cute it is that she uses casserole as a verb. And I don't need any more friends. Or casseroles. Well, I'm not the same person I used to be either, she says, her volume rising, making me hope no one's listening on the other side of the bushes. We're far enough away from the food tents not to be overheard, but some of the picnic tables are only a few dozen feet away. Did you ever think of that? She continues. Did you ever think that maybe I've changed too? My lip curls. From what I can see, you're exactly the same. Impressed with yourself and expecting everyone else to agree with you. Wow. Her head rears back and she blinks hard. Then blinks again. I don't remember you being so mean. And I don't remember you being interested in small-town living. Or small-town guys, I think, but refuse to say aloud. Not that it matters. Naomi isn't stupid. I'm sure she hears everything I've left unsaid, loud and clear. I'm making a fool of myself letting her know that she hurt me so much that I'm still pissed about it, but I can't seem to help myself. She gets to me, no matter how hard I try to hold her at a distance. I just wanted to see the world, Jake, she says, wrapping her coat more tightly across her chest. I was an 18-year-old kid with big dreams, And then I was a grown woman too busy running a corporation to see that my life was slowly killing me. But when everything fell apart earlier this year, I realized there was only one place I wanted to be. One place that felt safe and right. She pulls in a breath and lifts her chin. And that's here, in Bliss River, with my family, friends I love, and new dreams that fit the person I am now. This is my home, and I'm not leaving. So you might as well get used to it. My jaw clenches. Why? Why now, after all these years? Because this is a good town, she says, a pleading note creeping into her voice. A good town, full of good people, and there aren't as many of those in the world as you might think. This is a special place, and it's where I want to start my family. My brows shoot up my forehead. A family. Is Naomi with someone? Is this mystery guy planning to move to Bliss River too? Are they hoping to get pregnant? Is she already pregnant with some Hollywood pretty boy's baby? The thought makes my scowl claw deeper into my face. I don't like the thought of Naomi having some famous creep's baby. I don't like it at all. I'm already signed up with an adoption agency, Naomi continues, triggering a flash of relief I don't want to examine too closely. By this time next year, I'm hoping to be a mom, and I want to raise my son or daughter near my family and surrounded by people who want the best for them. She steps closer, pinning me with that soulful look that once made me feel safe, telling her things I'd never told anyone else. People like you, she continues in a softer voice, because I know there's still a wonderful person inside this big grouch standing in front of me. I'm not a grouch. Please, she says with a gentle smile. You're so grouchy Oscar would call you his homeboy. I sigh. You're so grouchy, if they made a movie about you, they'd call it Grouchzilla. She taps her finger to the center of my chest. You're so grouchy, if you were a leprechaun, your name would be Snarly McGrouchypot III. McGrouchypot? I repeat with an arched brow. McGrouchypot III, she corrects with a straight face. My lips twitch at the edges. Don't smile, she warns in a whisper. For God's sake, fight it. If you smile, all is lost. I give up and let my lips stretch, but I roll my eyes while I'm at it. There it is, Naomi says with a grin. I've missed your smile. Her sweet, wistful voice summons a wave of longing inside me so fierce and unexpected it takes my breath away. I can play it tough all I want, but deep down, I want to smile at Naomi. I want to laugh at her dumb jokes and play carnival games until our throwing arms are sore and eat giant turkey legs. And I really, really want to see if her hand still fits perfectly in mine. But I can't. I can't do this. I can't relax and let her in. If I do, I'll be defenseless against her. She's like that fifth beer on Saturday night, or the third donut on Sunday morning. Irresistible at times, but bad for me. So bad. I have to go, I say, taking a step back. Wait. She catches my hand and holds tight. I'm sorry. There's no pressure to smile. Please just... Let's try to enjoy the night, okay? And the other nights, too. And if by the end of the last date you still don't want to be friends, I promise I'll leave you alone. No, you won't, I say, the muscle in my jaw twitching as Naomi threads her fingers through mine. I will, I promise, she says, her eyes wide in her heart-shaped face and her lips parted in a silent invitation I'm not even sure she realizes she's making. But I hear it, loud and clear. And if I stick around much longer, I'm going to take her up on it. I'm going to pull her into my arms and cup her ass, my favorite ass, the one that dances through my dirtiest dreams, in my palms and pull her up my body until her feet dangle off the ground. Then I'm going to devour her, whole, right in front of the entire town. And chances are we won't stop there. Chances are we'll end up kissing in my truck, then on my couch, then in my bed, and before I can say, My soul is unwilling to bang you, but my flesh is weak. I'll be showing her all the things I've learned about how to pleasure a woman in the 15 years since she left. My lips will explore every inch of her flushed skin, teasing, tasting, until she begs me to take her. The last time we were together, I wasn't much more than a boy. Now, I'm a man, with a man's experience and a man's self-control. Sex with Naomi was hot as hell before, but there's no doubt in my mind it would be even hotter now. Now I'd be able to make her come in ways I hadn't mastered at 18. God, I loved her. So much. Everything about her, her smile, her voice, her heart, the way she touched me and the way she responded to my touch, and the way she made me feel like I'd never be lonely again. The memory of it is so bittersweet it makes me feel like I've been punched in the chest, because all of that is in the past, too far gone to ever be resurrected or recaptured. There's too much water under this bridge for a fresh start. I can't be Naomi's lover, and I sure as hell can't be her friend. Right now, I can't even stand this close to her, not without losing the last of my self-control. I have to go, I rasp. My throat's so tight the words emerge as a whisper. Please just let me go. Naomi's eyes widen, but she doesn't say a word as I turn and start back toward the entrance. She lets me go, and I do my best to keep my pace slow and even. I might be metaphorically running away, but I do it at a sane, respectable walk. Thank you very much. I'll keep it calm and cool on the outside, even if, thanks to Naomi, my insides are a complete wreck.
Chapter 9. Naomi. I'm dreaming, back in that delicious dream, starring me and Jake and silk sheets and warm morning sunshine and not a stitch of clothing. A part of me knows it's only a dream, but I ignore that part. I don't want to wake up and face reality. I want to focus on the way Dream Jake's big, calloused hands smooth up and down my thighs, the way his fingers tease closer and closer to where I ache, as our mouths meet in a kiss that takes my breath away. We kiss like there's no tomorrow, no yesterday, nothing but this moment, and how perfect it is to be in each other's arms. You destroy me, Jake murmurs against my lips. Never. My arms tighten around his neck as his palms cup the back of my thighs, dragging them slowly, insistently apart. I just want to make you feel better. And I just want to make you come. His voice is sin and salvation all wrapped up in a sexy rumble that makes me shiver. Exciting, but dangerous. Jake is good and kind, but there's something wild locked away inside him. Something primal that I'm not sure I could handle if it were completely unleashed. But that part of him captivates as much as it intimidates. Even at 15, at the height of my fickle years, when I was still figuring out who I was and couldn't stick to a hair color for more than a month at a time, I'd stuck with Jake for 3 years. No matter how curious I'd been about what it would be like with another boy, ending things with Jake had been unthinkable. That's part of the reason I'd left Bliss River without saying a proper goodbye or ending things with the respect Jake deserved. I should have. But I was afraid if I stayed, or faced Jake on my way out, I might never go. Even when I was young and stupid, something intuitive inside me had known that Jake was the one I'd never be able to quit, the one whose kiss would always set me on fire, whether it was our first or our 10,000th, the one I'd keep coming back to, no matter how many times he pushes me away. Dream Jake fades into the ether, banished by the beeping of the garbage truck outside my window and the sound of Maddie and Mick fighting about who used the last of the coffee in the kitchen downstairs. But I stay in bed, my body still aching from the dream. Ugh, sex dreams are the worst, I grumble, huddling under my down comforter, hiding from the chill in my childhood bedroom. wishing I could hide as easily from the truth. Because the truth is that Jake isn't simply an obstacle I must overcome in order to find my hometown happily ever after. He's part of the reason I came home in the first place. I haven't wanted to admit it, even to myself. But as I left my parents the keys to my Miami condo and headed north to Bliss River, it was thoughts of Jake that made me drive a little faster. It was his face, lingering in the corner of my mind, that made me eager to return to a place where I might have a chance, even if it was only the ghost of a chance, with the one who got away. He didn't get away. You pushed him away. You left, I tell the motionless ceiling fan, rubbing a hand across my eyes. And now you're making both of you miserable. Jake looked like he was in physical pain as he left the fair Friday night, and I've barely slept a wink since. And when I do sleep, I dream only of Jake. Jake telling me to get the hell out of his life. Jake happily married to someone else and so deep in love that he can't remember my name when we pass on the sidewalk. Jake making love to me until I can't breathe, can't see, can't think of anything but how much I need him. Him and only him. Strangely, the last one is the hardest to shake upon waking. After the year I've had, I've learned how to cope with waking up with tears in my eyes, tightness in my chest, and a black hole of sadness at my core. I don't know how to handle waking up with my skin flushed and hot, and my body aching with wanting. Since losing the baby, sex has been the last thing on my mind. But now, my dormant sex drive has awoken with a vengeance, and it's slowly driving me out of my fucking mind. I've tried, taking care of things myself, but my lady parts are having none of it. They have no interest in my sleek little vibrator or the detachable shower head in the bathroom. They want Jake's big hands and Jake's bruising kisses. The thought is enough to make me groan and roll over, burying my head under my pillow. Not only does Jake hate me so much that he fled my presence a mere 15 minutes into our first date, I strongly suspect he's been avoiding me ever since. Meanwhile, I've been spending every spare second I'm not peeling wallpaper or scraping tile, staring out Icing's window, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. But despite my efforts, I haven't seen hide nor hair of Jake, save for a brief flash of his profile as the fire truck peeled out of the station's driveway Sunday afternoon on the way to a call. As soon as the sirens faded away, I made Arya call her husband, the chief of police, to find out what was going on. I was suddenly terrified that Jake was going to die fighting a horrible fire before I had the chance to tell him that he's right about everything. Right about me being too stubborn for my own good, right about me needing to write the script and win him over, and right about me wanting more than peace between us. I don't want peace, or even friendship. I want lingering glances and passionate kisses. I've got it bad. So bad it would be funny if I wasn't so miserable, and Jake wasn't miserable, and the entire situation wasn't impossible. Jake hates me, forever. No epilogue, no sequel, story not to be continued. The end. Even though I know I'd be good for him, and make him happy the way I used to, only better because we're both grown up and ready for a serious relationship. But it doesn't matter. I am fighting a battle that's already lost, dreaming a dream that's dead and buried and been peed on by an army of dream-killing soldiers with full bladders. Everything is hopeless. I groan again, the miserable sound loud enough to vibrate the springs in my mattress. What's going on in here? My brother's voice is muffled by the pillow over my head, but I can tell he's in my room. It sounds like a rhinoceros is dying in here. How many times do I have to tell you to knock? I growl from beneath my pillow. What if I'd been happily masturbating in here? Then I would happily be throwing up on your carpet right now, Mick says cheerfully, plucking the pillow from my head, earning himself another growl. But you're not happily doing anything. You're moping again. I am not moping. I scrunch up my nose and glare at my baby brother, who's looking awfully chipper for a man who hasn't had his morning coffee. You are too moping, and that's no way to spend our day off. He tosses the pillow across the room and reaches for my comforter. Come on, get up, get dressed. We're going out. I don't want to go out, I protest, clinging to my blanket with both fists. Yes, you do. We're going to the Horse and Rider for Bloody Marys. My nose wrinkle intensifies. What? What time is it? 11:30. 11 what? I'm so shocked that I loosen my grip on the covers, giving Mick the chance to rip them off with a flourish, exposing me to the winter chill. I haven't slept this late in years, not even in the darkest days after losing Grace. I was up until midnight, crunching numbers with Maddie, and then spent another 2 hours answering business emails that have piled up while I've been deep in the throes of do-it-yourself renovation with my siblings. But still, I can't believe it's nearly noon. It'll be 12 by the time we get there, Mick says, crossing to the window and throwing open the thick curtains, revealing a gorgeous winter day with sunshine and blue sky the color of a robin's egg. And that's a perfectly respectable time for Bloody Marys. Let's aim for 12:30, Maddie calls out as she bustles by outside in the hall. I need a shower. I still have plaster in my hair from yesterday. Yesterday, after part of a wall crumbled on her head, spilling melted chocolate all over her new jeans in the process, she declared we all needed a day off. Monday was selected because, as Maddie said, God knows Monday needs to have something going for it. Arya, whose sinfully hot husband, Nash, recently switched to having Sundays and Mondays off, leapt at the chance to spend the day in Atlanta, going to the aquarium with her family. We 3 White House siblings, on the other hand, had vowed to spend our day on the couch watching television. What happened to the all-day TV binge fest? I ask, reluctantly sitting up and running a hand through my tangled hair. Cancelled, Mick says. Maddie was going to make us watch dumb stuff. I was not, Maddie calls from the bathroom. Public access has some good shows these days. I pull a sour face, and Mick nods in agreement. She canceled all of Mom and Dad's streaming services to save money, Mick says. And she used the last of the coffee. I did not, Maddie shouts over the sound of the shower starting up. Stop lying, Mick. At least until I get out of the shower and can defend myself. She totally used the last of the coffee, Mick whispers. And there's no way we'll make it through 6 hours of public access without falling asleep. So we're going to do Bloody Marys first, swing by the store for bad snacks, and then come home and binge the Indiana Jones series. I found the DVDs in a box of my old stuff upstairs in the attic. Yes, I nod my approval. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. Good problem-solving, kid. Give it to me. Mick holds up a hand for me to high-five, which I do with a laugh. I'm gonna go throw on some clothes. He backs toward the door. Meet you downstairs in 15? Aye, I say, saluting him as he disappears into the hall. Thank goodness for family. And thank goodness Mick didn't barge into my room 2 days ago, when I was still open-minded enough to whip out my vibrator. Swinging my legs off the mattress, I make a mental note to add a lock Mick can't pick to the door and head to the closet to pick out a Bloody Mary outfit, hoping a day off will help get my head on straight. Or, at the very least, make sure I'm drunk enough to take a peaceful, Jake dream-free nap on the couch this afternoon. Or maybe, once the 3 of us are sufficiently lubricated, I'll work up the courage to talk to Mick and Maddie about my feelings. So far, I've been too chicken to broach the subject. After breaking up with his longtime girlfriend, Bridget, Mick's avoided love talk like the plague. And since her divorce, Maddie's been doubting all her instincts, especially her romantic ones. But she really shouldn't. Serge, her ex, is a great guy. He loved, and still loves, Maddie with all his heart. Just not in the romantic way he'd thought he did, while he was still sorting himself out. In many ways, Maddie made a great choice the first time around. And I know my sister will find another amazing man someday. But in the meantime, maybe her instincts can help me figure out if there's any hope at all for a fresh start with Jake. There's always hope, I say aloud, glancing over at my wall of inspiration. I hung the giant corkboard when I was 16, after taking my 5th junior chef cooking title at an international competition in London. Back then, the board represented my future, and I'd filled it with quotes from all the people who inspired me. I was determined to be the next Julia Child by the time I was 20, and had faith in the wisdom of those who had come before me to show me the way. Now I've achieved all my professional goals, though I was 25 before I landed my own show, and 28 before my name became synonymous with good food and great entertaining. I've scaled to the top of my personal career mountain, but I still keep an inspiration wall at each of my homes, even my tiny ski cabin in Colorado. They keep me inspired and help me center myself when I'm feeling down or confused. Today, I find the perfect quote within seconds. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. Albert Einstein. Talk about food for thought. I've been living for today and hoping for tomorrow, but have I really been learning from yesterday? I have a history with Jake after all, and somewhere in that history, there must be clues that will help me find a path forward. To craft the future of my dreams, all I need is time to meditate on the past. My optimistic attitude holds through piling into the car with Mick and Maddie, finding a parking spot in the bustling pre-Christmas frenzy downtown, and hustling into the cozy darkness of the Horse and Rider. But as soon as my eyes adjust to the dim light in the honky-tonk, my confidence takes a direct hit so severe, not even the cheery Christmas lights threaded through the swinging wooden gates that separate the tables from the empty dance floor can lift my spirits. There, milling around a long buffet next to the bar, is most of the Bliss River Fire Department, minus Jameson, a detail for which I silently give thanks. The firefighters are laughing it up over subs, buffalo wings, and a massive veggie plate as a harried waitress rushes around refilling drinks. Jake holds a half-empty beer, the liquid inside so dark it would put hair on his chest if he didn't have plenty already. Which I know he does. The perfect amount, actually. Enough to be manly, but not to cross the line into Sasquatch territory. His chest hair is, in fact, as perfect as the I can't quit thinking about. I shift uncomfortably, hoping the erotic images dancing in my brain aren't showing on my face. Of course, even if I'm managing to hide my thoughts from the general population, the moment I lock eyes with Jake, the jig will be up. Jake always knows when I'm thinking frisky thoughts. Sex eyes, he'd called it back in the day, swearing my expression read like an engraved invitation. An invitation that, in the past, he was never able to resist. But he'll resist now. He'll probably resist so strongly he'll run out the back door the way he ran for me at the fair, and my fragile hopes for the future will be dashed forever. I can't do this. Not right now. I have to leave. I can't face Jake until I have my libido under control and a plan to win a second chance with him in place. Let's go somewhere else. I snag Maddie's elbow and a handful of Mick's old Bliss River High School homecoming sweatshirt. But they have the best Bloody Marys here, Mick says, in a louder voice than I would have preferred. They have good ones at Mark's place, too. Maddie turns to me with a wide-eyed look that makes it clear she's seen Jake. Come on, Mick, we can walk over to Mick Whitehouse. The masculine voice booms from across the room by the firefighters gathering, making me cringe. We've been spotted. Rats. What's up, man? Calls the voice, which belongs to a youngish-looking firefighter with a buzz cut and shoulders as broad as Mick's. I haven't seen you in years, brother. Ben, I didn't know you were still in town. Mick bounds across the room like an overgrown puppy. A big, dumb puppy who has just sentenced his older sister to several minutes, or, God forbid, an entire afternoon of suffering, depending on how long Mick plans on playing catch-up with his friend, and how long Jake sticks around. Slowly, I shift my focus his way, knowing he will have seen me by now. I brace myself for the worst, but when our gazes connect across the room, he doesn't grimace or sneer or freeze me out with the power of his cold, immovable, I feel nothing face. Instead, he studies me for a beat. And then he smiles. It isn't a big smile, or a particularly warm one, but it's a smile. It's a step in the right direction. A small, beautiful, confusing but appreciated gesture that gives me the courage to pull in a deep breath, take Maddie by the arm, and cross the room. Ready or not, Jake, here I come.
Chapter 10. Jake. As Naomi and Maddie cross the room, I take another long pull of the lukewarm Guinness I've been nursing for the past half hour and prepare to make amends. After the ridiculous way I behaved Friday night, damage control is in order. By Saturday morning, I'd felt like a fool for bailing on the date. By Sunday, I'd promised myself I'd head over to the bakery and apologize. Naomi and I have 3 more dates to muddle through, and I'm determined none of those will end with me running for cover like a coward. But by the time my team had the roadside fire on Route 12 contained and returned to the firehouse Sunday evening, icing was locked up tight. Monday is one of my days off this week, but I stopped by the firehouse this morning to do some paperwork anyway, hoping to be there when Naomi opened up. But when it came time to leave for the station's annual holiday lunch, the White Houses still hadn't showed. I decided to let myself off the hook and try again tomorrow. If there was ever a time to give myself a break, this is it. Jenny passed exactly 2 years ago today. That morning, I kissed her goodbye and teased her about wearing a hideous, sparkly Santa Claus sweatshirt her Mima had made her to go shopping. That afternoon, I'd been called in to identify her body. On the first anniversary of her death, I spent the entire day at a megaplex movie theater in Atlanta, hopping from film to film, hiding out from everyone I know, letting myself get caught up in stories other than my own. But today I hadn't felt like hiding. I started the morning by taking flowers to the cemetery and having a talk with Jenny, filling her in on all the news from the last time I visited a few months ago. I even told her about Naomi moving back to town and how mixed up it's got me. Jenny knew Naomi was a big part of my past, even though my wife moved to Bliss River in her 20s and never witnessed the high school romance that defined my teen years. Strangely, by the time I left, I felt calmer, better, more centered, and like myself than I have in a long time. For the first time since her passing, I was soothed, not depressed, by a visit to Jenny's grave. I could practically hear her voice in my head, telling me to relax and that the opportunity to apologize to Naomi would present itself when the time was right. Jenny was a big believer in letting things work themselves out and not pushing people or situations too hard. And now Naomi is here, and the chance to start fresh has fallen into my lap, the way Naomi used to when we were younger. Back in high school, Naomi would burst into my bedroom while I was studying and plunk herself down in my lap, inserting herself between me and my computer screen, refusing to let me concentrate on chemistry homework or English papers or anything serious until she'd kissed me until she didn't miss me anymore. That usually took at least an hour in my bed. My dad was too busy to pay attention to whether Jameson or I had girls in our rooms, one of the upsides of being raised by a single parent. From the time I was 16, I was free to shut my bedroom door, lock it tight, and make love to Naomi until we were both limp and boneless and my sheets smelled of her perfume. I take another drink and force thoughts of naked Naomi to the back of my mind. Thoughts like that are the opposite of relaxing, and a good way to ensure I make a fool of myself all over again. "Hey," Naomi says, casting an uncertain glance my way as she and her sister come to stand beside me. "Work party?" "Yeah," I say in what I hope is a pleasant tone. "We have it here every year. Best buffalo wings in Georgia."
"Really? In the entire state?"
Maddie's brows arch skeptically.
"That's a big claim, mister."
"Well, I'm not a professional like you two," I say, "but I know wings, and these are pretty impressive." Maddie unwinds her arm from Naomi's.
"That's it. I'm going to go order us a plate. I can't believe I've never had the wings here before, but we're going to remedy that right now."
"Have some of ours," I say, motioning to the buffet. "We have plenty, and friends of the station are always welcome, especially friends who bring us cookies."
"Oh, yeah? So you like those, did you?"
Maddie asks, a gleam in her eye. "Loved them," I say with a smile. I've always had a soft spot for Naomi's little sister. She was such a sweet kid and has clearly grown into an even sweeter woman. They were the best cookies I've ever had, in Georgia or any other state. Maddie claps her hands.
Good, I'm so glad. They're my secret weapon. Maddie's cookies could bring about world peace, Naomi says. If we could just get everyone to sit down and eat one together at the same time, they'd see how perfect life is and never fight again. I chuckle, taking note of the way Naomi's eyes flick uncertainly to my face at the sound. She's obviously expecting a repeat performance of the Jake the Jerk show, but I refuse to go there. After lying awake most of Friday night, thinking back on what a fool I made of myself, I had to admit I hadn't been civil, not even close, and that's something I intend to remedy. Jameson! Ben shouts my brother's name with the same unbridled enthusiasm he shouted Mix, proving Ben has the alcohol tolerance of an insect and is already tipsy after one Bloody Mary. Mick, he might not have seen in years, but Jameson's at the station nearly every damned day. I lift my beer Jameson's way in greeting. When he sees who's standing beside me, he falters for a second, but recovers quickly, waving to Naomi and Maddie before clasping Ben's uplifted hand and settling into conversation on the opposite side of the buffet. All right, I'm going in for wings, Maddie says, turning back to Naomi. You want to come with? No, she says, a slight tremble in her voice. You go ahead. I'll wait and have a salad or something once we get a table. Salad on your day off? Maddie wrinkles her nose. Whatever floats your boat, sis, but I'm going for the good stuff. As soon as Maddie steps away to fetch a plate of wings, I shift to face Naomi, turning my back on the rest of the party. I'm sorry about Friday night, I say in a voice I hope is too soft to be overheard by my coworkers, all of whom have been none too subtly inquiring as to why they didn't see me with my date at the fair. You were right. I was being a grouch, a childish grouch. Her lips curve, but the ghost of a smile vanishes quickly. I want to apologize too. I'm stubborn and bossy, and I do want to control things. You were right, and I'm sorry we fought. Apology accepted, I say, but she still looks nervous, so I add. And I hope you'll accept mine, and my promise to be on my best behavior for our next date. Oh. She blinks, her gaze flicking from me to the crew gathered behind me and back again. Well, sure. Of course, she says stiffly. Apology accepted. I'm glad we're good. You sound glad, I tease, trying to lighten the mood. I'm just surprised, she says with a breathy laugh. I assumed you were finished with me. She winces. With the dates, finished with the dates. She pulls in a breath but doesn't look any calmer for it. I study her over the rim of my glass as I take another pull on my beer. She's definitely still anxious. I must have been an even bigger asshole than I thought, which means a bigger apology is in order. I step closer, until I'm close enough that I'm sure my words will stay between the two of us. Listen, I've been doing a lot of thinking since Friday night. You have? She looks up, focusing her full attention on me for the first time since she walked into the room. I meet her gaze, so clear and blue and bottomless a man could drown in it, and immediately know why she's been acting so weird. Naomi has sex eyes, the worst case I've seen in years. Back when we were kids, I assumed sex eyes were a Naomi thing, that she was the only girl who got a telltale look on her face that let me know she was in the mood for more than conversation. But as I gained experience, I realized most women have some version of sex eyes, though none as easy for me to read as Naomi's. One look and I'd always known exactly what she wanted and how she wanted it. Sweet and easy, drawn out with lots of teasing, hard and fast with enough force that both of us were moaning in pleasure pain by the time we were finished. Right now, she looked like she'd be up for all three, one right after the other. And suddenly I'm harder than I've been in years and praying she doesn't look down at the front of my jeans. Chapter 11. Jake. I swallow hard and fight for control. So, Naomi wants me. Big deal, I want her too. We'll probably always be attracted to each other, but that doesn't mean we should act on it.
In fact, that's the last thing on earth we should even think about doing. And so I pretend not to read the "please take me against the wall at your earliest convenience" look in her eyes and say, "I was thinking that there's no reason we can't be friends, or at least friendly." I struggled to retain my focus as Naomi's tongue slips out to dampen her lips. "If you're going to make Bliss River your home, I should get used to it, like you said, and make the best of it. I don't want to be a grouch every time we cross paths. That's not the person I want to be." I went to visit my wife's grave today, and it reminded me.
I'm so sorry.
Naomi's hand flies to hover above her lips for a moment as her brows draw together.
Today's the anniversary, isn't it? God, I can't believe it slipped my mind.
It's okay, I say, meaning it. I want Jenny to be remembered for the way she lived, not the day she died. Anyway, the visit reminded me how much Jenny hated it when I was in grump mode. She was very anti-grouch.
From what I've heard around town, it sounds like she was a wonderful person,
Naomi says. I nod. She was. Never an unkind word out of her mouth. Always smiling. Lit up a room every time she walked in it. Made me a better man every day I was with her. Naomi smiles softly, sadly.
I'm so glad you had her, and so sorry you lost her too soon.
Thanks. I glanced down at the floor. This conversation is close, intimate, but strangely, I'm okay with it. I tried to deserve her. Not sure if
I'm back.
Maddie chirps, cutting me off as she returns with a plate full of wings.
I brought extra in case the two of you couldn't resist, and extra napkins because when it comes to wings, you can never have too many napkins.
Or too much blue cheese dressing, apparently, Jameson says, wandering up behind Maddie and casting a critical look at her plate. That's a lot of dressing, Whitehouse. You sure your arteries can handle all that?
I didn't ask for your input, Jameson,
Maddie says, narrowing her eyes his way. He's 2 years older than Maddie and teased her relentlessly when we were kids, a tradition he clearly intends to continue now that Maddie's back home in Bliss River. Just trying to help, he says, lifting a hand in mock surrender. Didn't you used to say salad dressing gave you zits?
Ew,
Maddie mumbles around a bite of wing.
I'm eating. Naomi, tell him to quit being gross while I'm eating.
I don't take orders from big sisters, Jameson says, shifting his attention Naomi's way. What about you, Naomi? You think this is a good idea for Maddie?
Naomi shrugs, seeming nervous again. Well, probably not, she says, running a hand through her hair. I should order a drink. Be right back.
Before I can offer to order something for her, she bolts, setting off at a swift clip. And she doesn't stop when she reaches the long bar. She keeps going, past the bartender, and on toward the stage, disappearing into the hallway leading to the restrooms. Is she all right? I ask, concerned. Maddie sets her plate on a nearby table with a sigh and wipes her fingers with a napkin.
I'm sure she is, but I should probably go check on her.
She's a big girl, Jameson says. Surely she can go potty by herself.
Of course she can, Maddie rolls her eyes. But there's no harm in making sure she's okay. That's what sisters do.
Just because you're sisters doesn't mean you have to put up with her crap. Jameson casts a cool look toward the restrooms. She always was a drama queen. Maddie turns on him, all the playfulness vanished from her voice.
You don't know anything about who Naomi is, Jameson Hansen, or what she's been through, so why don't you keep your jerky opinions to yourself and quit talking out of your asshole?
My brother's eyes go wide, and his mouth opens, but by the time he finds his words, Maddie's walking away. Guess I said the wrong thing. He exhales and accepts a fresh beer from the waitress as she passes by. A moment later, Mick Whitehouse appears beside us, a frown creasing his forehead as he stares in the direction his sisters disappeared. Are they okay? Jameson shakes his head. I have no idea, man. Women confuse me. All I know is Naomi ran off first, and then Maddie followed a second later, after handing me my ass on a stick. Which you probably deserved, Mick says mildly. Absolutely, Jameson agrees. Mick grunts as he grabs a buffalo wing from the plate Maddie left behind. All right, I'll give them a few minutes and then go check on them if they don't come out. Jameson grins. You're going to brave the ladies' room?
Mick shrugs. If I have to. They've both had a hard year. I want to be there for them when they need me, even if it's in the ladies' restroom.
Oh, yeah?
Jameson grunts beneath his breath.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm about to tell my brother it's none of our business, but Mick speaks first.
Maddie's husband left her for a dude.
Jameson winces.
Ouch.
Tough, I agree. Yeah, and then Naomi's baby came too early, Mick says with a weary sigh. Grace only lived for a few hours, and Naomi's fiancé didn't even come to his daughter's funeral, the miserable fuck. I hate him so much. His eyes darken with anger. I completely understand. In fact, I'd like to go find the scumbag who fathered Naomi's baby myself, right now. Find him and smash his piece of shit face in. What kind of monster doesn't attend his daughter's funeral? What kind of man leaves his devastated partner alone to deal with that kind of pain and loss? They've both been so sad, Mick continues, a helpless note creeping into his voice. I thought some time out of the house, doing something other than work might make them feel better, but I don't know. I'm beginning to think Mom and Dad should come home. I don't know if I can fix them by myself. Well, of course you can't fix them, I say, feeling for Mick. The kid's obviously trying to help, but trying to fix his sisters isn't the way to support them. They're mourning, and everyone mourns in their own way. All you can really do is be there to listen and let them know you're not going anywhere, even when things get hard. And you're already doing that. Mick nods slowly. Yeah, you're probably right. It's so hard to see people you care about hurting and feel helpless to make it better. Jameson claps Mick on the back.
You're not helpless, man.
He sets his beer on the table and puts his arm around Mick's shoulders.
Come on, let's go get the girls some drinks and have them waiting when they get back. They may be sad, but we can make sure they don't have to be sad and sober.
Mick smiles. We did come here for Bloody Marys.
And you won't be leaving without them,
Jameson says, starting toward the bar.
You need anything, Jake? Another beer? Water or something?
I shake my head. I don't need another drink, and I doubt that's what the White House sisters need either. Alcohol might numb the pain for a few hours, but I know from experience that it doesn't do jack shit to help a person heal. Alcohol only helps you hide, and hiding never makes anything better. The thought resonates, and for a moment, I swear I can hear Jenny's voice in my head again, telling me to take my own good advice. I stopped hiding from my grief over losing my wife a long time ago, but I'm hiding from other things. I'm hiding from the future, from scary possibilities, determined to keep my heart locked up tight so it can never be shattered the way it was when Jenny died ever again. I'm hiding from hope, too, figuring it's better to assume I'll always be alone than to open myself up to disappointment. And lately, I've been hiding from Naomi. I thought I was hiding from our painful past, but as I watch her emerge from the hallway, her arm around her sister's waist and a determined-looking smile on her face, I see the truth. I'm not hiding from what was. I'm hiding from what could be. I'm hiding from how much I want Naomi, and at the moment, how much I want to pull her into my arms and tell her how sorry I am that she lost her little girl. I want to tell her that she deserved better than the asshole who fathered her baby and then left her to shoulder her grief alone. I want to hold her close and hug her tight and let her in. The realization is sobering, banishing my hint of a beer buzz. What would happen if I stopped hiding? If I give the feelings I still have for Naomi the opportunity to grow? What if I take her up on the invitation in her eyes and take a chance on the woman the girl I once loved has become? It's a heady thought, and scary, but not entirely terrifying. There's still something between us, potential energy that sparks in the air every time we're together, and I know from experience it doesn't take much for a spark to become a flame. But before I go fanning any fires, I have to be sure, 100% sure. I set my beer on the table and head for the exit, needing fresh air and space to think, to decide if I'm ready to make Naomi part of my present and maybe my future.
Chapter 12. Naomi. I take one whiff of the fragrant, deep-fried turkey-scented air wafting from inside the VFW hall Friday night, and wish I'd worn my control-top underwear. Sure, they give me a headache after a few hours, and judging by my blue toes after a night out in industrial-strength, belly-squishing spandex, I'm pretty sure they're constricting blood flow and potentially causing organ damage. But who cares? What is blood circulation compared to the magic of being able to have seconds of turkey and dressing and still fit into my skin-tight black sheath dress? The dress I think Jake is going to really, really like. My stomach flutters, but it isn't hunger alone that has me unsettled. Jake's late. 15 minutes late. Which isn't like him. But then he's been acting strangely ever since Monday afternoon. First, he left the bar without saying goodbye, which wouldn't have been a surprise if he hadn't been so sweet up to that point, leaving me to drink Bloody Marys with Jameson, Mick, and Maddie. After Maddie and I returned from the bathroom, Jameson was totally civil. Almost weirdly so, in fact. But my nerves were already shot. 15 years in the past or not, every time I'm around Jameson and Jake at the same time, I feel as guilty as a sinner in church. I don't like having secrets, even old, stupid secrets. It was enough to make me decide to spill my guts to Jake, just to get the secret out in the open. And I would have, if Jake had given me the chance. But every time I gathered the courage to head across the street for a chat, he found some reason to disappear. First, he had to take paperwork for an arson case down to the police station. Then he had to run to the store to grab a case of soda for the break room fridge. And just this morning, an alleged donut emergency sent him bolting for the door as soon as I walked in, even though I'd come bearing chocolate croissants fresh from the oven, and anyone with sense knows chocolate croissants trump all other breakfast treats, hands down. I would assume Jake still hates me like cookies with raisins, and is simply doing his best to continue avoiding me. But every time our eyes meet lately, he smiles. He smiles and the world goes pink around the edges, and my stomach flips and my heart does squirmy, fluttery things in my chest. Because it isn't just any smile. It's the real Jake smile. It's the smile that was on his face when I said yes to being his girlfriend our sophomore year. It was the smile that lit up the shadows when I surprised him with a 17th birthday party in the treehouse in his backyard. And the same grin he flashed the morning I kidnapped him on the way to school to play hooky at a pumpkin patch our senior year. It's a smile that says, "You delight me, and I really like being around you." And it warms me to the tips of my toes every time I see it. Even if that is only for a few seconds before Jake finds an excuse to make a run for it. "Do you want me to save you a seat at our table?" Maddie calls from just inside the door to the VFW hall. I force a smile before turning to wave to her. "No, it's fine. If he doesn't show, I'll just head home." Maddie frowns. "Are you sure?" "Totally. I'm not that hungry anyway." I lie. I'm starving. But I don't want to eat turkey alone. I want to share this with Jake. If he doesn't want to share it with me, then, well, I'll gnaw on a hunk of sharp cheddar from the fridge, sniffle into a glass of Chardonnay, and call it a night. "All right," she says, "but if you leave, text me when you get home, and let me know you got there safe." She ducks back into the hall, obviously not convinced I'm okay, but willing to let me off the hook in the interest of keeping our dirty laundry under wraps. People are still straggling into the building for the dinner and silent auction. People with big ears who, by tomorrow morning, could have spread the gossip that I was stood up by my high school sweetheart all over town. I cringe at the thought. No matter how hungry I am or how good that turkey smells, there's no way I'm going inside without my date. If Jake doesn't show in the next 5 minutes, I'll take a page out of his playbook and make a run for it. I'm a celebrity chef, for goodness sakes. I don't have to eat a pitiful cheese supper. I can whip up something every bit as delicious as Homer Johnson's deep-fried turkey. I'm plotting what I can make with the mushrooms left over from fajita night and the rosemary I bought to make savory scones, and wondering if there's any polenta hiding out in my parents' massive pantry, when Jake jogs into sight, his keys in one hand and a fistful of sunflowers in the other. The moment he spots me, he smiles. My anxiety vanishes like fog evaporating in the sun. swept away in a flood of warm feeling and warmer blood rushing beneath my skin. By the time Jake reaches my side, I've completely forgotten that he kept me waiting. All I can think about is the light in his eyes, and the beauty of his smile, and the way the evening chill suddenly feels deliciously refreshing against my flushed cheeks. "Sorry I'm late," he pants, out of breath. "I wanted to get you flowers, but I know you hate roses, and there isn't much else for sale this time of year. I had to go to 3 places before I finally found these." He holds out the sunflowers. 3 gorgeous blossoms, each one as big as both of my hands put together, surrounded by decorative grass and tiny stalks of wheat. I accept the arrangement reverently, the sense that I'm accepting something more meaningful and precious than flowers, making my stomach flutter all over again. What does this mean? Why is he bringing me flowers after avoiding me all week? Why is he still smiling that heart-squeezing, panty-melting smile that makes me feel cozy and desperate to kiss him at the same time? Am I imagining the way the air thickens between us? Or does he feel it too? This sweet, sexy tension that has my thighs itching beneath my stockings. "Thank you," I say, instead of any of the other things racing through my head. "They're beautiful." "You're welcome." He holds my gaze with an intensity that makes my lips tingle and my body yearn to be closer to his. I'm dying to wrap my arms around his neck and feel my breasts flatten against his chest as he pulls me close. I want him to claim my ass in his big hands the way he used to and draw me up his body until my feet dangle off the ground and I'm helpless to do anything but— "We should head inside," Jake says, cutting into my steamy thoughts. "We don't want to miss the first course." He offers me his arm, proving he has the handsome manners to match his handsome face. I slip my hand through the crook of his elbow, my fingers curling into the soft cotton of his gray sweater and the crisp folds of his dress shirt beneath. It feels so good to touch him, electric and familiar at the same time, and fantastic enough to ensure I can do nothing but offer a goofy smile to the woman who takes my coat and flowers at the coat check. Even when the young redhead thanks Jake for his service and shoots him a come-hither look as she presses our claim tickets into his hand, I only smile and relish the feel of Jake's bicep beneath my fingers as he leads me through a second set of doors and down the passage to the dining hall. I can't fault the redhead for trying. I mean, really, she's not blind. In black jeans, a white button-down, and gray V-neck sweater, Jake looks like he should be modeling business casual for Sexy Firefighter on his day off magazine. He's so drop-dead gorgeous, it's hard to believe he's still single after 2 years. Respect for his grief aside, I can imagine the women of Bliss River have done their best to tempt Jake into rejoining the dating world. But he's still unattached. A fact I keep circling back around to, as I wonder if maybe a second chance between us isn't the craziest thing in the world. If Jake were willing to settle for anything less than love that makes your heart race and your soul celebrate finding the way home, surely he would have hooked up with one of the many eligible women around town. He must be holding out for something more than a woman to warm his bed and look pretty on his arm at church. He must be looking for the real thing, the kind of love he had with his wife, the kind we had when we were young. We were naive and clueless in a lot of ways, but what we felt for each other was real. One of the realest things I've ever known. "Looks like your sister's table is full," Jake observes, as we step into the hall and scoot off to one side, searching for a place to sit. The space has been transformed into a redneck winter wonderland. Snowflakes dripping sequins hang from the ceiling. White tablecloths cover the circular tables, and at the middle of each table, a centerpiece that looks like a snowman vomited up the contents of his stomach, bobs and sparkles. A mass of paper snowflakes, metallic silly string, and silver pipe cleaners. It's gaudy as hell, but fun, and romantic too. Or maybe everything just feels romantic right now. "Want to see if there's room at Jameson's table?" Jake asks, motioning to the far corner of the room where a table of firefighters and their dates are already seated, digging into their soups and salads. "Looks like there are 2 empty chairs. They aren't together, but I bet people wouldn't mind shifting over. I hum contemplatively, even though I have absolutely no intention of spending this evening wedged between the Hanson brothers. I don't want to risk Jameson being a jerk again, and I want Jake all to myself. Or as to myself as I can get, at a table full of other people. It looks like there are two together at Howard's table. Let's not bother Jameson and his friends. I'm sure they won't care. Well, I would. I smile up at him. I hate asking people to move their plates. And Howard is a poultry frying legend. I want to pick his brain on how he brines his turkey. Jake cocks his head. I don't know. Howard will talk your ear off if you let him. And I'm not really in the mood to share you tonight. My mouth goes dry, and my smile falters as I confess, I was just thinking the same thing about you. Good, he says, in a soft, husky voice that makes my nipples pull tight inside my bra. My tongue slips out to dampen my suddenly dry lips. So, what should we do? We could find another table, he says. Or, I wet my lips again, but the moisture does nothing to cool my heated skin. I swear it feels like my lips are on fire. Or we can step outside for a few minutes. Jake leans his head closer to mine before adding beneath his breath, because if you lick your lips one more time, I can't promise I'll be able to keep from kissing you. Chapter 13. Naomi. Holy fried turkey and mashed potatoes. Did he just say what I think he said? I swallow hard. Is that right? I ask, my heart pulsing in my throat. That's right, he confirms, the look in his eyes making it clear that he's serious. Dead serious. If I lick my lips again, Jake's going to kiss me. So really, what choice do I have? Slowly, deliberately, I slide my tongue from between my lips, tracing the curve of my upper lip, while I hold Jake's gaze, and the air between us sparks and crackles. We're still for a beat, both holding our breaths, waiting to see what will happen next. And then, Jake is in motion. He takes my hand and turns, pulling me back through the door. A part of me wants to ask where we're going, and suggest options for places to hide from prying eyes. But I don't dare say a word. I don't want to do anything to risk breaking the spell Jake is under tonight, or keep him from making good on his threat to kiss me. Kissing Jake. The thought is dizzying. By the time he pulls me into a janitor's closet around the corner from the hall and tugs the door shut behind us, the world is spinning. And then he pulls me into him and covers my mouth with his, and the spin becomes a whirl. My knees buckle, and I might have fallen, but Jake's there to catch me. One strong arm wrapping tight around my waist as his hand drives into my hair, cradling my head as he draws me closer, fitting me against his warm body. His tongue slips between my lips into my mouth, mating with mine with a hunger that makes it clear he wants me every bit as much as I want him. And God, the man can still kiss like nobody else. The kiss is hot and sweet, and as familiar as my face in the mirror, even after all these years. But different, too. There's no hesitation or caution in the way his mouth claims mine. No doubt that he knows what he wants and what I want, and that he intends to make sure we're both satisfied. He kisses like a man now, not the boy I knew. But I have zero complaints. I want the man he is. I want to make new, sweet, and sexy memories as the people we are now, not the kids we were back then. I just want him, Jake. So much. I arch closer, clinging to his shoulders as the kiss grows deeper, wilder. He tastes like salvation and second chances, and a kind of hope I'd all but given up on before coming back to Bliss River. Within seconds, my chest is so tight, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Instead, I moan into his mouth and twine my arms tighter around his neck, giving as good as I get, dying to be even closer to him. I want his hands on me, everywhere, and his skin bare against mine. You feel so damned good, he whispers against my mouth as his hands grip my ass, his fingers digging into my flesh through my dress. As he pulls me closer, pinning my hips to his, a jolt of raw desire shoots through every nerve. Silently, I celebrate my decision not to wear curve-imprisoning panties. As Jake's hand slides up my thigh, I'm so grateful that only a scrap of silky fabric separates me from his touch, and praying that soon my easily removed underwear will be in a puddle on the floor. I want you, I whisper, tugging his shirt from his jeans. So much. I'm on the pill so we don't have to worry about a condom. Instead of taking the words for the green light they're intended to be, Jake pulls away, his hand sliding from my body as he puts space between us. The loss of his warmth hits like a physical blow. We should talk, he says, his breath coming fast as he brushes my hair from my face with one warm hand. Talk later. Kiss now. I reach for him, but he wraps his hands around my shoulders, holding me at a distance. Now, he insists, gently, before we do something one of us might regret. I want you to know where I stand. I already know I won't regret anything he wants to do with me, or to me, but he clearly needs to talk. I suck in a breath and nod. Okay, talk. Why are we kissing all of a sudden? I hurry to add, not that I'm complaining at all. I'm the opposite of complaining. He smiles, an almost shy smile that makes my insides melt. I wouldn't call it sudden. I've been chewing on the idea all week. At first I wasn't sure, but by this afternoon it had become pretty clear that I'm not built to resist you. My lips part, and I just barely keep from pinching myself. This has to be a dream. Any second I'm going to wake up in my bed alone, and this will all have been another steamy Jake fantasy cooked up by my subconscious. There's still something between us, he continues. I told myself it was just physical, but it's not. I care about you. I want to get to know you again, to see how it might work between us now that we're older. I would be a coward to keep running from that. You're not a coward, I say, my pulse thready with hope. I don't want to be. He holds my gaze, making me shiver as I realize I'm seeing all the way to the heart of him for the first time since I returned home. His shields are really down. He's wide open, truly letting me in. And that's why I think we should give this a shot. A real shot. There is nothing I want more than that, Jake. I pull in a shaky breath and add hopefully, except maybe to feel you inside me in the next 5 minutes. Or 3. Or 1, if we can manage it. His eyes crinkle around the edges in a way that's unbearably sexy. I feel your pain, but I think we should make sure we can tolerate each other for longer than a month of Fridays before we take things too far. My lips push into a pout. That sounds like a terrible idea, I say, earning a soft laugh from him. God, I love hearing him laugh again, and knowing it's because of me. It's the best sound ever, enough to make my toes buzz and my heart do a slow, delicious swan dive. It's only 2 more weeks. His fingers skim down my arms, and then he takes my hands in his. I just want to be sure we're on the same page. No more secrets, especially ones that make you write long letters and leave without saying goodbye. If you're having doubts or big feelings, I want to know about them. I pull in another breath and nod, the weight of what he's offering settling around my shoulders, helping cool the heat bubbling in my blood. This is a real second chance, something I wasn't sure Jake was capable of giving anyone, especially me. I have to make sure I don't do anything to screw it up. No more secrets, I promise. And just so you know, I'm not the girl I used to be. I'm at a different place in my life, and I've learned a lot of hard lessons since then. I know how to communicate and be honest with the people I care about, even if I know they're not going to like what I have to say. But truly, all I want for the foreseeable future is peace and family and friends and a quiet life in Bliss River. But that future would be a lot brighter with you in it. Jake smiles. You always did have a way with words. Yeah? Do I have a way with kisses, too? I lean in and tip my head back, my heart leaping as I realize this is okay now. It's okay to flirt with Jake, to touch him, to make it clear how absolutely irresistible he is to me. No doubt about that, he says, wrapping his arms around my waist. But I have a feeling if we start kissing again, I'm not going to stop until your clothes are on the floor. You say that like it's a bad thing. I grin as I push up on tiptoe, bringing my lips even closer to his. He laughs as he pulls away, capturing my hand as he reaches for the door. Come on, let's get turkey before they run out. Well, I do like turkey, I grumble. Not as much as kissing, but I follow him out of the closet, excitement overshadowing my disappointment that our stolen moment is over. We'll kiss again, soon. And once I prove I'm worthy of his trust, I have a feeling I'll have all the Jake kisses I can handle. The rest of the evening passes in a blissful haze. I'm so happy, so hopeful, so thrilled to the tips of my toes. I have a hard time focusing on anything but Jake's smile, his hand warm in mine, his lips kissing me goodbye on my parents' front porch, the way he's done hundreds of times before. Those memories echo inside me as his lips brush mine, the past suddenly sweeter in the wake of my rapidly improving present. See you soon, beautiful, he says, backing down the porch steps and disappearing into the darkness. Tomorrow? Yes, I breathe. So over the moon, it doesn't occur to me that I may have already violated Jake's no more secrets policy our first night back together. It's an old secret, not a new one, but still. I didn't tell Jake about my last night in Bliss River with his brother. It should have been the first thing out of my mouth when he mentioned second chances, but I was so dizzy from his kiss and the sweetness of our first real date in years that the realization doesn't hit until I'm brushing my teeth before bed. Shit, I mumble around a mouthful of foam, my heart sinking. That's it. I have to come clean. First thing tomorrow. It's the only path forward. No matter how much I want to dive into this second chance with Jake and leave the past far behind us, I owe him the truth. Or as much of it as I can remember, anyway. I owe him the chance to change his mind about giving me another shot at his heart. Even though the thought of his eyes going cold again when he looks at me is misery-inducing. I curl under the covers in my bed, my stomach as unsettled as it was at the start of the night. Closing my eyes, I thread my fingers together and pray for a happy ending, and that by this time tomorrow, a path forward with Jake will still be visible on my horizon.
Chapter 14. Jake. Hey, boss, catch! I look up from my desk, catching the bag of burritos Faith tosses my way with one hand while hitting send on an email to the head of the fire board with the other, my grin not slipping for a second. Thank you, ma'am. I shut down the computer and bounce out of my chair, humming beneath my breath as I reach for my jacket and start to shrug it on. But then I glance out the window at the picture-perfect Saturday afternoon and think better of it. It's almost 65 degrees out, and the temperature is still climbing. Bliss River is enjoying a freakishly warm winter afternoon, maybe the last one of its kind until spring rolls around in a few months. It would be a sin not to get out and take advantage of the gorgeous weather, and I don't intend to do any sinning today. I'm heading out, Faith, I say, draping my jacket over my arm. Page me if you need me. If not, I'll see you Tuesday. Tuesday? She frowns. I had to shift my days to make sure I'm free next Friday. Right, got it, Faith says, before muttering beneath her breath. The fundraisers are fun and all, but I'm not going to be sad about work hours going back to normal. I hear you. I start for the door. Thanks for the burritos.
You're welcome, but you're, not eating both of those yourself, are you? Do I smell a lunch date? She asks as she unpacks chips and salsa near the coffee station. Maybe. I don't try to hide my smile, but I don't offer any further information either. This thing with Naomi is too new. Even if I were the kind to kiss and tell, I don't feel ready to talk about this yet. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to enjoy it. To enjoy her. Her laugh, her smile, the way she talks with her hands when she's nervous, the way she sighs my name when I kiss her. As I step out of the front door into the unusually warm day, I push that last part gently from my mind. I can't think too much about kissing Naomi. After we left the janitor's closet last night, I was hard until halfway through dinner. Thank God for the tablecloth and the napkin in my lap, or I would have embarrassed myself. It's safer to imagine other things, like the way she'll smile when I announce I'm kidnapping her for a surprise picnic. She's different from the girl I knew in so many ways. Good ways that have me falling for her even faster than I did the first time. But I'm betting an impromptu picnic is still right up Naomi's alley. I pause on the sidewalk, waiting for a break in the line of passing vehicles so I can cross the street to icing. But when the last pickup truck eases past, I see Naomi already on her way over to meet me. She's wearing a long, peach-colored dress made of something filmy that billows around her legs as she moves, and a ring of daisies in her hair. She's so damn cute. It takes a considerable amount of self-control to keep from swooping her into my arms and kissing her right here on the sidewalk, in full view of the station and Faith, who is, no doubt, spying from the second-story window. I was just coming to see you, I say, smiling as she stops beside me, unable to resist the urge to reach out and tuck a stray curl behind her ear. You look like summertime. Oh, this? She laughs and gestures nervously to her hair. Maddie made everyone put flower crowns on this morning after the sink broke for the third time. It's something she and her friends used to do on the island. Allegedly, flowers in your hair bring good fortune. Well, they certainly brought a beautiful day, and I think we should go enjoy it. I hold up the white bag. I've got burritos for 2 and picnic blankets in the truck. You do? She glances down at the bag, temptation and regret warring on her face. That sounds amazing, but I probably shouldn't. Everything's falling apart in there, and I think Maddie is close to a nervous breakdown, which is ridiculous considering she's the one who refuses to let me hire a crew to help with the renovation. But she flaps one arm in the general direction of the bakery. I mean, even Arya is on board with letting me foot the bill at this point, and she's not even my sister, so I don't know. What's really wrong? I ask, cutting her off. I take her hand and give her fingers a gentle squeeze. You're nervous. Why? Her breath rushes out. I don't know, she says, her gaze dropping to the concrete. I felt like I should come talk to you about some stuff, but this morning has been awful. Everything is breaking. Maddie and Mick are fighting, and Arya is freaked out that we're not going to be open by Christmas Eve day the way we planned. And now you have burritos, and I don't want to talk. I just want to eat burritos and be with you. Then eat burritos, I say, and be with me. We talked last night. I feel good about what we decided, don't you? She nods, and her fingers curl tighter around my hand. Even that simple touch is enough to make my heart do funny things in my chest. Things that make me so damn happy and hopeful I'm not about to let her nerves get in the way. Then we're good, I smile. Just relax and don't overthink it. You always did think too much. I know, she says, her blue eyes still vaguely troubled. I just don't want to do anything to mess this up. Then you won't, I say, stepping closer. I lean down and press a soft kiss to the top of her head, catching a whiff of that smell that will always remind me of Naomi, a mix of her perfume and coconut shampoo and the sweet smell of her skin that's nearly enough to get me hard all over again. Waiting to be with her is going to be torture, but it's the right thing to do. I don't want to sleep with her until we're both sure this is going to last more than a month or 2. Once I have her in my bed, I have a feeling I'm not going to want to let her go. Come on,
I start for my truck, her hand still in mine. Let me kidnap you for an hour. She hesitates, casting a glance across the street. A moment later, Maddie, wearing a matching flower chain in her hair that makes me smile, sticks her head out the front door. "Go wherever he wants you to go," she calls out. "We'll see you whenever you get back." "Are you sure?" Naomi asks. "I don't want to leave if you need me." Mick got the water shut off, Arya is mopping up the mess, and I'm making 3 dozen cookies to help everyone feel better. She makes a shooing gesture. "So go, have fun, and come back ready to sign checks because I'm hiring a plumber and an electrician." Naomi's shoulders relax away from her ears. Hallelujah. She turns back to me with a smile brighter than the sun, reflecting off the gold streaks in her hair. "Let's go. Hurry before something else falls apart." She skips past me, tugging me along until I laugh and break into a jog beside her. Running away with Naomi is much better than running away from her. So much better. Chapter 15. Jake. "I can't believe I ate the whole thing," Naomi moans as she falls onto her back on the thick, woven blanket I spread out for our picnic. "I'm proud of you. A lesser woman would have quit halfway through," I say, grinning as she laughs, then moans again. "Oh God, I wish I had. I'm going into a food coma." All part of the fun. I glance down at her face, so content I'm pretty sure I could stay here on this blanket with her for the rest of my life and be perfectly happy. With the last of the winter wheat in the field waving gently around us, it's like we're in our own little world, adrift on a golden sea in a ship made for 2. The sun has given off enough heat that I've stripped down to my t-shirt, and Naomi lifted her gauzy dress to sun her legs as we ate. And now, with her lying beside me, her arms up over her head and her eyes closed to soak in the warm rays, she looks good enough to eat, to devour. All I want is to cover her body with mine and let my lips play down her throat to the top of her sleeveless dress. I take a deep breath and bite down hard on the inside of my cheek, hoping the flash of pain will distract me. If I don't stop thinking about the way Naomi's body gripped my fingers, the way she clutched at my shoulders and sighed, I'm gonna roll over and take her right here. Within 50 feet of County Road 56, where a dozen people we both know could drive by at any moment. But would they really be able to see anything with the blanket surrounded by wheat? The thought is sufficiently crazy and tempting that I know I need to get off the blanket now. Let's go for a walk. I bounce to my feet, ignoring the tight feeling behind the fly of my jeans. Help banish the food coma, not to mention my raging case of mid-afternoon lust. "Don't you need to get back to work soon?" Naomi asks, shielding her eyes from the sun as she reaches a hand up to me. I help her to her feet, waiting as she slides into her silver flats, even that innocent flash of skin making me want to pull her back down to the blanket and kiss every one of her toes. Not really. I usually get off at noon on Saturdays. I clear my throat, willing myself to get a grip. I've been hanging around a little longer the past 2 weeks, but unless we have a big call, I shouldn't have to go back. The crew can handle most emergencies on their own. The chief is only vital for dealing with the fire board and city council. And email. Lots of email. She smiles as she takes my hand again and we start across the field. "That's pretty impressive. I'm proud of you." "For wrangling email?" I ask with a wink. "For making chief so young. Aren't there a lot of older guys still with the department?" I shrug. "A couple. But once my dad retired, most of the guys he worked with followed not long after. Kevin and Harry are the only ones left from the old guard, and they didn't have any interest in a promotion. They preferred to go on volunteer status and let someone else step up to chief." "I get it," she says, nodding. "Some people would rather follow. I'm like that." I laugh. She shoots me a hard look. "You're kidding, right?" I ask. "No, I'm not kidding," she says with a laugh. "I know I can be bossy, but only when I have to be. I honestly prefer to be told what to do, as long as the person in charge knows what they're doing. By the 3rd year of my show, my assistant Lee was managing almost everything.
All I had to do was come up with menus, give her an ingredient list the week before, and show up on set.
She sighs as she stares out at the gently waving wheat.
It was nice.
I squeeze her hand, hesitating to ask the question on the tip of my tongue, but then I remember the promise we made last night. No more secrets, and that means not avoiding asking questions, even when I'm not sure I'll like the answers. Do you ever think you'll go back? I ask. Start doing the show again? She shakes her head.
No, I usually never say never, but it feels like that part of my life is over. It was so much fun, and I loved it, but it was also exhausting. It felt like there wasn't enough time for real life, and I like real life a lot.
She looks up at me, the peaceful expression on her face making me believe her as much as her words.
And I don't miss it. I'm ready for something new, a fresh start with the focus on my family and hopefully a new baby sometime soon.
Have you thought of having a child of your own instead of adopting? I ask in an even tone, careful not to let on that I know about the baby she lost. She wouldn't like that her brother revealed things about her private life without her permission, no matter how innocently it was done. She shrugs and looks out across the field again.
I'm already 33. I think I'm too old for that kind of motherhood.
You're not. You still look like you're 18. She laughs.
I do not, but thank you.
She stops, lifting a finger to point to the edge of the field, obviously ready to stop talking about babies.
Is that your dad's place?
It is, I say, ignoring the disappointment that flashes through my chest. She'll tell me about her loss when she's ready. She isn't breaking the promise she made last night. She's managing her grief the way that's best for her. If anyone can understand not wanting to talk about the person you've lost, it's me. So I don't push her. I simply hold her hand a little tighter and aim us toward my dad's backyard. I thought we could swing by and check up on the place while we were out here, I say. Dad's spending a year in Alaska hunting with an old Navy buddy, so Jameson and I are taking turns making sure the house is holding up.
I can't believe I didn't realize where we were.
She twists to get a look at the entire field.
This used to be fenced in for horses, right?
Uncle Bill had his horses here, I confirm as we reach the edge of Dad's property. But he sold them about 4 years back. Since then, Aunt Claire's planted winter wheat here. Naomi hums beneath her breath.
Aunt Claire is the one with the glass eye and the shotgun collection, right?
Yep. I hold the gate open, waiting while she passes beneath my arm.
Is she going to take a switch to us when she finds out we picnicked on her crop?
Naomi asks, making me laugh.
No, seriously,
she continues, her eyebrows pinching together.
There are people I wouldn't mind crossing, people I wouldn't cross with a gun to my back, and then there's Aunt Claire.
I chuckle as I recapture her hand, so grateful I don't have to resist the urge to touch her anymore. We didn't hurt anything, and Jameson and I run the combine for her come harvest time. Aunt Claire will have no idea we were ever here.
Oh, good,
she says with a relieved sigh. Want to come inside? I jab a thumb toward the house. You're welcome to, but I'll warn you, Dad's housekeeping has gotten even worse since Jameson and I moved out. She delicately wrinkles her nose.
That's okay, I'll wait here. No offense, but your dad's housekeeping was bad enough back in the day. Remember that time we found an onion tree in the pantry?
I do. He made me and Jameson eat it in a soup he cooked up a few days later. It tasted like dirty sweat socks mixed with elbow macaroni. She laughs and sticks out her tongue. I lean down, pressing a quick kiss to her cheek. Back in 10.
I'll be here,
she says, her voice breathy, making me think I'm not the only one who's hypersensitive to the chemistry simmering between us right now. Even kissing her cheek is enough to make my blood pump faster. I complete my walkthrough of the house in record time, bumping up the thermostat to ensure the pipes won't freeze as the nights grow colder, and checking that Jameson took out the trash after his friend from Atlanta used the house last week, and I'm back outside in 5 minutes. But Naomi is nowhere to be seen. I turn in a slow circle, surveying the backyard, but there's no sign of her. I'm about to call her name when she shouts from overhead.
Hey, I'm up here, in the tree house. It looks exactly the same.
I tilt my head back to see Naomi, hanging out the window we installed together during the summer we spent transforming the treehouse into our own private hideaway. We added a second room, ran electric from the house, and made a bed out of foam and an old feather mattress that we covered with plastic sheeting when it wasn't in use. The mattress had eventually gotten moldy and had been thrown out, but not before we made some amazing memories. As I climbed the wooden ladder, those memories flash on my mental screen. Images of Naomi in a bikini top and cut-off shorts, swaying back and forth in the hammock while she reads our summer literature assignment aloud, and I whittle a piece for the chess set I'm making for her birthday. Memories of picnics and ghost stories and nights spent in the bed we'd made, making love until 11 minutes to midnight, leaving ourselves 2 minutes to get dressed, 1 minute to get down to my truck, and 7 to race across town to the White Houses before her curfew. They're some of my best memories, some of the most wonderful moments of my life. For the first time in years, it feels okay to admit that. And when I reach the top of the ladder, meeting Naomi's gaze across the refuge from the world we created when we were kids, I can tell she feels the same way. Years have passed. We both suffered and celebrated and changed. But she's still so special to me, and she always will be. We cross the room, meeting in the middle, and coming together without a word. Our lips collide with enough heat to melt the last of my resistance. I stroke my tongue into her mouth, smoothing my hands down her back to squeeze her ass as we kiss like starving people, desperate for their first meal in weeks. I feel like I'm starving, like I'll die if I don't get closer to her. Need you, I murmur against her lips, my throat tight. Yes, please, yes. She sighs, clinging to my shoulders as I ease her down to lie on the leaf-strewn floorboards. It would probably be smarter to wait a few more weeks, a few days at least, or at least long enough to get out of this tree and into a bed. But right now I don't care about smart. I only care that the woman I'm falling in love with all over again, so much harder than the first time, is in my arms, wrapping her leg around my waist as I fist her skirt in my hand and draw the silky fabric up her even softer thigh.
Chapter 16. Naomi. This is so right. So damned right. The inner voice doesn't offer a whisper of protest as I pull Jake closer, shivering as his calloused hand skims higher on my thigh. And thank God for that, because this is right. Jake's lips on mine, his taste flooding my mouth, his heat all around me as his fingers slip beneath the waistband of my cotton panties. Nothing has ever felt this right. For the first time in so long, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Jake is the answer to every question, the balm to every hurt. Being with him, by his side in his life, able to share every innocent and not so innocent pleasure, and to love him every moment of every day, is all that matters. The rest is just background noise, and the certainty that this is it, everything we'll ever need, settles inside me like an oak tree putting down roots. This new love growing between us is something to be treasured and protected, not poked and prodded until it's full of holes. Telling Jake about what happened with Jameson 15 years ago might ease my guilty feelings, but it will serve no other purpose. It will only hurt him, and me, and put our budding relationship in jeopardy. And for what? It's eons in the past. It was a weird night made possible by two dumb, drunk kids, and has no bearing on the present. What really matters is the beautiful, hope-filled now, and the future Jake and I are going to build, together. Threading my fingers into his hair, I let go of worry, guilt, and fear. I focus on his face, cradling his head in my hands as he drags the top of my dress down. So beautiful, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my chest, just over my heart. I've missed this, I whisper. You and me, like this. So much. So much. he echoes. Clothes off, I pant as I fumble for the hem of his shirt. I want you naked. Now. Yes, ma'am, he says, his voice husky. Don't have to ask me twice. He pulls back, stripping off his white undershirt in one smooth motion, revealing the magnificence of his chest. My breath catches in appreciation. He's even sexier up close than he was at the auction. All muscle and golden skin, and a dusting of light brown hair that leads my gaze from his rounded pecs, down his flat stomach, to the narrow trail, disappearing into his jeans. His jeans, which need to join his shirt on the floor. Right now. Taking matters into my own hands, I reach for the button at the top, popping it open before drawing his zipper down. Damn. He's gorgeous. So insanely sexy. Exactly like I remember. You talk like a cave woman when you want me, he rumbles, as he watches me drag the fabric lower on his thighs. I love that. Love that you want me so much. It takes all your words away. Less talk. More naked, I breathe, making him laugh as he shifts to one side, quickly disposes of his jeans and boxers, and adds them to the pile of clothing on the treehouse floor. It's a long time before I can focus on anything but how good he feels on top of me. But when he starts to pull away, I recover enough to say, no, stay here, inside, and press a kiss to his neck. Jake props up on his forearms, grinning down at me. You still don't have your words. I must have done a good job. Super good. I return his lazy smile. So happy, I'm pretty sure I can't get any happier, until he says in a soft, heart-melting voice, I still love you, Naomi. And proves me wrong. Tears sting into my eyes. Me too. I never stopped, even when I was in love with someone else. Is that crazy? Jake shakes his head. No, I felt the same way. I was over you and starting a new life with a woman I loved, but I never stopped caring about you. He brushes a strand of hair from my sweat-damp forehead. I guess some things you can't stop, no matter how hard you try. I could never stop loving you, I say honestly. You're a part of me. You're in my blood, Hanson. Same, he whispers, sending the tears in my eyes spilling over. So don't cry, baby. It makes me sad. But it's a happy cry, I say with a laugh, followed closely by a sniff. Jake wipes the tears from my cheeks with gentle thumbs and a sweet smile. I never understood the happy cry. That's because you're a guy. Jake grunts. I am a guy. I also apparently have no self-control. Forgive me for not waiting those 2 weeks we agreed on. I arch a wry brow and deadpan. I think I can find it in my heart. He grins. Awful nice of you. I'm a nice girl. You are a nice girl, he rumbles low in his throat. But your body makes me want to do bad things. Oh yeah? Like what? I tease. Like stay here the rest of the afternoon, making love to you without a rubber, he says, biting his bottom lip before he adds, You feel so damned incredible. I swallow hard. Your dirty talk has really improved. And like I said before, I'm on the pill. We don't need condoms, so... He bends to kiss my throat, sending a thrill shooting through me all the way to my fingertips. And then I'll take you home and make you dinner, he says, kissing me with the words. And then I'll make love to you again, until we're both so sore we can't move, and you have no choice but to spend the night in my bed, in little spoon position. Just how I like you. I capture his face, urging his mouth away from skin, back far enough that I can lock eyes with him as I whisper from the bottom of my heart. That sounds like the best night ever. For real. Jake's expression softens. It really does, doesn't it? Yes, I say. And then I kiss him, and we stop talking and get back to making each other moan and sigh and feel oh so good. It's one of the things we're best at, And as he takes me to the edge again, I vow to keep him up until at least midnight. We have a lot of lost time to start making up for, and there's no time like the present.
Chapter 17. Jake. Fridays. I love Fridays. They are the very best. Of course, it helps that on this particular Friday, I wake with the sexiest woman I know curled against me under the covers. We grab a quick breakfast in a patch of sunshine on my back porch, making the most of the unusually warm weather before the winter storm predicted to sweep in tomorrow, and share a ride to town. We kiss goodbye in the parking lot, behind icing, and part with smiles and promises to meet up for lunch. I jog across the street to the firehouse, so damned happy not even a clogged toilet in the last bathroom stall, or my brother scowling at me like it's his job can bring me down. Smile, Jameson, I say as I fish my phone from my pocket and scroll, searching for the plumber who doesn't charge $1 million and your firstborn child. It's Friday. Tonight you have a date with a beautiful woman. He grunts, his scowl deepening as he empties 3 packets of sugar into his coffee and slumps lower in the booth by the coffee station. So what? It's basically a job at this point. And anyway, Brooke's not my type. She's a gorgeous blonde, I say, arching a dubious brow. What about that isn't your type? She's using me to make her ex jealous. His scowl deepens. And I'm not a fan of being used. I hesitate, my thumb hovering over the plumber's number. You okay? Jameson drops his gaze to his coffee and grumbles. Fine. You don't sound fine. He releases a long-suffering sigh that isn't like him at all. Jameson is the opposite of angsty. He doesn't dwell or stress or overthink things. If anything, I'd usually say he's too laid back and eager to let problems work themselves out. But apparently not today. Seriously, what's up? I slide my cell back in my pocket, deciding the plumber can wait. There's no one else here yet. Tell me what's on your mind. Jameson scrubs his hand across his whiskered chin before he continues with obvious reluctance. Are you sure you know what you're doing with all that? Doing with all what? With Naomi, he says, still studying his coffee intently, as if at any moment he expects the answers to all life's questions to float to the top. I've seen her car parked at your place a lot this week. I huff out a soft laugh. So you've been, what, spying on me? I've been checking up on you, he counters. It's what brothers do. You and Naomi ended badly the last time, remember? Really badly. You sure you're up for more with her? Naomi isn't 18 anymore, I say, trying not to let his question get to me. And neither am I. It's different now. And it is. But it's not Jameson's fault that he doesn't get that. He hasn't spent much time with Naomi. Or with me and Naomi together since she moved back home. And he's never been in love. He doesn't understand how powerful it can be. Both when you lose it and when, against all odds, you come back together with the person you were certain you'd never call yours again. Naomi and I are on the same page, I continue, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. You don't have to worry about me. I'm good. Better than good. He finally looks up from his coffee. Even if she isn't being completely honest with you? I sigh and drag a hand through my hair, wishing I'd kept my mouth shut yesterday. I should never have told him that Naomi still hasn't confided in me about the babies she lost. But I was trying to make sure Jameson didn't put his foot in his mouth by offering condolences for something we aren't really supposed to know about. Now, however, I can see all I did was make him worry for no reason. I'm about to tell him that Naomi has the right to keep private, grief-related things to herself, and that she'll tell me when she's ready. When Faith and Ben burst through the front door. They're arguing, loudly. That's bullshit, Faith says, jabbing her jacket onto a hook with more force than necessary. I can't believe he said that. Ben lifts his hands in surrender. Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just a messenger. And maybe I misheard him, I don't know. She snorts. I doubt it. Neil Simpson has the depth of a bird bath, a shallow bird bath. I'm sure you heard him just fine. She stomps across the room to the coffee pot.
And I'm sure that I'm not going to be wearing makeup to the hayride in Happy Cat tonight. I might not even brush my hair. And I'll definitely wear my shit-kicker boots in case I need to kick his ass.
Why are you kicking your date's ass? Jameson asks with a laugh, his worries apparently forgotten now that there are more interesting things happening in the station.
I had to leave the turkey dinner early last Friday to go check on my mom, Faith says, splashing coffee into her cup. After I left, Neil Simpson evidently found it necessary to tell our entire table how much better I look with makeup on, and how he wouldn't have looked twice at a big girl like me if his grandmother hadn't bought me at the auction. Oh, but now he's so glad he's had the chance to see me in a different light, she growls. I'm going to show him a different light when I knock his lights out.
What the hell? Jameson's scowl reappears. Where does that dickhead get off? He clearly needs to pull his head out of his ass. I agree, hating that so many guys have no idea how to treat other people, especially female people. He's not even in your league, Faith. You're beautiful, with makeup or without it, and you've got a lot more going for you than looks, so don't let him get to you. The room falls silent, and Faith turns to me with wide eyes, her jaw a little slack. What? I ask, glancing at Ben and Jameson to find similar expressions on their faces. Faith shakes her head.
Nothing. That was just really nice and really not like you.
I lift my shoulders, bristling a little. What? I'm not nice?
No, you're nice. You're super nice.
Faith hurries to assure me with a soft laugh.
You just usually don't talk that much at one time, that's all. But I like it. And you're right, she says, standing up straighter. If I wanted a boyfriend, I could find one cuter and nicer and much less annoying than Neil.
Oh, Faith wants a boyfriend, Jameson wheedles.
I do not, she glares at him. Shut up, Jameson. The last thing I want is a boyfriend.
I think the lady protests too much, Ben says, joining in with a laugh.
Shut your face, Ben,
Faith says, proving she's more than prepared to fight her own battles.
You too, Jameson. I clearly have bigger things to worry about than dating.
She casts a glance my way and adds in a sing-song voice.
Like what to get Jake and Naomi for an engagement present.
I cough and keep coughing, choking on nothing, proving I should probably steer clear of the coffee station.
Oh, stop. Don't look so surprised.
Faith raises her voice to be heard over my episode.
You smile all the time now, and I saw you and Naomi making out behind the bakery this morning. If you're already at the pre-coffee makeout stage, you'll be married by April. Believe me, I know these things. My mother has been married like 1,000 times.
I already had coffee, I mumble. With Naomi. At my place.
Faith beams smugly. Maybe March then, if she's already sleeping over.
I huff and roll my eyes. Okay, maybe I have thought about that kind of future with Naomi, and that I'd like to get started on that future as soon as possible, but I'm not going to propose in 3 months, and I'm not anywhere close to ready to talk about this kind of stuff at work. Especially not with Jameson watching me like I'm a dumb dog about to run into traffic. I'm going outside where I can get some peace and quiet to call the plumber, I say. Ben, collect money for family meal when everyone comes in. Someone start another pot of coffee, and Faith, I need you to pull up the reports on last week's hazardous material disposal. City Hall needs a copy by this afternoon. I turn and pound down the stairs, pretending not to hear my brother telling Faith to stop teasing me about Naomi as I leave. Let Jameson be protective if it makes him feel better, but I know I'm not making a mistake with her. The only mistake would be being too stubborn and rigid to give us another chance. Faith's right. I have been smiling all the time. I'm the happiest I've been since before Jenny passed, and Naomi and her big smile and bigger heart are the reason for it. I love the way she loves me, and getting to love her again and just all of it. All the romantic, squishy, big, scary, and amazing things I wasn't sure I'd ever get to feel again. Life is good, damn it, and I intend to enjoy it. Outside, I settle at the picnic table, placing the call to the plumber with the morning sun warm on my face. I can't get enough of the good weather, and hate to think it might be months before Naomi and I can have another picnic, and another outdoor encounter in the treehouse. I mentioned that to Naomi a couple of nights ago, and her eyes went all sparkly in the center. A minute later, she was searching for vacation houses in Hawaii, insisting she wanted to treat me to a vacation for Christmas. But when I said I wasn't comfortable with her paying for something so expensive, she didn't get upset. She just shrugged and snuggled back onto the couch beside me, insisting we can have indoor picnics by the fire when it's too cold to go outside. She gets me. She did when we were younger, and this time around it's no different. If anything, I feel even closer to her. So close that half the time I can finish her sentences, and she can do the same for me. We're a good fit. A perfect fit. Jameson will realize that in time, and until then, the view across the street will make his scowling easier to put up with. As I finish scheduling the plumber, my girl appears at Icing's storefront window, blowing me a kiss that makes me smile so hard my jaw starts to hurt. I wave back, silently wishing for the day to fly by. I love my job, but today I can't wait for the end of my shift, for the moment when I can jog across the street, pull Naomi into my arms, and keep her there for the rest of the night. No doubt I'm in deep, but that's okay. I'm ready. Ready to go big or go home with the first, and hopefully the last, woman who ever owned my heart.
Chapter 18. Naomi. I check the clock on the wall every 10 minutes. All day long. Time is creeping by like a turtle through a field of molasses, and not even the fact that the floor is done, the kitchen is nearly finished, and Icing is finally starting to look like a high-class bakery instead of a tired old donut shop, can ease my case of the fidgets. I can't wait to be with Jake again. Seriously. Can't wait. Catching glimpses of him across the street is both wondrous and torturous. He's so close, but not close enough to feel his arms around me, or his scruffy 4 o'clock shadow scratching my cheek as we kiss. Not close enough to smell his Jake smell, or hear him laugh. His laugh. God, I love his laugh. Surely, it must be close to 5 by now. Do not look at the clock again, Maddie orders, pointing a paint-smattered finger at my no doubt guilty face. It's 4:50, so just go. Get out. Vamoose. But it's still 10 more minutes until quitting time, I say sheepishly, even as I close up the can of red paint I've been using to touch up the trim in the dining area. I don't care. Go wait outside the bakery, or outside the firehouse if you'd rather, Maddie says, waving her paintbrush in the air as she turns back to stenciling fleur-de-lis on the wall behind the cash register. Jake is as obsessed as you are. If you wait outside the firehouse, you two can stare at each other like sad puppies through the windows for 10 minutes before he gets off work. Jake came over for pizza dinner at our parents' place last Sunday night. We all had a great time catching up and playing cards after dinner. But Maddie's been teasing me about how gross and goofy Jake and I are ever since. But it's good-natured teasing, and I can tell she's happy for me. Well, if you insist, I sigh and inch toward the door. I do enjoy staring at people through windows. Have fun, she calls over her shoulder with a laugh. And behave at the hayride. Don't do anything I wouldn't do if I'd been drinking whiskey. I snort. Oh, I'll keep it much more decent than that. Maddie's usually a pretty reserved person, but to get even a shot of whiskey in her and my sweet, mild-mannered little sister turns into a hellion with fire in her eyes and a wild streak a mile long. There's not much Maddie won't do under the influence of Jim Beam or Jack D, which is why she usually stays far away from the stuff. Except on family camping trips, when she has 3 other adult family members she can trust to lock her in the camper if she decides to walk the log across the gorge or gamble her entire savings on tiny house furniture stock after 3 whiskeys and cokes. All right, Maddie sniffs primly, but do eat half a dozen s'mores for me. I love s'mores so much. Are you sure you can't come? I ask, as I wrap my gauzy scarf around my neck and snag my purse from the coat tree by the door. I think we've made great progress today. And you deserve some time off too, you know. I know, but The last time I visited that farm in Happy Cat, an alpaca stole my hat. I laugh. Stole it? Did he try to eat it or something? No, he stole it. Somehow he ended up wearing it as he pranced around the pasture, and he looked so fabulous and fashionable, I couldn't bring myself to steal it back. She shrugs. Besides, Arya's coming over to hang the paintings she did this week. I can't wait to see them. She turns, her hands on her hips, as she surveys the space with a look of satisfaction. And she's bringing Felicity over, too. I plan to get that precious baby snuggle monster all sugared up on snickerdoodles and watch her go crazy on the toddler guitar I bought her. That'll be much more fun than a hayride. Sounds like it, I say. I'm tempted to stay myself. Yeah, right. She rolls her eyes. Get out of here, Miss Love Drunk. I'll see you tomorrow, after you've had half a dozen orgasms. Oh, I expect I'll have more than that. I duck outside. In time to avoid getting hit by the croissant Maddie hurls my way. Laughing, I turn, spotting Arya bending over by her Prius, unbuckling Felicity from her car seat. When the 1-year-old sees me, she throws up both hands and squeals loud enough to make Arya jump. Jeez Louise, she says, pressing a hand to her chest with a laugh as she notices me behind her. She scares me to death every time she does that. I laugh and wave at the baby. I bet that's part of the reason she does it. Is scaring Mama the most fun, Felicity? Felicity grins and pats her bright red curls with one pudgy hand. Eat, eat! I'm sorry, Skeeter, I correct. Felicity's stepdad calls her Skeeter, and she obviously prefers the nickname to her given one. Whenever she's called Felicity, she's quick to correct the offender. I've done my best to honor Arya's request that we call her daughter by her real name. But there's no way I can resist a direct order from a pumpkin as cute as Skeeter. Besides, it's her name. She should be called whatever she prefers to be called. And being brave enough to stand up for yourself at less than 2 years of age is a trait I, for one, think should be rewarded. Still, I don't want to irritate a friend and business partner. Sorry, I whisper to Arya as she scoops Felicity into her arms. She's too adorable to disobey. Arya waves a hand through the air. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm about to give up fighting the Skeeter thing and just let Nash name the new baby Booger or Critter or Cheese Biscuit or whatever horrible thing he thinks is adorable right from the start. I laugh, a sound echoed from the driver's side of Arya's car. A moment later, an even more pregnant woman appears around the front. She's gorgeous, with honey blonde hair tumbling around her shoulders and a baby glow that makes her cheeks pink and her eyes sparkle. Naomi, I don't think you've met Lark, my middle little sister, Arya says, motioning to the blonde with one hand. Lark, Naomi. Nice to meet you, Lark. I extend a hand, happy to realize the sight of Lark's very pregnant belly doesn't trigger a single fizzle of sadness. Great to meet you. So great. She takes my outstretched hand and pumps it enthusiastically. I love your show so much. I used to watch it all the time when I was a teenager. It's part of the reason I wanted to go to culinary school. I laugh once. Now I feel really old. Lark's eyes go wide. Oh no, I didn't mean that. The show had just come on. It wasn't that long ago and I... Don't worry. I was kidding, I say, giving Lark's shoulder a soft squeeze. So, I hear you're having twins. How exciting. Lark nods and brings a hand to rest on her belly. Yes, but not until spring, if you can believe it. I'm going to be as big as a house. I'll still be bigger. Gaining baby weight is my superpower, Arya says, shifting Felicity to her other arm, dodging the finger the baby aims toward the bakery. We should probably get inside. I don't want to put her down near the street. She went straight from walking to sprinting like a track star. I'm going to have to start jogging with Nash if I want to keep up. Y'all go on, I say, backing away. I'll catch up with you later. I wave to the March sisters, and then turn and hurry across the street, grinning when I spot Jake, already standing on the grass by the picnic table, waiting for me. Well, hello, stranger, I say, jogging the last few steps and leaping into his arms. He catches me with a soft grunt, his smile widening. I thought this day would never end. I missed you, especially this part of you. He bends lower, claiming my lips for a deep, thorough kiss that turns my bones to liquid. Me too, I breathe when we finally come up for air, my skin tingling all over. I drove Maddie crazy, looking at the clock. I think she's looking forward to staying at work all night, just to get away from me. Jake glances across the street. Was that Arya's sister? I nod. I didn't know she was pregnant too, he says, shaking his head as he sets me back on my feet. Must be something in the water. Seems like every time I look around, someone else is having a baby. I'm glad you said that. I've been seeing baby bumps everywhere, but I thought maybe it was just me. Definitely not, he says, before adding in a softer voice. They need to hurry and open that megaplex movie theater so people have something else to do at night. I laugh. I don't know. I'd rather do you than a movie. He grins. Oh, yeah? So you might want to get in on the procreating? I bite my lip, some of my happy tingles fading. I certainly hadn't planned on having this conversation tonight, but Jake and I are getting in deeper with every passing day. It looks like we're actually going to have a future together. And the what about kids conversation has to happen sooner or later. I'd like to, Jake adds gently. But if you don't want to talk about it. No, it's fine. I trail off, my gaze dropping to his chest as I add, how would you feel about adopting instead? He slips his arm around my waist. Well, I'd like to try for a biological child, I think, but if that doesn't work out, adopting sounds like a great option. I peek up at him through my lashes. Yeah? Absolutely. Oh, good, I say, some of the tension easing from my shoulders. But I have to tell him the rest of it before we can really put this subject to bed. Because I pull in a bracing breath, reminding myself that this is Jake, and I can trust him with hard things. He's obviously no stranger to pain or loss. My doctor said it would be difficult for me to carry a baby to term. I lost my little girl when I was 5 months along last time, and I suck in more air. I don't know if I can go through that again. And I can't see the point in risking it, especially when there are so many kids who need a mom and love and a family. He nods, his eyes serious and sad as he cups my face in his hand. I understand. And I agree. No point in risking a baby's life or yours. I'm so sorry you lost your little girl. That had to be so hard. I nod, blinking away the sting at the backs of my eyes. Thanks, it was. But I'm doing better lately. It doesn't hurt quite as much anymore, you know? I do, he says. I'm finally at a place where I can think about Jenny and feel happy remembering her, instead of miserable that she's gone. I nod and nibble the inside of my bottom lip. We haven't talked much about Jenny. Not since that afternoon at the Horse and Rider. But I can't deny that his former wife has been in my thoughts. And my fears. What's wrong? He asks, reading me the way he always does. I don't know, I say with a shrug. I feel like you and I, well, we just fit, you know? The way we always did, but even better than before. I agree, he says. So, if Jenny hadn't passed, then us, this second chance, would never have happened. It makes me feel so guilty sometimes, like I'm stealing from her or something. Is that crazy? Jake smiles. Totally bonkers. I roll my eyes. Well, that's helpful. Oh, come on. You know I didn't. I know, it's fine. I just feel silly. I try to step out of his arms, but he holds on until I relax against him again. Don't be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to brush you off. He glances up at the pink and blue streaked sky above us, taking a beat before he adds, I've never believed that things happen for a reason. There's too much pointless suffering in the world for me to buy into that. But since last Friday, when I finally had the strength to stop hiding from what I wanted. From you. He glances back down, his eyes so warm and full of emotion, it makes mine start to sting again. I've been so happy. And I know Jenny would want that. I will always love her and treasure the years we had together. But she wouldn't want me to go without love for the rest of my life. She'd be glad I found you again. I sniff and blink faster. That's beautiful. And when you put it that way, well, I'd want the same. If I couldn't love my person anymore, I'd want someone else to love them for me. His lips lift at the edges. Exactly. Life can be full of dark times and things that knock us off our feet. But there are good times too, and gifts along the way. We shouldn't turn our backs on the good stuff just because we've been knocked down once or twice. Or because some of the people we love aren't here anymore. I lift a hand, cupping his face in my palm. You are a wonderful human, and I feel very lucky that I get to love you. He shrugs with a hint of shyness. That's adorable. But then I find most things about Jake adorable. Same here, baby. He nods toward icing. Should we get out of here? I'm starving, and I heard they're serving pulled pork sandwiches before the hayride. Yes, let's. I take his hand, letting him lead the way around the bakery to where I parked the car this morning. But we have to save room for half a dozen s'mores, too. Maddie made me promise. He lets out a long, labored sigh. Sounds like a rough job, but if you promised. I giggle and hand him the keys. You drive. I don't see as well when it starts getting dark. You really are getting old, aren't you? He teases, earning himself a punch on the arm before I settle into the passenger seat. That's right, I say, as he joins me in the car. I am getting old, so you'd better let me get to sleep before midnight tonight. He shoots a look my way so intense, it makes me shiver. Then we'll have to leave the hayride early, because I'm going to need to be inside you for at least an hour, maybe 2. I let out a shaky breath. Dirty talker. A wicked grin curves his lips. Nah, that wasn't dirty. I'll show you dirty later. Oh, stop. You're terrible. I fan my face with both hands as he pulls out of the parking spot. I never should have told you how much I like that. Like what? When I talk about how much I love you? I come so hard, I have to be carried to the shower, and am incapable of forming complete sentences until we're dressed and on our way to the hayride. I'm so blissed out. Not even Jameson's hard look from the other side of the bonfire, as Jake and I claim our s'mores kit, can bring me down. Jameson will come around. Once he realizes how happy Jake and I are, he'll let go of all the old bullshit the way I have. The past is the past. Jake and I are the beautiful now. I'm so content, so certain Jake and I are meant to be, that I forget the past has long arms. Arms that can reach out when you least expect it and drag you back into the dark.
Chapter 19. Jake. Another week flies by. Each day with Naomi sweeter than the last, and suddenly the big night is here. The fireman's ball. Our last official date, and what's shaping up to be a very big night. I haven't been this dressed up since my wedding day, but as Naomi, Faith, and I step through the doors to the historic mansion rented out for the event, I'm glad I let Naomi talk me into a tux. This ball is downright swanky. Mitzi and her decorating committee have outdone themselves. Bows of holly drape the walls, gas lanterns flicker on the tables at the edges of the room, and bundles of mistletoe tied with red and gold bows hang from the ceiling, ready to give couples an excuse to kiss in public. Not that I need one. As I help Naomi out of her coat, I press a kiss to her bare shoulder. No doubt in my mind that I'm here with the most beautiful woman in town, let alone at the event. In her floor-length, black, sleeveless gown, Naomi looks like she should be at an opera premiere in New York, but I'm glad she's here instead. Very glad indeed. She flashes me a warm, shamelessly smitten smile, the one that leaves no doubt in my mind that I'm loved, and appreciated, and special to this woman in a way I don't ever want to be to anyone else. The moment sends a fresh wave of gratitude rushing through me. I'm so grateful for her, for the love we've found a second time, and for the gift of the next 7 days. I haven't taken vacation time for nearly 2 years, but starting tomorrow, I'm off for an entire week. Naomi and I have plans to do nothing but cook, eat, watch old movies, play chess, and make love in every room in my house, breaking only to have Christmas dinner with her family before returning to my place for more of the same. It sounds like the best holiday ever. I can't remember the last time I was so content, so filled with anticipation, or so grateful for my many blessings.
Are you sure you don't want to stay with us?
Naomi asks Faith, squeezing her hand with an affection that makes me love her a little more.
We don't mind at all.
Faith is one of my people. Once Naomi realized that, she'd become one of Naomi's people too. She's embraced my surrogate little sister with a warmth and generosity that leaves no doubt in my mind that she'll be an amazing adoptive mother. She's got so much love to give, and I can't wait to see her holding her son or daughter. And I can't wait to sign my name on the dotted line beside hers on those adoption papers. We haven't had the official talk about adopting together yet, but hopefully, after tonight, it'll be a no-brainer. The ring I picked up from the jewelry store on Main Street this afternoon is burning a hole in my pocket, but I'm determined to wait for the perfect moment. I want this proposal to be something neither of us will ever forget.
Jake can take turns dancing with both of us,
Naomi continues as Faith casts an anxious look around the ballroom.
I don't mind standing on the sidelines. That's where the cookies are, and I am all about cookies until January 1st. When I may or may not consider dieting in a low-key, half-assed sort of way.
Only way to diet. Faith laughs and tugs nervously at her skirt. In a floor-length, cream-colored dress with a gold belt, she looks stunning, but I can tell she doesn't feel that way. The fact that her date is a Neanderthal who's done his best to make her feel like an ugly duckling surely isn't helping. I doubt Neil intentionally meant to shake Faith's confidence, but I still kind of want to pound on the kid a little. I respect Faith for sticking it out and showing up for her last 2 dates, but I wouldn't have blamed her if she'd told Neil to go to hell and rot there either.
No, I'm good, Faith finally says. I'm going to find my loser, eat some cookies, dance 3 dances, and then get the hell out of here as soon as they announce how much money we've made.
Is Jameson still going to give you a ride home? I ask. Faith nods.
Yeah, he wants to cut out early too. He said his date and her soon-to-be not ex-boyfriend will probably be making out under the mistletoe by 8 o'clock anyway. Her plan to make her ex jealous worked like a charm. Poor Jameson isn't going to get any action, and he's pretty cranky about it.
That's not the only thing he's cranky about, I add to myself, but don't say aloud. I'm not in the mood to dwell on my brother's sour disposition. Tonight is a night for good things, wonderful things. I can't imagine anything better than hearing Naomi say she'll be my wife. And I have a pretty good feeling that by the end of the evening, the ring in my pocket will be sitting pretty on her finger.
I'm not nearly as cranky as he is, Faith continues. But I may have to break my punch glass over Neil's head if we haven't raised enough money for a new firehouse. You've raised enough, Naomi says, waving a dismissive hand in the air. I know Mitzi from school. She gave me the scoop last week at the hayride. Everything's on track, and they already have a builder under contract. They're planning to break ground at the new location in the spring. Praise Jesus. Looks like tonight's going to be a perfect night after all,
Faith says, shooting me a thumbs up I know is about more than the new firehouse. She spotted the bag from the jewelry store in my coat pocket at work today and put 2 and 2 together to make a marriage proposal. She's the only one who knows I intend to pop the question tonight, which is a good thing. If too many people knew, I'd be more nervous than I am already.
All right, wish me luck,
Faith says, diving into the crowd. Good luck, and don't take any crap, I call after her, watching as she weaves her way through the throngs of people already filling the large foyer and the ballroom beyond. The dancing hasn't started yet, but the room already feels packed. I certainly won't have any trouble finding an excuse to whisk Naomi outside for a breather and an opportunity to get down on one knee.
Of course, there's one big downside to the new firehouse going ahead, you know.
She turns back to me, slipping her arm around my waist with a familiarity that feels just right. We won't work across the street from each other anymore.
Exactly, she sighs. But we'll probably get more work done, be less distracted, and dumb stuff like that.
I laugh beneath my breath. You don't sound very enthusiastic about getting work done.
Work is overrated. She tips her head back, smiling up at me. I'd rather spend my time lurking by the window, hoping for a glance of the red-hot firefighter across the street. The red-hot firefighter across the street likes that, too. I leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her lips, earning myself a coat of lip gloss in the process. As we pull back, Naomi looks up and giggles. When I saw you in this tux, I was positive you couldn't get any sexier, but you look good in red berry lip gloss. It brings out the sparkly bits in your eyes. I grunt. Good. Then I'll leave it on. I was going to go grab cookies and napkins while you check the coats, but... No, yes, go. Do that. Grab napkins and cookies. Or at least the cookies. She snatches the coats draped over my arm and drapes them over hers. Grab as many of Maddie's caramel ones as you can without looking tacky before everyone else snatches them up. I'm serious about eating all the cookies until New Year's Day.
Good. And for what it's worth, I don't think you should go on a diet. You look perfect the way you are.
She shoots me a mock glare. Is dating you going to be bad for my waistline?
No way. I kiss her forehead before adding in a softer voice. Because we'll be working off those calories in the bedroom every chance we get. She hums low in her throat as she gives my bicep a squeeze.
Go, now, before I drag you out to the truck and have my wicked way with you.
I smile. I'm okay with being dragged out to the truck. She laughs as she puts a hand to my chest and pushes me gently away.
No way, psycho. It's freezing out there. Go get cookies. I'll meet you by the fireplace in 10 minutes.
With a discreet goodbye pat on her bottom, I turn to go, threading my way through the crowd, managing to get stopped only twice. Once for a hug from Mrs. Keller, my kindergarten teacher, and once to shoot Neil Simpson a mean look as he presents Faith with a glass of cider. Still, by the time I reach the refreshment table, all of Maddie's cookies are gone. Well, shit, I mumble, studying the remaining plates, wondering what Naomi would like second best. I'm about to go for finger-shaped cookies coated in powdered sugar with a placard that proclaims them to be filled with almonds and orange liqueur, two things I know Naomi loves, when Jameson appears beside me, his increasingly familiar scowl firmly in place. I resist the urge to curse or pretend I don't see him and bolt for the other side of the room. Jameson doesn't seem to be getting used to the idea of Naomi and me being a thing the way I'd hoped. If anything, he's becoming increasingly, irrationally irritable. I just talked to Faith, he says, propping his hands on his hips, looking ready for combat, even in a tux. Is she okay? I glance back to where I saw Faith last, but I can't spot her in the crowd. Do we need to go intervene with that Simpson prick? No, I need to intervene. With you. He rolls his shoulders and tugs at his tux coat, which looks to be at least a size too small, making me grateful Naomi went with me when I picked out my jacket and encouraged me to go up a size. Faith told me what you're planning to do tonight, he continues, that you're going to propose. I nod and fight a wave of irritation. To hear my brother talk, you'd think I was planning to fill my well with strychnine and invite a bunch of orphans over for lemonade. Well, we need to talk first, he says, the muscle in his clenched jaw twitching. I've been putting off because I didn't want to face it, and I didn't want to piss you off, but... He exhales. This has to happen, now. All right, I say, my stomach pitching and cookies suddenly not sounding nearly as tempting. Let's step outside. He nods tightly before turning and heading for a side door not far from the refreshment table. I cast one last look over my shoulder, spying Naomi still in line for the coat check and in deep conversation with Arya, before I follow Jameson out into the brisk winter air, doing my best to ignore the anxious feeling tickling the back of my throat. No matter what Jameson wants to talk about, it isn't going to change my mind, or my heart. I'm in love, and I'm going to ask the woman I can't imagine living without to marry me tonight. I'm going all in on happiness, fresh starts, and amazing new beginnings. But as Jameson turns to face me, a miserable expression on his face, uncertainty drifts through my chest, as cold as the winter air seeping through the coat of my rented tux.
Chapter 20. Faith. I watched Jameson and Jake step outside with a sinking feeling in my stomach. Great. Just when I'm in desperate need of a little brotherly support, my surrogate siblings decide to take a walk. Why they're going outside when it's barely above freezing, I have no idea. They don't smoke, and it isn't that loud in here yet. But I guess this is just my luck lately. My bad luck. Are you sure you want another cookie? Neil asks, glancing dubiously at my midsection, making me see red as bright as his cheesy bow tie. I have rock-hard abs, ran 7 miles this morning, and have more than earned a few cookies. But even if I hadn't, where does Neil get off trying to police my food intake? My body is mine, and I don't appreciate Neil or any other man thinking he has the right to tell me what to do with it. Even Jameson gets on my nerves when he teases me about how much I eat sometimes. And I know he's totally kidding. But maybe I'm overly sensitive to stuff like that. When you grow up watching your mom give the loser men she dates power over every aspect of her life, it's hard not to be. Ugh, I don't ever want to be that person. I want to be my own person, and I don't care if I have to do it alone. Hell, I'm happier alone than Mom ever was with her string of losers. And my dates with Neil have only solidified my intentions to stay that way. Alone, happy, and safe from the kind of blood pressure spiking antics of guys who think it's acceptable to tell me my triceps are too big for a girl's when my job necessitates upper body strength in order to save lives. Saving lives, blockhead. Because there are more important things than being weak and fragile so that insecure jerks like you can feel big and manly. I mean, that cider probably has 200 calories, Neil continues, oblivious to the fact that I'm daydreaming about punching him. Hard. You don't want a carbo load on top of that. What I want is to drown Neil in the punch bowl, slowly, so he has time to think about what a waste of flesh he is. Instead, I force a smile. It's a special occasion. I think the food police should take a night off. I point a finger at the refreshment table. I'd like one of those chocolate chip ones with walnuts, please. But I'm allergic to walnuts, Neil says. Then it's a good thing you won't be the one eating the cookie, isn't it? I ask in a syrupy voice, pushing on before Neil can offer any more feedback on my request. I'm going to run out to my friend's car and get my purse. Be back in a second. I aim myself at the door Jameson and Jake exited a few minutes before. I didn't bring a purse. Purses are a pain in the ass, and I only carry one when I absolutely have to. But I figure that's as good an alibi as any to explain my disappearance as I go hunt for the boys. I need an escape plan. ASAP. I'm never going to make it through a single dance with Neil, let alone the 3 I promised myself I would. $900 on the line or not, I can't stomach another night with him. If he wants to complain to his gram and have her ask for a refund, they can go right ahead. I'll make up the difference to the firehouse fund myself if I have to. I'm stick a fork in me and get me out of here before my head explodes, done. With any luck, Jameson will be feeling the same way, and I can sweet-talk him into leaving now. If all goes well, I'll be back at my apartment in my cozy flannel pajamas with my cat, Captain Snugglepants, cuddled in my lap before the clock strikes 9. I emerge into the frigid air and cross my arms, huddling against the cold and cursing women's fashion. The guys get toasty tuxedo jackets. The women get sleeveless gowns. It's ridiculous. And yet another item on my long list of reasons it would suck less to be a dude. Jameson? Jake? I call out, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness before picking my way along the paving stones to the single gaslight burning at the center of the garden. I keep going past the pool of warm yellow light to an arbor covered with dormant grapevines curling up and over its sides. But there's still no sign of the Hanson brothers. Shit, I mutter, shivering under the arbor. It blocks most of the wind, but it's still freezing out here. I can't stay out long without a coat. The boys must have decided on a longer walk, or circled back around to the front door to rejoin the festivities. Either way, I've apparently missed them, and now I have to go back inside and make nice with Neil for another 10 or 20 minutes. Maybe even 30. Ugh. Rationally, I know that isn't that long, but the irrational Neil-chafed part of me rebels at the thought of another second in Mr. Simpson's company. And so I'm still here, shivering under the arbor, torn between the lure of the comforting warmth of the ballroom and the comforting lack of Neil out here in the cold, when a masculine shadow emerges from the house and steps out onto the garden path. I know instantly the man isn't Neil. The shadow has much broader shoulders and a clearly defined neck, whereas Neil looks like his head's been fused directly onto his body. The shadow also has narrow hips, long, strong-looking legs, and a hint of a swagger. Neil doesn't swagger either. Neil's so muscle-bound that he waddles like an arthritic bulldog. This man lopes like a professional athlete. Someone with such confidence in his body's ability to perform that he glides through life, oozing sex appeal and high self-esteem. As he starts down the path in my direction, awareness flickers in my blood, warming my chilled skin and surprising the hell out of me. I can't remember the last time I was attracted to a guy. Honestly, can't remember. It's not something that happens to me with any regularity, and not at all recently. Yeah, it's been at least a year. Or more. I broke up with my first and only boyfriend, Eli, at the station Halloween party year before last, and haven't dated anyone since. But that's okay. I have high standards, impossibly high to hear my mom talk, and I refuse to compromise them. Why should I? I know what I want in a partner, and I'm not willing to settle for anything less. I get that I might spend the rest of my life alone because of it, but I'm okay with that too. Mostly okay, anyway. I mean, yes, I have urges like anyone else, but I'm not the type to get stupid over a guy because he has broad shoulders or a nice body or a sexy swagger. Or all three. I'm especially not the type to get flustered and tingly in places I shouldn't be tingling before I even get a look at some stranger's face. I don't like strangers, and faces are really important. No amount of nice body or personality can make up for a creepy face. I warned my libido that this guy could have chewing tobacco sores in his mouth, or chronic body odor. He could be a repellent mouth breather, or a sociopath, or a cocky jerk, every bit as obnoxious as Neil. But the mental simmer-down talk does nothing to cool my flushed cheeks. I'm still warm all over and buzzing in embarrassing places when the man steps into the gaslight's glow and the shadows concealing his features fade away. Mick Whitehouse? His name bursts from my lips in a tone every bit as incredulous as I feel. I slap a hand over my mouth, mortified by my outburst. But it's too late to escape. Mick is already looking my way. Faith Miller? He echoes in a tamer imitation of my spaz attack. He laughs before ambling across the grass. There you are. Naomi saw you head out and asked me to come check on you. You doing okay? Am I okay? No, I am not okay. I was just feeling frisky feelings about a guy I've known since I was in kindergarten. A boy I used to pound on in second grade when I was going through hell at home and he was the only person in class smaller than I was. These days, I'm a respectable 5'8" and 160 pounds of pure muscle. But back in elementary school, I was the runt of the litter. Except for Mick Whitehouse, who was the shortest boy in class, all the way until graduation 5 years ago. Mick Whitehouse, who has obviously done quite a bit of developing and lifting of heavy things since then. Mick, who's grown into his big, goofy grin, and whose smile now makes me flutter in mortifying ways. But I can never say any of those things to him. Never, ever, ever. I'm fine, I say, doing my best to keep my teeth from chattering. Just hiding from Neil. Needed a little break from all that. I see. Mick nods, casting a glance back at the ballroom as he stops in front of me, close enough for me to smell the sugar cookie and clove scent clinging to his tux. It's a homey smell, and shouldn't make my flutters any worse. But it does, ramping up my awareness of the man Mick has become until my body is in a state of full-out rebellion. I have to get out of here before I start sniffing his coat or humping his leg or something even worse, though I honestly can't imagine anything worse than leg humping. Spontaneous striptease, maybe? But thankfully it's too cold for that. Naomi told me about Neil, he says. He sounds like a big hairy asshole. The biggest and the hairiest, I say, wrapping my arms tighter around my body, determined to get a hold of myself. Actually, he's more like a dingleberry clinging to an asshole. Wouldn't want to give him too much credit. Mick laughs. A sexy rumble that does nothing to help with the getting hold of myself thing. You haven't changed, have you? I shrug and exhale a puff of crystalline fog, wondering why the question hurts a little. I don't know. I guess not too much. Here, take my coat. He shrugs out of his tuxedo jacket and swings it around my shoulders before I can insist that I don't need it. And once it's on, it's too wonderfully warm to give back. You're turning blue. Thanks. I peek up at him, still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I have to look up at Mick Whitehouse. Senior year, he barely came to the bottom of my chin. You certainly have changed, though, I finally say, motioning up and down with one hand before I tuck it back inside his coat. When did you do this whole turning into a giant thing? He smiles. Freshman year of college. I grew 6 inches in 10 months. I was a human string bean. Took me all of sophomore year to get some muscle on. But I managed. Boy, had he managed. Well, it looks good on you, I say, careful to keep my tone purely friendly. Just a casual compliment from the girl who used to shove him off the monkey bars in elementary school. Which reminds me, sorry for pounding on you back when we were kids, I say, meaning it. I don't think I ever apologized for that, and I should have. Afraid I'm going to take my revenge now that I'm the bigger, stronger one? He steps closer, a teasing twinkle in his eye that makes me smile no matter how hard I try to fight it. No, I roll my eyes, acutely aware that Mick is now standing less than a foot away. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. I was going through some crappy stuff back then, and I took it out on you. And that wasn't right. I sigh. So maybe I've been too hard on Neil. Maybe he's going through something too, and I'm the asshole. You're not the asshole, he says, catching a hair the wind whips into my lip gloss before I can, and tucking it carefully into the rest of my loose updo, making my throat feel tighter than it did before. Yes, I am, I confess. I really liked pounding on you. It made me feel tough. Or at least, less small and helpless. I was a horrid child. You weren't. And I could have fought you off if I'd really wanted to. I snort, doubtful, small fry. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were trying to start something. He braces one hand on the arbor above my head, his face shifting so close to mine that I can smell the mulled cider on his breath. My mouth goes dry as he adds in a husky voice, and that wouldn't be a good idea, seeing as you're the small fry now. I swallow hard, my lips tingling from the electricity crackling in the air between us. Small but deadly. Don't underestimate me, Whitehouse. Never. I've heard all about you, Miller. Oh, yeah? I ask, my voice so breathy I barely recognize it. What have you heard? Enough to know you're probably going to punch me if I try to kiss you right now, he says, pushing on before I can tuck my heart down from where it's suddenly lodged in my throat. But you're standing under the mistletoe. My gaze flicks up to spy a sprig of mistletoe dangling from the top of the arbor, the sight sending my heart diving down to collide with my flipping stomach. And your pal Neil just stepped outside, he continues, cupping my face in one big hand, sending a rush of heat spreading from his warm skin to every inch of me. And I'm not the type to let a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone slip through my fingers. I start to protest, to tell him I don't kiss people that I don't know, or barely know, considering that until tonight I haven't spoken 5 words to him since grade school. But before I can convince my tongue to cooperate, Mick's lips are on mine. For one crystal clear, breathless moment, time stops. It just stops. Something deep inside me, paralyzed by the recognition that I've never felt anything like this. A man's kiss has never ignited something combustible in my core, even as it sends sweet, easy warmth spreading through my chest like molasses. I've never known from the moment a man's mouth met mine that I never wanted him to pull away. It's crazy. A brief moment of enlightenment that already has me off balance. And then the fireworks start exploding behind my eyes and prickling every inch of my skin, and I'm lost. I wrap my arms around Mick's shoulders with a moan and kiss him back with everything in me. My tongue sparring with his as his arms pull me close and his heat warms me from head to toe. Pretty soon it feels like the entire world is sparkling. Sparkling. Like too much champagne. Like 100 cameras flashing all at once. Mick's kiss is that dizzying, that blinding. None of the perfectly acceptable kisses I've had in the past can compare to this. To feeling like a door has been wrenched open in some secret, guarded part of me, and Mick is walking inside. I feel exposed, but helpless to close the door because closing it would involve pulling away from Mick, and that is unthinkable. I don't ever want this moment to end. I want to stay right here, marooned on an island of kiss-generated warmth, while the rest of the cold world spins on without me. For the first time in my life, I know what people mean when they say they were swept off their feet. I am so swept. So completely swept that by the time Mick finally pulls away, my head is spinning and my body's floating with all 10 toes still on the ground. He's gone, Mick whispers, his breath coming faster, and his arms still tight around me, holding me so close, I can feel just how powerful he is beneath his clothes. Wow. He's strong. And hard in all the right places. Faith, he says, making me think I've missed something. What? I blink once, twice, hoping it might help banish the fizzy haze clouding my thoughts. Neil's gone, he says, but it takes a beat to remember who Neil is and why I should care. When I do, I stammer, "Oh, right. Well, good. Great." He squeezes the curve of my hip with one hand, the touch so intimate and possessive that it helps bring me back to my senses. I step back, untangling myself from Mick's arms, welcoming the sharp gust of cold, thought-clearing air that rushes between us. This is crazy. I hardly know Mick Whitehouse. He hardly knows me. Certainly not well enough to take a mistletoe kiss that far. I should be mortified or irritated that I let him slip past my defenses without putting up a fight. Instead, I'm just tingling all over. I'm achy and needy and dying to be back in his arms. I want to fist my hands in his shirt, drag him against me, and demand he kiss me again. I want him to put his hands wherever he wants, do whatever he wants to do to me, as long as he keeps making me feel this way. So alive and awake, so beautiful and wanted and effervescent. I'm not scared of much. Not burning buildings, or mean dogs, or meaner people, even those twice my size. But this? I'm suddenly scared of this. This must be how Mom felt when I was growing up. All those times she was so gone on a guy she let being there for me take a back seat to attending to her man of the moment. This craving was why she fed me at 4 o'clock and banished me to my room by 5:30, so I wouldn't be underfoot when Hank or Ron or Pete got home. That was why it took 6 months and catching Hank in the act for Mom to believe that he hurt me when she wasn't around. That he pushed me and pinched my arms and told me he wished I would get lost and stay lost because my mama would be so much better off without a burden like me around. My word wasn't enough. I was never enough. Not even close. Faith, are you okay? Mick puts a gentle hand on my shoulder, but I flinch away and shrug it off. Sorry. Here, I say, my voice tight as I strip off his jacket. What's wrong? Nothing, I just have to go. I hold the jacket out between us. Listen, if this is about the kiss, then I'm sorry, Mick says, ignoring the coat. I just wanted Neil to get the message to back off, and I wanted you to know that I like you. A frown claws at my forehead. You don't even know me. Sure I do. He grins. Damn, He looks even sexier with his lips puffy, and his dark curls mussed from where I drove my fingers through them, I think, and am immediately disgusted with myself for noticing. I know you're funny, and interesting, and unique, he continues, and one of the strongest people I've ever met. Strong. I'm not strong. I'm weak, just like my mother, and I can't stand here another second with the man who made me realize it. Sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. I push his jacket into his arms and dart out from beneath the arbor, moving so fast, I'm halfway down the path when he calls out, "Why not? Can I at least call you? We could go for coffee or something, and talk." "I don't talk," I toss over my shoulder as I round the gaslight at the center of the garden. "And I don't date." "At least one of those is a lie," Mick says, with a laugh, clearly thinking I'm joking or something. I stop, spinning to face him and pulling in a deep breath, wanting to make sure he gets my message loud and clear. I'm serious. I don't want to go for coffee or anything else. We should just forget this happened. Why? The humor vanishes from his expression. Not to overstep, but I've kissed enough women to know kisses like that don't happen every day. That was special, Faith, and I know you felt it too. You don't know anything about me. I stand up straighter, determined not to show weakness again tonight. Goodbye. Have a good night. I turn, jog the rest of the way to the back door, and hurl myself into the warmth of the ballroom. But despite the roaring fire and the heat pumping through the vents, the air inside feels colder than it did before. Colder than before Mick Whitehouse woke this hungry, needy part of me that I can already tell is going to be hell to put back to sleep. Chapter 21. Naomi. I check the coats and wander over to the fireplace, but Jake isn't there to meet me. I wait for a few minutes, warming my back and fingers, before deciding he must have been waylaid at the refreshment table. But when I finally thread my way through the crowd to the cookie displays, there's no trace of Jake or Maddie's to-die-for caramel medallions. Just an unhappy-looking Faith slipping out into the garden. I send Mick to check on her. He could use a few more friends his age, and he's always up for doing a good deed, and grab a maple walnut cookie before heading back to the fireplace. But there's still no sign of Jake. I nibble my cookie slowly, assuming he must be stuck in line for the restroom or have been kidnapped by people needing him to carry things. But after another 15 minutes, I start to worry. After 20, I do a thorough search of the ballroom and adjoining rooms in the historical home before taking my search outside. So worried I scarcely notice the cold. But I make it all the way around the house to the parking lot without seeing a soul. Assuming Jake and I must be chasing each other in circles, I turn back toward the ballroom, determined to stay by the fireplace until he finds me. When an engine rumbles to life in the lot, I turn, surprised to see Jake's truck backing swiftly out of its spot and peeling toward the exit with a speed that isn't like him. Jake doesn't drive like that, especially in places where there might be people around who could get hurt. He must have loaned his truck to someone. Someone who needs to calm the hell down before they head into Bliss River. I start across the lot to see who's at the wheel, but before I can even get close, the driver pulls onto the road, heading away from town, and roars off into the darkness. Shit, I mutter, shivering as I cross my arms over my chest. I should have held on to my coat and my purse. If I had, I could call Jake to let him know where I am and that whoever has his truck might have had a bit too much spiked cider. In fact, that's probably the best plan of action. I'm on my way inside to get back in line for the coat check and reclaim my purse when I spot Jameson. He emerges from between two minivans, his swift footsteps crunching on the parking lot gravel, and his breath coming fast enough to send up steady puffs of smoke into the frozen air. "Jameson, wait," I call out, lifting a hand. "Do you know who has Jake's truck? I just saw—" He turns to me. I get a good look at his face in the light streaming from the glowing house, and my words die in my mouth. I can't remember what I was saying. I can't speak at all. I can only stare at the blood dripping from Jameson's split lip for a long beat before dragging my gaze up to meet his. As soon as our eyes connect, my throat squeezes tight and my chest clenches, and the missing pieces of the puzzle fall into place. You told him, I say, my voice rough. It's a statement, not a question. But Jameson still nods, his gaze dropping to the ground as he drags a hand through his hair. Why? I croak as I cross the gravel toward him, trembling now for reasons that have nothing to do with the cold. Why did you do that? What were you thinking? I thought he deserved the truth, Jameson mumbles. What truth? We don't even know what really happened that night, Jameson. We were stupid, drunk kids. I know, he says, but I still thought he should know about it. At least what we know. But I didn't think. I had no idea he'd take it like that. Like what? I ask, fear for Jake and terror that I might have lost him again, making my stomach lurch. What happened? Where did he go? I don't know. We were talking and then... He sighs and lifts a hand to his forehead, his fingers digging into his temples. It wasn't going the way I thought it would. He looked so hurt, like I'd killed his fucking puppy or something. Just destroyed. And how did you think he'd feel? I suck in a ragged breath. Grateful? Happy? I don't know what I thought, he says in a louder voice. It just seemed wrong to pretend it hadn't happened. To let him fall in love with you again while you lied to him about everything. I wasn't lying about anything, I say, my tone cutting. I love Jake. Completely. With every piece of my heart and soul. And because I love him, I realized all that old shit needed to stay in the past. For his own good. I swallow, fighting to keep my voice steady as tears fill my eyes. Keeping that stupid night from him wasn't a lie. It was a mercy. That night meant nothing then, and it means less than nothing now. I'm not that dumb kid who got blackout drunk with you anymore, and I never will be again. There was no reason for Jake to know that story. All knowing is going to do is break him. Jameson exhales long and slow, sending up a steady stream of white. I felt like shit after I told him. I said he could hit me if he wanted. I didn't think he'd do it, but then he fucking did. Jameson dabs at his lip with his thumb, wincing as he touches the split skin before casting a worried glance toward the road. He was in the truck before I could get up off the ground. I bite my bottom lip and will myself not to cry. I have to pull it together. Tears aren't going to accomplish anything. I have to find Jake and explain this. I have to make him see that this doesn't change anything. Not really. Not in any way that matters. I have to go after him. Right now. I hold out my hand, palm up. Give me your keys. Jameson frowns. I don't think you should. Give me your keys, I repeat. Naomi. He's so angry. He won't want to see you. Let him cool off and... No, he's not going to cool off. He's going to shut down. Maybe permanently. I have to find him before that happens. Then let me go. Maybe I can... You can what? Get punched again? I shake my head. No, you don't deserve it. And Jake will regret every punch he throws tonight. I know him. This isn't who he is. Jameson cocks his head, studying me for a moment before he says, You really don't think I deserve it? I sigh and shiver again. No, Jameson. We were dumb kids, and it was so long ago. Can't you see it doesn't matter? If that's true, then why can't Jake see that? Why is he flipping out if there's nothing to flip out about? Because he's Jake. I shrug. It's so hard for him to let his guard down. And he's so tough on himself when he makes a mistake. And he hates to feel like a fool. I'm sure this, the two of us, having a secret for so long, makes him feel pretty stupid. But he's not stupid. I roll my shoulders back, standing up a little straighter. And we aren't either. The only stupid thing would be to let a mistake we made as kids ruin our relationships now. This is a whole lot of crazy over nothing, and I will find a way to make everything okay again. Or die trying, I add silently. To Jameson, I say, but I need your keys. After a beat, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out his keyring. I'm the red Mustang, under the trees on the other side of the house. I snatch them from his hand and start to cut through the garden, but spin back when he calls out, I'm sorry, Naomi. Really sorry. Tell Jake too, will you? When you find him? I nod. I will. Jameson can be impulsive and hold a grudge like nobody's business. But he has a good heart, and he loves his brother so much. Hopefully the two of us will both get to keep loving Jake. I just have to find the right words to get through to him before it's too late.
Chapter 22, Jake. I drive deep into the dark countryside, not sure where I'm going, just that I need to get away from Bliss River, away from my house and Naomi's dresses spread out across my bed from where she tried on half a dozen things before we left for the ball tonight. And most importantly, away from Naomi. Away from the lies she told, away from every smile and bone-melting kiss that made my walls crumble, ensuring I was defenseless when the arrow came sailing through to hit me right in the chest. Through the heart, burrowing in so deep I don't know if I'll ever get it out. She was with my brother. She slept with Jameson the night before she broke up with me via a Dear John letter, and then both of them kept that from me for 15 years. 15 fucking years. At first I was angrier at Jameson. Naomi's been gone for so long, it's Jameson who lied to my face day after day. But now all I can think about is Naomi. What on earth made her think she could keep this from me? That she could waltz back into my life and my heart and let me love her without telling me the truth? If only she'd told me the night we first decided to give things another chance. Maybe I could have forgiven her. Maybe. But now, I slam my fist into the dashboard hard enough to send a wave of pain shooting through my hand. The truck veers across the center lane before I regain control and guide it back into my lane. There's no one on the road, nothing but silent, black fields for miles in every direction, but I still shouldn't be driving while I'm this upset. The only thing that could make this night any worse would be hurting an innocent person, or, God forbid, taking a life the way Jenny's was taken. I'm not too concerned with my future right now, but no one else deserves to suffer from my stupidity. When I see the turnoff for the old Pottstown Bridge, the one we used to drive out to in high school to drink beer and play music and dangle our legs over the edge while the midnight train roared by underneath, I consider it a sign and take a hard right, rumbling onto the gravel road. The bridge reminds me of Naomi too, of the evening we came out here alone and spent the night snuggled under sleeping bags in the bed of my truck, staring at stars that were always so much brighter away from the lights of town. I haven't been back here since she left Bliss River. Even when my friends begged me to come out for a party after our graduation ceremony, I begged off. I hadn't wanted to spend time in places that reminded me of the girl I'd lost, or how much a part of me she'd been. But tonight the bridge is perfect. The perfect place to hurl the ring box in my pocket down onto the tracks for the next train to run over. I certainly won't be needing it. It's over with Naomi and me. For good this time. A stupid, pitiful part of me wants to forgive her, to find some way to justify her behavior, but I can't. I just can't. Fool me once, shame on her, but fool me twice. If I give her the chance to fool me a third time, I'd be a fucking idiot who deserves to be miserable for the rest of his life. I pulled to the edge of the road a half-mile from the bridge, parking in a fallow field that looks like it hasn't been planted in decades. Pottsville had a history of flooding even back before the hurricane season rains got more intense. By the early 2000s, the area was pretty much abandoned. Now the only people who come out here are kids wanting to party on the bridge and hunters roaming the wetlands during duck season. Tonight there are neither. I slam out of the truck and walk toward the shadow of the bridge completely alone. Nothing but the sound of my footsteps to keep me company. All around the world is cold and silent and still, lit by a pale winter moon that makes everything seem a little surreal. If I let myself, I could imagine the past hour was just a terrible dream. That my brother never told me that he fucked the woman I love. That I never punched him in the face or left the ball without a word to Naomi. I wonder how she'll realize I left. Maybe she'll start looking for me and see my truck is gone. Or maybe Jameson will tell her. Maybe my brother will go back inside, tell Naomi their secret is out, and Naomi will decide to let him comfort her the way he did when they were teenagers. Logically, I know that isn't going to happen. No chance in hell. But the thought is still enough to make me kick the stone side of the bridge, sending a wave of agony shooting up my leg. At this rate, I'll be black and blue by morning. But I'm fine with that. At least it'll give me something to focus on besides the rotten, aching knot in my chest. I stop in the center of the bridge, not surprised to find empty beer cans and cigarette butts littering the ground. Almost no one drives across this bridge anymore. It's a place to hang out, to get a good view of the railroad tracks curving away into the distance across the abandoned fields, and to feel the rush as a train surges by beneath you, only inches from your dangling legs. I swing my legs over the stone ledge and sit on top, my feet seeming to dangle farther than they did before. I haven't gotten any taller since high school, but it feels like I have. Or maybe I just have more sense now. The sense to realize dangling my feet over a train is dangerous and stupid. Nearly as stupid as thinking it was a good idea to fall back in love with the woman who ripped my heart out the first time we were a couple. Well, that's over now. For good. Forever. I pull the ring box from the pocket of my jacket and toss it out into the darkness. There's just enough moonlight that I can watch it tumble down, landing in the middle of the iron rails. There. It's done. I'm glad. And I'm glad I threw the ring away instead of taking it back to the store to reclaim my giant deposit. My finances deserve to take the hit. Maybe that'll teach me better than to drop half my life savings or my defenses for a woman I can't trust. I'm still sitting on the cold stone, considering whether or not to wait and watch the next train run the ring over, when a pair of headlights cut through the darkness. They move swiftly down the gravel road, but the car slows as the driver passes my truck and rolls toward the bridge. Wary, I lift a hand, shielding my eyes, wondering if the guy is going to stop or cross over with me sitting on the side. Turns out the answer is neither. 10 feet from the bridge, the car shuts off its headlights. A moment later, the engine follows suit and the driver's door swings open. Even before my eyes adjust to the sudden loss of light, I know who it is. My Naomi Dar is as strong as ever. She's like a phantom limb I'll never stop missing, but that doesn't mean I want it back. As she closes the distance between us, holding up her long black dress in both hands, I clench my jaw, determined to end this. Now. In a fashion that will ensure Naomi leaves me alone for the rest of our lives. I will probably always love her. I can't help that, but I can help what I do about it. Giving her a second chance was stupid. Giving her a third would be asking for a bomb to be tossed through the shattered windows of my heart. I lift my chin and steel myself to do this right, no matter how much it's going to hurt.
Chapter 23. Naomi. He's here. Thank God. Jake's at the old bridge where my gut said he would be. My hunch paid off, and now I'll be able to talk to him, to reason with him. I hope. My arms are trembling with a bone-wobbling mix of relief and anxiety, but I don't hesitate. I close the distance to Jake as quickly as I can manage in a floor-length gown, ignoring the cold wind, stinging my bare shoulders, and making my eyes water. The fact that I'm freezing doesn't matter. All that matters is finding a way to convince Jake that nothing's really changed. I'm still the woman who knows how to make him happy. And he's still the only man who will ever hold the key to my heart. He's the only man I want to share my life with. The only man I'll ever want. If I can't convince him to put this behind us, I don't know how I'll ever find the strength to start over again. A future without him. The thought alone is enough to make my throat close up and the backs of my eyes sting. He made me remember how sweet it is to be loved, to find joy and safety and passion and belonging in his arms, and I can't go back to a world without him. I won't. We have to talk, I say, as I reach the bridge, grateful my voice sounds steadier than I feel. I know what you heard, but go away. His tone is so ominous, so final sounding, that it makes my bones ache with dread. This is going to be bad, clearly. But if he thinks a spooky voice is enough to scare me away, he has another think coming. I'm not leaving until we talk. I grip the fabric, clenched in my fists so tight, my fingernails dig into my palms through the heavy satin, until you let me explain. There's nothing to explain. He's sitting so still, he looks like a statue, the pale moonlight lending a chilling, inhuman air to his face. He's already thrown up his defenses, but I have to try to get through to him, now. If I leave him alone tonight, he'll work up a wall of fury and despair so thick I might never crack through it. Please, listen to me, Jake, I plead softly, stopping several feet from his perch. I know you're hurting right now, but He laughs, a brittle sound that makes me shiver harder. I'm not hurting. I'm sick to my stomach, and angry and disgusted with both of you, and that's never going to change. Jake, fuck off, Naomi. It's over. My eyes widen, but I don't waver. No, I will not. And you're not going to scare me away. You mean too much to me. He sighs, his shoulders hunching. Just leave, please. I can't, I say. Not until I convince you that none of this matters. He swings his legs back onto the bridge and turns to face me, his entire body vibrating with rage. You slept with my brother. For fuck's sake. You think that doesn't— What? No, I didn't sleep with Jameson. No way, I protest, resisting the urge to take a step back. No matter how angry he is, Jake would never hurt me. Surely he didn't say that because we didn't. Not even close. He said you spent the night together before you left town, he growls. Yes, we spent the night together, I say, the hope that this might be smoothed over more easily than I imagined, sparking to life inside me. At least part of this seems like a huge misunderstanding. I met him at the hunting cabin to give him a letter. For you. We fought, and then ended up getting really drunk. I honestly can't remember every detail of what happened next, but it wasn't anything like that. We're both positive all we did was pass out in the same bed and then wake up feeling like shit. I'm not interested. Jake turns to brace his hands on top of the bridge. It doesn't matter if you slept with him. What? Of course it does, I say, my voice catching. There's a huge difference between you spent your last night in town in bed with my brother, and then you lied to me about it for 15 years. He shakes his head, his jaw clenching as he ducks his chin to his chest. If you can't see that that's a betrayal of trust, I don't know what to tell you. Please. I didn't mean to betray you, Jake. I just didn't see the point in telling you something that would serve no purpose except to hurt you, I say, stepping closer. What happened with Jameson was a dumb mistake I made when I was a stupid kid. But I'm not a kid anymore. And I would never do anything like that again, obviously. It seriously has no bearing on anything that's happening now between us. There is no us, he says, as I stop beside him. He's still refusing to look at me, his gaze glued to the tracks, stretching away into the distance. You don't mean that. I can sense the rage pouring off of him, but I reach out to rest gentle fingers on his shoulder anyway. Fine. He spins, brushing my hand away as he moves. If you won't leave, then I will. He starts past me, but I grab his arm and hold on tight. But what about not letting the bumps in the road steal the joy? I ask, my voice creeping higher as he tries to pull away. What about the whole speech you gave me last week? This isn't even a bump in the road, Jake. Can't you see that? This is nothing. I know your pride is hurt, but really, you don't know anything. His fingers wrap around my wrist, but I don't let go. Please, if you'll just stop and— What if I was with Maddie? He asks, the question throwing me off balance. What if I'd spent my last night in town with her in my arms, holding her all night long, and then I'd kept it from you for 15 years? Would you still think it was no big deal? I hesitate, Jameson hadn't held me. We'd been blackout drunk. But still, Jake has a point, and he deserves an honest answer. I don't know, I say. On the one hand, I would absolutely believe you if you both said nothing happened. But I'd still be hurt that you hadn't told me, and that you spent your last night with her instead of me. I pause before adding in a softer voice, and I'd probably feel like a fool. Not a fool. A child, he says, his voice vibrating with emotion. But I am not a child incapable of handling things I don't want to hear, Naomi. I'm not some fragile fucking flower you and Jameson had to protect. I exhale. I never said that you were. The real reason you kept this from me? Because you're a coward, he says, making me flinch. You didn't want to deal with how messy things would get if I knew what happened. You were lying for your own good, not mine. I frown up at him, tightening my grip on his arm. You're wrong. At first I wanted to tell you, I say, pushing on when he rolls his eyes. I did. I swear I did. But the closer we got, the more I realized a clear conscience would come at too high a price. I love you. I want to protect you and make your life better and happier, not bring you more pain. And that's why I kept the secret. Because I knew the truth would upset you, even though there's absolutely no reason it should. No reason. His voice is colder than the frigid air numbing my bare shoulders. You call getting blackout drunk and spending the night with my brother 15 years ago. 15 years, Jake. I widen my eyes, silently pleading with him to see that this is nothing. Certainly nothing we can't get past. That's half a lifetime ago. One night, half a lifetime ago. It doesn't matter. We matter. You and me, and the life we're meant to have together. Let me go. His grip tightens on my wrist. If he squeezes much tighter, I'll be forced to let him go. I only have a few more seconds. One last shot, and everything left to lose. Chapter 24. Naomi. I fight for control, my eyes filling with tears as I reach down into the deepest, truest part of myself. I can't let you go, Jake. Don't you see that? This is it. If I can't find the right words now, I sense I won't get another chance. I've lived the American dream, I say, praying he's listening, really listening. I've had more than my 10 minutes of fame. I've traveled the world and made more money than I ever imagined I could. But I'd give it all up in a heartbeat for this. For us. To build a life and a family with you. You are my dream. And to share the rest of the time I have left with you is all I want. All I'll ever want. His eyes are still shuttered and locked against me, but he stopped trying to pull away. That's something. Or so I tell myself as I swallow hard and push on. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone. I would do anything for you. Anything you ever need. I'm there with bells on, and I know you feel the same way. I stand up straighter, gathering the last of my courage. So if you let what we've been lucky enough to find slip through your fingers, if you cut me out of your life and walk away without fighting for us, my breath shudders out as the tears in my eyes finally slip down my cheeks. Well, then you're the coward, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I sniff and add in a whisper, and so will I. He holds my gaze for a long, anxiety-filled moment before he suddenly straightens and turns away. For a heart-wrenching beat, I think I failed, that I've pushed too far and he's going to walk away and never look back. But then his fingers slide from my wrist, down to clasp my hand as he asks, "Do you hear a train?" Yes, I think so, I say, not sure what to make of the question. Before I can think of what to say next, Jake curses beneath his breath and turns, breaking into a run. Jake, what's wrong? I start after him, but grind to a stop when I see that he's circling back around the edge of the bridge, slipping in loose dirt as he slides down the steep embankment and onto the tracks. What are you doing? My heart leaps into my throat and lodges there as I spot the long, dark shadow of the train approaching in the distance. Jake, get off the tracks. There's a train coming. I can see it. I will, he calls back. But I have to find something first. Find what? I hurry after him, skidding in the gravel in my heels, almost falling before I regain my balance. Forget it. Whatever it isn't worth it. Stay there. He points a stern finger my way, before turning back to scan the ground. I'll be fine. I just need a few minutes. You don't have a few minutes, I squeak, my pulse racing as I watch him walk in maddeningly slow circles, his attention on the ground instead of the train approaching at full speed, now no more than a few miles away. Maybe less. I remember how fast the trains come through here. Back when we were kids, that was part of the fun. Kicking your legs over the side of the bridge as the train whizzed past, feeling the rush as it charged beneath your feet. Jake might not realize how fast it's moving, but I do. I can see it closing in, less than 2 minutes away from mowing down the man I love. I see it, and it sets off every emergency mechanism in my body. Adrenaline dumps into my bloodstream, banishing my awareness of the cold and the rocks digging into my bare feet as I kick off my heels and go after Jake, determined to pick him up and carry him off the tracks if I have to. Right now, I feel strong enough to do it. Terror has given me power and determination. There's no way in hell I'm going to stand by and watch Jake make a deadly mistake. No way I'm going to lose him. Not now. Not like this. As I stumble onto the tracks, he spins my way. What are you doing? I told you to stay. I'm getting you off the tracks. Now. I grab his arm and drag him back toward the embankment. Damn it, Naomi, he says, resisting my efforts. I thought I saw it, and now you made me. Get off the tracks, I scream, my voice high and thin. Now, Jake, please. I haul frantically on his arm, panic making my palms sweat and my fingers slip off the slick fabric of his tuxedo coat. Okay, he says, as the wood slats beneath our feet begin to vibrate. Come on, I'll help you up the bank, he says, following me off the tracks. Thank God. He boosts me up the steep bank with his arms at my waist and climbs up after me. As soon as we're on solid ground, beside the bridge, I fling my trembling arms around his neck with a sob of relief and hold on tight, burying my face in his coat. It's all right, he says, running warm hands up and down my back. It's okay, babe. I'm fine. I thought you were going to die, I say, relief making my tears come faster. I thought you were going to get run over, right in front of me. I wasn't. I was fine, he says, with a laugh that makes me suddenly livid. I pull back, punching his chest lightly with my fist. Don't laugh. It's not funny. You were risking your life down there. You could have died. I wasn't risking my life. He motions over his shoulder at the tracks. We've been up here for at least a minute, and it hasn't reached the last turn yet. I still had plenty of time to get to safety. It doesn't matter, I say, refusing to feel stupid for being concerned. There's no good reason to stand on the tracks when you know a train's coming, no matter how far away it is. I don't know, he says with a sigh. An engagement ring I spent half my life savings on seemed like a good reason at the time. But you're probably right. My jaw drops. What? I blink. What did you say? He drags a hand through his hair. I was planning to propose, but I misunderstood what Jameson was trying to tell me. I thought... He sighs and ducks his chin. Well, you know what I thought. I was so angry. I threw your ring onto the tracks. He glances up, his eyes meeting mine with a cautious hope that makes my heart squeeze in my chest. But now I'm thinking... I'd like to have it back. You would? I ask, smiling even as fresh tears slip down my cold cheeks. So does that mean you forgive me? He brushes my tears away with his thumbs before cupping my face in his big hands. It means I don't think you need to be forgiven. My shoulders sag with relief. You don't? He shakes his head. No, I don't. I believe you about that night. And I believe you're trying to do what you thought was best, for both of us. And I love you like you're a part of me, so He swallows, then raises his voice to be heard over the increasingly loud roar of the train's engine. I don't want to lose you. Ever. Especially not over something like this. I'm so glad, I say, sniffing. I swear, Jake, I'll never make you regret this. I love you more than anything. Me too. His fingers slide around the back of my neck, threading into my hair. But we still have some unfinished business. I frown. What's that? I shout, as the train rushes beneath the bridge, sending a gust of warm air up the side of the embankment, making Jake's tuxedo coat flap up at the back as he sinks down on one knee. My lips part, but my gasp of surprise is drowned out by the roar of the wheels. Will you marry me, Naomi Whitehouse? He shouts, taking my hand in both of his. I'm sure I'll drive you crazy sometimes, but I'll work my ass off to be the kind of husband you deserve. And hopefully you'd rather be crazy with me than sane without me. Fresh tears filling my eyes, I throw my arms around his neck and press a kiss to his cheek. Yes, I shout, laugh, sobbing as I kiss him again. Yes, yes, yes. He stands, drawing me up until my feet dangle. I cling to his shoulders, and he wraps me in his arms and holds me close as the train rushes by. He's still holding me close when the rattle of the wheels fades to a distant rhythm, and the smell of diesel is replaced by the sharp winter scent of rotted leaves and frozen earth. Think there's a chance in hell I'll be able to find that ring box now? He finally asks, making me laugh. I pull back to gaze up at his face, relieved to see his walls down and that familiar warmth in his eyes. I seriously doubt it, but we could spend a few hours looking, I say, letting my fingers play up and down his lapel. Or we could head home and be naked in your bed in 20 minutes. I know which I'd prefer. He makes a low, rumbling sound that sends tingles shivering up my spine. Tempting. Very tempting. But I wasn't kidding about that ring costing half my life savings. And I wasn't kidding about making more money than I ever imagined I could, I say, shivering. I can help refill your savings and buy a replacement ring, and still have plenty left over to buy us all the fancy cheese and cookies we can eat. He frowns. No, I don't want your money. My money is going to be your money soon enough anyway. I don't want a prenup, in case you were wondering. I trust you. Implicitly. His frown deepens. I'm glad. But seriously, Naomi, I don't need or want your money. All I want is my ring on your finger, and you in my life. For keeps. I shiver harder. I want that too, so much. But I confess I'm starting to freeze to death out here without a coat. Well, I can fix that, he says, stripping off his tuxedo coat and wrapping it around my shoulders. Sorry I didn't offer sooner. No worries. I burrow gratefully into the body heat-warmed fabric, but I'm not about to give up on getting him naked that easily. But still, it's really cold out here. There's a chance one or both of us might catch pneumonia and die if you don't take me home and make love to me right now. He smiles as he sets me on my feet. Pneumonia is serious, he says, kissing my neck as his hands slide lower, cupping my bottom. It is, I agree, my breath coming faster as he urges my hips closer to his. So let's get out of here. How about I get my truck warmed up, and you can hang out in there while I look, he asks. Then, once I find the ring, you can put it on. I'll follow you back to the ball to return Jameson's car, and apologize for being an asshole who throws punches without hearing all the facts. Then we go home, get naked, and stay that way for at least 4 days. 5, I counter, my teeth beginning to chatter. Done, he agrees, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Let's get you in the truck. It warms up faster than Jameson's car. 5 minutes later, I'm defrosting in the passenger seat of Jake's idling truck, watching the flashlight from his cell phone sweep back and forth beneath the bridge as he searches for the ring. As soon as they're warm enough, I cross my fingers and send out a prayer for a little bit of good luck. I honestly don't mind paying for another ring. It's the thought that counts, and knowing Jake wants to marry me is worth more to me than 100 rings. But this is important to him. He wants to see half his life savings sitting on my finger. and I want it because he wants it, and I love him. But if he can't find it, we'll be okay. After tonight, I know we can get through anything the world throws in our way. From here on out, there are no secrets between us, and if we hit a bump in the road, we'll work through it and find our way to the other side. That's what you do when you find love like this. You work for it and fight for it and keep getting better at loving each other with every passing year. I rest my head against the window and close my eyes, suddenly exhausted, but in a good way. It feels like a weight's been lifted from my heart, and I'm free to charge full steam ahead with Jake. Full steam ahead. The phrase makes me think of trains and how very, very glad I am that train wasn't coming as fast as I thought it was. Pushing away scary thoughts, I start fantasizing about what it will be like to spend nearly a week naked in bed with Jake. I'm absolutely going to hold him to that promise. And before I know it, I'm being shaken gently awake outside Jake's house. What happened? I sit up fast, blinking, as I swipe a hand across my mouth, hoping I wasn't drooling while I was passed out. I called Jameson, and he said to leave his car parked by the bridge, and he'd come pick it up tomorrow, Jake says, his lips hooking up on one side. And you were right. He was very gracious about the knuckle sandwich. Though he did assure me that I'm buying wings and beer every Sunday until we're at least 50. Seems fair. I swipe a finger beneath my eyes that comes away smudged with black. I huff beneath my breath. Ugh, I'm a mess. You're beautiful, Jake murmurs, leaning over to kiss my forehead. And still an insanely deep sleeper, in case you were wondering. I am not, I protest. You're just a smooth driver. That doesn't explain how I got that ring on your finger without you waking up, he says, reaching for his door handle. By the time I blink and glance down at my left hand, he's already out of the truck, circling around to my side. Jaw dropping, I lift my hand, letting the far too large, princess-cut stone catch the light streaming from Jake's front porch. I'm still dragging my chin off my lap when he opens my door with a big grin and says, "What do you think?" I think it's enormous, and you clearly spent way too much money, and you're crazy. My grin spreads wider as I add in a softer voice. And I love it, and it's the most gorgeous ring I've ever seen, and I'm never, ever taking it off. Good, he says, and then he kisses me, a soft, sweet kiss that promises that as long as we're together, we'll always be home. I sigh against his lips. Inside, fire, marshmallows, no clothes. He chuckles as he takes my hand. Are the marshmallows for s'mores? Or for melting and licking off of each other? Both, of course, I say, as I drag him up the stairs. Later, after we've licked melted marshmallow off all our favorite parts of each other, taken a shower, and are eating s'mores in front of the fireplace and watching the snow start to fall outside, I realize I haven't texted my sister or brother or mother or a single girlfriend. But I don't feel tempted to get off the couch to grab my phone. I'll tell the people I love the good news tomorrow. Tonight is just for Jake and me, for s'mores and sticky kisses, and savoring the start of forever. This has been All Fired Up by Lili Valente, read by Teddy Hamilton and Lili Valente. Copyright 2021 Lili Valente. Production copyright 2021 Lili Valente.